All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to your City Hall. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the afternoon of August 18th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Kamei? Here. Campos?
Present.
Tordillos?
Here.
Cohen? Here. Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey? Here. Foley? Here. Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, now if you're able, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and welcome once again. Today's invocation will be provided by Tan Phong Taekwondo Institute. Councilmember Dwan, please tell us more.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my office is pleased to present our second invocation of the month. We are especially honored to have a special performance prepared for us today. Thanks to Tan Phong and his Taekwondo group. Taekwondo is a martial art that emphasizes discipline, respect, perseverance, and self-control. Beyond the impressive techniques and physical skill, it teaches us the importance of focus, confidence, and value that can inspire all of us in our daily lives. And of course, we are very grateful they are here to demonstrate these skills to us today. I think it is safe to say that after watching this performance, none of us will be volunteering to test their kicks. With that, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Tan Phong and his Taekwondo group.
Attention! Go! Go to the back. Go! Attention! Move! All right. Under the foot this way. Attention! Jimmy! Forward and up on. On back out. Move! 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 Bow. Turn their back. Go. Listen. Bow. All right. Go back. You gotta go back. On the go to select it. Stay. Go back. You stay. Ok.
stay.
Đứa nào còn đứa nào không? Ok. Ghép lại, go. Thì bây giờ cả cái gì? Cho cái đứa nào lên?
Natalie.
Ok.
Châu.
Anh cứ gọi cái đứa một lần.
Ok.
Không có đứa một lần gọi tên đứa.
Ok.
Alex, phone một tiếng chút xíu. Con đã thì em là phụ được. Hai đứa đã một lúc.
Phải xin phân. Ba. Okay, Natalie go first. Con đã xài cái phân kịch. Okay. Khi up loud.
Khi up loud. Okay. Khi up loud.
Oh.
Khi up loud.
Right. Yeah. You don't need to change. Okay. Go. Key up.
One next.
This way, good.
One. Next one.
I side it.
One tên đứa nào?
Natalie.
Đứa nào? Okay.
Yes.
Go. Ben, go.
Face it that way. That's it. Bow. Face back.
Tên nào đó?
Face in the back. Bow. Ready? This way.
Nó một hai cái đã chết.
Yep. Get ready.
Chết.
Ready?
One and two.
One only. Go. Ready? Kick up. Step. Ready? Two up. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, stop.
Get it.
Out.
Turn the back. Chase.
Yes.
Yes!
Marvin, come on.
Put it. That's it. That way. Up. Face first. Up. Got it, bro. Ready? Keep loud. Order. Bow. Face that. Bow. Yeah, get it this way.
Turn the back. Turn the back.
Out.
Okay, go.
Ra hai chân nào. Okay. Go.
Vincent, come on.
Bow. Good fun. Bow. And rock. That's it. Now key up. Okay. Yeah, very good. Hold it.
Fun.
There, Vincent, come in.
Side it.
Yes! And it's 3 pieces. Oh, 5. Bow. Okay. Bow. And front. Which leg is it? That way?
Bên đó đã.
Right out. Faster.
Ra hai chân nào. Chân phải.
You have to measure, you have to tell us where.
Go. Ready? Hold up. Very front. That's it. Bow. Foot. Bow. Ready? Getting closer. Get loud. Good. Bow. Bow.
Lên. Wing. Okay.
Wing. Fun. Out. Out. Em mình side cái chân nào.
And get back side this way. Good. Do one touch. Quick. In front. Sit. Bow. Get back. Bow.
Kill.
Hoan,
Lina.
Lina. Không đánh cái gì. Vào. Anh đứng đây. Hoan. Vào. Vào. Con đã hút kịch bên kia. Vào. Con này là cái gì? Hồi sai kịch, hút kịch. Ok. Này, hút kịch bên kia.
You concentrate. Loud. Look close.
Con đá gì?
Yeah.
Here. Come on. Get out. Hold on the back. Hold on the back. Come on. Okay. No, go. Come here, one. Listen. Go. Turn to the back. Go. Listen. Go. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Again, that was Tan Phong Taekwondo Institute. Thank you again, Councilmember Duan, for arranging today's invocation. We're on to our ceremonial items. Vice Mayor Foley, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, also known as BOSSI.
Good afternoon. Today I'm here to recognize the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative for their continued success in advancing youth recreation. Founded in 2005, BOSSI, and you gotta love that acronym, don't you? Women are bossy, but they're also in control. BOSSI is a nonprofit organization rooted in the belief that the women's sports community holds the power to engage, inspire, and empower girls to stay active regardless of ability or socioeconomic status. As someone who has been proud to support BOSSI, I have seen firsthand why this organization is so important to our community. Throughout the last 21 years, BOSSI has supported over 29,000 children and youth through participation in their free programs, empowered 80-plus coaches, and inspired more than 9,800 volunteers. And let's be honest, girls belong on the court, on the field, at the rink, and in the stands cheering each other on. We're also living through such an exciting time for women's sports here in San Jose and across the Bay Area, particularly with the addition of the National Women's Hockey League team coming to San Jose soon. We're seeing more professional women's sports teams, more attention to women athletes, and more young girls getting the chance to see women succeeding at the highest levels. And I think one of the most powerful things we can give a young girl is the ability to look at an athlete and say, I want to be her. Or even better, I can be her. But that starts way before the professional level. It starts when a girl gets her first pair of cleats, steps onto a field, joins a team, and realizes she belongs there. That's where the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative comes in. Girls often have less opportunities to play sports than boys, and this disparity is even greater for girls of color. Girls who play sports have better physical and mental health outcomes and graduate high school and college at higher rates. Bossy is creating those opportunities for girls right here in our community. Bossy's first initiative aims to harness the power of women athletes by providing opportunities to serve young girls who weren't being exposed to organized sports or physical education classes, and to reach girls in communities where obesity and diabetes were prevalent. As someone who cares deeply about San Jose and the young people who call our city home, I really value organizations that are investing in our kids and giving them opportunities to thrive. Because when we invest in girls in sports, we aren't just creating better athletes, we're creating future leaders, coaches, and community members. Congratulations to Bossy, your coaches, volunteers, parents, and the incredible young women and girls you serve. Thank you for reminding our girls that they are capable and deserve every chance to play, compete, lead, and succeed. To accept today's commendation, I'd like to welcome Dana Weintraub, CEO of Bossy.
Okay, first of all, I would just like to recognize those young people who just performed and shared their incredible skill of Taekwondo with us. Wow, that was impressive. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Foley, Mayor Mahan, and all the members of the City Council, city leaders, partners, and friends. Today, I also have with me 2 Bossy alum coaches who are now on staff with us, also 2 former collegiate and professional athletes, Annette Greenlee and Lindsay Von Allen. So glad they could be here with us. The rest of our team is getting ready to get back on playgrounds for back to school. On behalf of all of us, thank you for this incredibly meaningful recognition of our 20th +1 anniversary. Bossy's story is in so many ways a San Jose story. We were founded in 2005 at a time when investment in women's sports and access for sport for girls was far from guaranteed. The first women's professional soccer league had recently folded, including our very own San Jose Cyber Rays, the league's very first champions. Marlene Bjarnsrud, the former manager of the Cyber Rays, along with soccer legends, San Jose native and Santa Clara Bronco, Brandy Chastain, and Stanford Cardinal, Julie Foudy, wanted to preserve something powerful that had grown out of that team, the connection between women athletes and community. In true Silicon Valley fashion, Bossy began in Marlene's garage, and our first official office soon followed, right here at City Hall at the invitation of then Mayor Ron Gonzalez. So it feels especially fitting to be back here at City Hall 20+ years later. Since our founding, as you just heard from Vice Mayor Foley, Bossy has enrolled over 29,000 children and youth, engaged over 9,500 volunteers, and 80 athlete leadership team coaches, 2 of whom are with me today. We've built deep partnerships with schools and communities throughout San Jose and the Bay Area. But the numbers only tell part of our story. The real story is the thousands of girls from under-resourced neighborhoods and children with disabilities who have stepped onto a Bossy playground and found that they belong. The young girl who finds confidence and begins to see herself as a leader, the Bossy alumni who come back years later and are leaders in their community as Bossy coaches, volunteers, staff, and board members, as well as chief of staff to City Council member Peter Ortiz, like our Bossy alum, Brisa Rojas Moreno, all creating the same opportunity for the next generation. 20 years ago, Bosse was created in the wake of the loss of a professional women's sports team. Today, San Jose and the Bay Area are experiencing an extraordinary new era in women's sports and the deep community connections which follow. Just yesterday, the entire Bay FC team came out to Hubbard Media Arts Academy playground and reminded us what's possible when communities invest in the long game. We are deeply grateful to the City of San Jose for being part of Bosse's story from the very beginning and continuing to believe in the power of sport to strengthen our community. Thank you, Vice Mayor Foley, Mayor Mahan, and the entire City Council for this commendation and for ensuring that the next generation of San Jose youth has the opportunity to play, to lead, and to succeed. We are incredibly proud of what we've built together over these first 20 years, and even more excited about what's ahead. Thank you. And we have a little something for both of you. I'll accept mine first.
On behalf of the whole council, I want to give you this commendation.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your incredible
Thank you,
work in
thank
our
you.
community.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Let's get a photo.
And we have a little something for you two to wear in the photo.
Okay, great. Stand in the middle.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
See you soon.
You guys are amazing.
Hopefully see you at the Bay FC game.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Bosse. We really appreciate the incredible work you do in our community. We'll now move on to Councilmember Mulcahy and Councilmember Dewan. If you would join me here at the podium, we will recognize Valley Services.
Always. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thanks to Councilmember Mulcahy for allowing me to present this commendation alongside with him. It is my honor to recognize Valley Services for nearly 40 years of service to the residents of San Jose. Founded by Mike and Monica Salinas, Valley Service began in 1986 as a small scrap metal business and has grown into a full-service sanitation company, serving projects and events throughout our community. Valley Services has also been a dedicated community partner, supporting local organizations and events, including working with the San Jose Foods to provide restroom facilities for major community gathering. I especially want to recognize their commitment to second chance employment by creating opportunities for individuals who are incarcerated or return from rehabilitation. Valley Service has helped people rebuild their lives, support their families, and reach important milestones. For 4 decades, Valley Service have shown that a successful local business can also be a force for positive change while staying true to its family and community values. On behalf of the City of San Jose, thank you for your continuous service and commitment to our community. And I believe, would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and everyone here today. On behalf of my family and everyone at Valley Services, thank you for this recognition. It's especially meaningful to receive it here in San Jose. Down the road from Spartan Stadium, there's a stretch of railroad tracks on South 7th Street. My dad played along those tracks as a kid growing up in San Jose with humble beginnings and often finding refuge there when things got rough at home. Decades later, my parents would build Valley's newest facility along those very same tracks. A full circle moment I don't think either of them could have imagined at the time. My parents, Mike and Monica, met in San Jose when they were 16. and went on to start the business in 1986 at just 25 years old, with one truck hauling scrap metal and junk cars around the Bay Area. 40 years later, Valley is still proudly rooted right here in San Jose. Today, we employ nearly 100 people, operate a C&D disposal facility, and provide site services for some of the Bay Area's largest events, including the 2 concerts that were held right outside these doors. My 3 sisters and I grew up in the yard with our parents. Eventually, a few of us, along with our husbands, found our own places within the business. And now my 2 sons, you see here, are growing up there too. But when I think about what has allowed Valley to be here for 40 years, the story isn't really about our family. It's about the people who built this company alongside us. From the beginning, my parents believed in giving people an opportunity to work, including those looking for a second chance or simply needing someone to take a chance on them. We've watched people turn those opportunities into careers, become leaders within our company, support their families, buy their first homes, start businesses of their own, and even retire after decades with Valley. For some, those milestones may have once felt out of reach. That's what our purpose, empowering lives, enhancing communities, means to us, creating opportunities for people and being there for the community that has been there for us. So while our family is incredibly proud to accept this commendation, we accept it on behalf of our employees, past and present. They are the people who made Valley what it is. 40 years ago, my dad was the kid who found refuge along those tracks on South 7th Street. Today, my children are growing up on that same ground. San Jose is where my parents' story began, where Valley's story began, and where we hope the next generation will continue it. Thank you to Council Members Mulcahy, Duane, Mayor Mahan, and the City Council for this recognition. We're incredibly grateful to call San Jose home. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, we're on to our third and final ceremonial item for today. Councilmember Campos, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize SJC's air traffic controllers.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. Whenever we are flying in or out of San Jose, do you ever think about the many people who make our journey possible? Today, we celebrate and recognize the work of air traffic controllers. These are the men and women who keep airplanes at safe distances from each other and prevent them from colliding. Thanks to our air traffic controllers, nearly 12 million annual passengers travel safely through San Jose Mineta Airport. Being an air traffic controller requires exceptional levels of concentration and communication to ensure aircrafts can take off and land safely. And in spite of adversity like staff shortages or government shutdowns, our air traffic controllers show up, sometimes going weeks without pay. And during the most recent government shutdown, several local organizations stepped up and provided different levels of assistance to this group of federal workers, for which I am deeply grateful to all of the neighbors who showed up for our community and supported our air traffic controllers here in San Jose. We often don't get to see, interact, or thank the people who make our air travel possible, and it's my hope that with this commendation, we are demonstrating a small token of our appreciation for the hard work and at times sacrifice that our air traffic controllers make to ensure that we get to our destinations safely. So today we are joined by Alex Coronado and Colby Saunders of San Jose Mineta Airport. And now I'd like to invite Victor Ramirez to share a few words and accept this commendation on behalf of the air traffic controllers here at San Jose.
Thank you so much. I didn't have a speech ready. I came straight from work today, but I truly appreciate it. We are the ones behind the scenes. When you talk about aviation, when you're taking a flight, you always think about the pilot, because you see the pilot, he's the one that greets you, the ticket agent, they're the ones that collect your tickets, but you forget about the behind the scenes. So I truly appreciate it, and all the air traffic controllers are grateful for this opportunity to kind of be in the limelight. I know sometimes tragic accidents do bring us to the limelight, and that's one of the things that did bring us to the limelight with the accident, but even during the shutdown, we truly appreciate all the organizations, agencies, companies that came out, supported, whether it was lunch, coffee. So we do appreciate that because, yeah, being in a shutdown for 40 days plus without pay, it made a lot of impact on our families and our daily lives. So we are so grateful. And remember, next time you guys are flying or getting to your destination, there's people behind the scenes that do a lot of this work and trying to make sure that we get you guys there safely, smoothly. Hopefully, don't blame us for being delayed. It's not us. Most of the time it's weather, but the pilots will blame the air traffic controllers. But thank you again.
All right, thank you all very much. We are on to orders of the day. Do any colleagues have suggested changes to today's printed agenda? Councilmember Casey?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 10.1, please.
Okay, that's off land use consent?
Please.
Okay, well, when we get to land use consent, we will do that. You got, no, appreciate the heads up. Any other changes to the printed agenda? Not seeing any. We do have an adjournment today. Today we'll be adjourning today's meeting in honor of Father Peter Pabst, S.J. Today I want to take a moment to remember and honor the life of Father Peter Pabst, who passed away in May. A man whose faith, compassion, humor, and unwavering belief in young people touched countless lives here in San Jose. Father Peter Gerard Pabst was born in St. Paul, Minnesota, in 1954, and his impact here in San Jose began in 1986 after being ordained a priest in San Francisco. Part of his ministry included serving at Bellarmine and as a resident minister at Santa Clara University, experiences that helped him find his gift for connecting with young people, helping them see possibilities for their lives that they couldn't yet see for themselves. That gift was at the heart of his most important life's work. In 2000, Father Pabst founded the Sacred Heart Nativity Schools, opening new doors for students from low-income families. Then, in 2013, he took on another ambitious mission as the founding president of Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School. Father Pabst believed deeply that a family's income should never determine whether a young person has access to an excellent education or the opportunity to build a bright future. Under his leadership as founding president and later as chancellor, Cristo Rey San Jose has helped hundreds of students become the first in their families to attend college. That is an extraordinary legacy. But anyone who knew Father Pabst knows that his impact can't be measured just by the institutions he built or the number of students who he helped get on the path to college. Service was deeply personal to him. He found tremendous joy in people. He was proud of his students and alumni and those who supported them. And he stayed connected with former students long after they graduated, sometimes even officiating their weddings. His warmth, infectious energy, and sense of humor made people feel welcome, while his faith inspired them to believe in themselves and what was possible for their lives. Today, we honor Father Pabst not only for his service and what he built, but for how he made people feel, seen, supported, encouraged, and loved. On behalf of the City of San Jose, I want to extend our deepest condolences to Father Pabst's family, and to the many students, colleagues, friends, and loved ones whose lives he profoundly touched. And now, I'd like to invite Kayla Quinto, a Cristo Rey alum, to share a few words about Father Pabst. Welcome.
Thank you. I recently had a question posed to me, and that is, who have you met that changed the course of your life? For me, it was a man who had a vision of providing resources, access, and opportunity to kids in East San Jose. Reverend Peter Pabst believed that education was the great equalizer to give these students a chance to get out of poverty. In 2012, Reverend Peter Pabst became the president of Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School, where he continued to wear many hats to support the school's mission to help students get to and through college, and to be set on a path toward a sustainable, fulfilling future. Under his leadership, 100% of Cristo Rey alums have been admitted to four-year universities, with most the first in their families to pursue higher education. They start their college career with professional experience gained through a corporate work-study program that partners with companies across multiple industries in Silicon Valley, including nonprofits, tech giants, healthcare, and educational institutions where students work for 1 day a week, obtaining valuable communication, organizational, and interpersonal skills needed in the workplace. I had the opportunity to graduate from Cristo Rey's inaugural class in 2018, where I graduated with over 1,000 hours of work experience as an intern at Cisco Systems and acceptance and scholarship to Santa Clara University. I've since grown in my career at Stanford University for the past 4.5 years, where I am a talent development coordinator helping our staff grow professionally and obtain skills meaningful to their careers. And in 2024, I started my own small business providing career coaching for early in career first-generation professionals, where I have been able to help over 100 people understand and navigate the job search process. But I'm not the only one who has been able to reap the benefits of getting access to the resources Cristo Rey provided for its students, as over 150 alum have been rehired by Cristo Rey work-study partners for internships and professional work. With Cristo Rey's 5th graduating class earning degrees from 4-year colleges this year, alumni are entering the workforce not only with a degree, but extensive work experience and a professional network of mentors and champions. None of this would have been possible without Reverend Peter Pabst's vision to create opportunities for students in East San Jose. His passion to serve under-resourced families should be recognized and remembered for its extraordinary impact on the community. I'm proud to be an alumna from Cristo Rey, and I'm thankful for Reverend Pabst's contributions to make dreams possible for many students and families in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. We really appreciate you being here to share how Father Pabst impacted your life and that of hundreds of other students. I know we're also joined by leaders, Jesuits, school leaders, educators, staff from Santa Clara University, Cristo Rey Jesuit High School, and Sacred Heart Nativity Schools. I just want to thank you all for being here. If you'd like to stand up, we'll just thank you for your service in our community. I know Peter Pabst had a big impact on your lives. Okay, you don't have to stand up, but thank you all for being here. All right. Thank you again for being here to help honor a great man who had an incredible impact in our community. We're going to move on now to our closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report from closed session today.
Okay, thank you. I know we have a number of folks here who want to comment on an item coming up a little later. I do, since we have folks who may not have been here in the past, I just want to note that if you would like to speak, we would appreciate if you would fill out a comment card. Our clerk We'll call out your names. The comment cards are down here at the bottom of the amphitheater seating, and also up at the top. So if you would fill out a card and make clear which item on the agenda you want to speak on, that'll help us be more efficient. Thank you all. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items council members would like to pull from consent? Not seeing any. Do we have a motion? Great, thank you. Tony, do we have public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, I do. I have currently 3 cards in person and 5 hands online. Before I call names, as a reminder, speakers must comply with the city's code of conduct for public meetings. Please direct comments to the body, limit remarks to the agenda item. In this case, it's the consent calendar as a whole, even if you submitted more than 1 card for an item. You will speak 1 minute on all of the items. Conduct that materially disrupts the meeting or interferes with others' ability to participate may result in muting or removal as authorized by law. If you are participating by telephone, you press *9 to raise your hand. And I actually see the 3 cards I have in person are for the same person. So America, please come on down. You have 1 minute to speak on all 3 items. And then online, I'll move to Dave, followed by Blair.
I'm sorry, if you want to speak on this item, you can come down. You will have 1 minute. The agenda is posted online, as always. I understand. You have 1 minute on this item. This is the consent calendar.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the online
We'll go
people.
to online first. Go ahead.
Dave, followed by Blair.
Go ahead. Dave, followed by Blair.
Dave, go ahead. Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair, followed by Connie.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Boy, it's nice to appear on Zoom again here in San Jose. I'm living in San Diego for the past 4 years. Thank you for working with the state of California to allow Zoom again, and hopefully we can have a hopeful good public decorum and public process with the future of Zoom. It's a really good democratic community tool. Thank you. I wanted to comment on the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center that you're going to be approving today. I hope there can be a comment from someone from council, what exactly we are doing with the future of NICRIC things. They've just been caught with San Francisco, giving federal agencies carte blanche to data collection practices. And they've been then spying on people and spying on our immigrant communities in really large numbers. What is San Jose's response to that? How are you going to work on that? I'll talk more about this item at...
Connie, followed by America, in person.
Hello, my name is Connie. Good morning, Mayor and council members. I am speaking on consent item 10.1A. I asked
Connie,
council.
I'm sorry, we're not on the land use consent right now. So
Oh.
for those people who are online, if you're here to speak about 10.1A, we're going to get to that next. So I would.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and go to America here in person.
I'm speaking to 3 items today regarding Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. It has something to do with your citizens' quality of life. Therefore, it is illegal to put this under consent agenda. Your staff is trying to do an under the radar pass, so nobody knows what you guys are trying to do with the intelligence center. That needs to be pulled, to be discussed. I wish to pull that. I also wish to pull Resilience Facility Coalition. adoption for the forward climate bond readiness that concerns your citizens' property taxes. You're trying to make them pay more taxes again. And she is again trying to pass this under the radar. I wish to pull that for your citizens to discuss in open public discussion. I also wish to pull your heritage tree list to be discussed, because heritage tree list has sentimental feelings and values to your citizens who are founding citizens. So to
Okay, that's your time. Brian online, followed by not fine in person. I think the applause may have drowned out that I called a person in.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hold on, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
After Brian is not fine, come on down. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, ma'am. I sent a letter about the tree thing, and I know we're going to be sticking to 1 minute. I would like to remind everybody that Mr. Binkman has been bringing up the security issues and data being shared for many, 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 many years. And for many, 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 many years, Mr. Binkman has been ignored. And he has been correct pretty much about all of it. And so now councils are having to go back and finish. I would just humbly suggest that maybe people listen to us just once in a while. That sounded rude, I'm sorry. That make it clear that you're hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Not fine. Did you come down? It's anonymous. It just says not fine for the name. Okay, I'm going to move on to Alec. Again, this is for regular consent, not 10.1. Alec online.
Sorry, I think I'm in for the other one then. You can pass me for now.
And then Amy. Are you also 10.1?
Hi, can you hear me? No,
Yes.
I'm talking about public safety and the data centers.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Amy. I grew up in Santa Clara County, and I'm a survivor of a live torture basement. I was placed in special victims unit, and I've been in relocation programs for 25 years. I've been trying to turn in reports of child trafficking at the San Jose SJPD lobby, who have been blocking me time and time again. Internal Affairs picked up my case, and they did the investigation. They found out the police officers were found guilty and disciplined them. And to this day, I still haven't been able to enter in my evidence. And withholding evidence from the multi-state investigation, naming my abuser as a suspect, is called obstruction of justice. And I'm receiving violent retaliation.
Okay, thank you. And the in-person speaker didn't come down, so I'm going to go back to council. That's all.
Okay, great. I do just want to note for the record, since we have a number of people here and I heard some applause, that item 2.9, which is on consent, is a very simple and very small reimbursement from the County of San Mateo to our police department for services we rendered it related to intelligence around human trafficking and terrorism. It's a pretty routine item, probably doesn't need a lot of discussion or debate. And the other is the ability for the city to apply for grant funding for some resilience work that we'd be doing, also a very modest amount of money. So that's why we have a consent calendar, is to be efficient and allow time for the public to comment and for us to discuss and debate the big policy questions that this council needs to weigh in on. So don't want anyone to think we're hiding the ball here. So on the consent calendar and the items that have been posted since last week, we had a motion. Do we have any further discussion? I'm not seeing any. So Tony, let's vote on the consent calendar, please.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to the land use consent calendar, and Councilmember Casey, I think, requested to poll and comment on item 10.1A. Is that correct? Councilmember Casey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions for staff, if they're available. I'll start while you guys are coming down. So the current PD, there's some questions as to whether or not it designates the permanent open space for the 565 acres and how this conforming rezoning would impact that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. We brought a whole cast of characters to answer your questions. So currently there's a PD zoning in place. It's an older zoning that allowed for the specific prior use, which is the IBM Almaden Research Facility on a portion of this site. And then the balance of that PD zoning preserved open space, on the 500 plus acres surrounding it. Since then, obviously, we've updated the general plan, the underlying general plan designations to be consistent with that. Under the research facility, we included the IP, the industrial park designation. And so this rezoning would preserve both the open space as open space and then the research park as IP or industrial park. Moving forward. So we believe it's consistent with the general plan approvals that have already taken place and consistent with the types of uses that we've seen historically on this site.
Okay, so to be clear, the open space, the 565 acres, will remain permanent open space with this. Okay.
Correct.
And then the second is as it relates to the potential for the industrial portion of 35 acres or so to be at some point a data center, and how this conforming rezoning would impact that.
So the conforming rezoning would allow uses consistent with the industrial park designation, which include data center with the issuance of a special use permit. So that's a discretionary permit that requires full secret clearance and would go to a director's hearing with public outreach and the opportunity for the public to comment. It's then appealable to the Planning Commission from that point.
So to be clear, they would still have to apply, they would still go through a process that would include public input, and this does not rubber stamp that a data center being built there.
That's correct.
Okay. There is some conversations about having citywide guidelines as they apply to data centers. Would this in any way prevent this project, the potential data center, from conforming to those guidelines or being involved?
It would not, no. So I'll check with staff, but I believe we have received an application at this point. Have we not received? So we haven't received an application at this point. We've received, I think, a prelim and had discussions with applicants considering the use. Typically a special use permit could range anywhere from 6 to 9 months for a typical process. To the extent that it involves an environmental impact report, which again, a lot of the data centers that we're processing require a full environmental impact report. It would likely take considerably longer, and so the approval for that special use permit would likely come after the adoption of the citywide standards on data centers.
Great, okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember, appreciate it. Let me turn to Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you. On the same item, I'm just wondering if there are objective planning standards, and why is this coming to us now?
Good afternoon, Munira Sandhir, Deputy Director of Planning. So the conforming rezoning is an application, and therefore it's being brought to council. We do have design standards for projects that would come in the future at the site, but the rezoning only allows for consistency between the existing zoning on site and the general plan designation. So it expands the kinds of uses that could be allowed there under the industrial park general plan land use designation, but without an application, it's hard to say what kind of design standards would apply.
Right. So I'm just wondering, we received information from several groups that are very concerned about this, and perhaps it's just a matter of understanding what this is and what this is not. And so they have asked for a deferral, and since there's no urgency to this and there's no project to this, would a 30-day sort of hold be a problem?
Yeah, I think it might be worth asking the applicant. I think the applicant has put this proposal in to identify a clearer path of what kind of uses could be allowed on that site.
So there is a project? So there is a project?
Not at the moment.
Councilmember, if I can just expand on this. So obviously, IBM have decided to dispose of the site. There's been a number of conversations that have been in play regarding this property around the future use. So as the planning
Beyond what?
So the property owner, IBM, who owns the facility, is looking to dispose of the site, right? So they're no longer continuing their operations. So we've had a number of different groups that have inquired about different types of uses on this site. So it's very typical that we would see on a project like this that the applicant would rezone the property, to make it consistent with the general plan and allow the full range of uses. As I said earlier, when it was previously adopted, it was a very narrow PD zoning that just included research and development. So they're looking to, maximize the opportunity through sale of the site.
So they're going to sell the property? Is that,
they are going to sell the property, yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and it's more valuable if the zoning is different?
So
I'm just wondering, what the urgency is to this.
Right, and so I don't believe
because we've been asked to consider deferring this to allow for more, the groups who are concerned about it, more information, right? So I'm just sort of weighing, if there's no urgency, there are no objective planning standards, what's the rush?
So, from our perspective, we're just trying to move applications through on a timely basis. I think, as Manira stated, I would encourage you to ask that question of the applicant to see what.
And I'm going to give the applicant 5 minutes as soon as council's asked their preliminary questions.
Okay.
Okay, great. I think Councilman, you'll wait for the applicant.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other preliminary questions? Okay. So, as is our practice with land use items, the applicant will have 5 minutes. Then we'll go to public comment, and we'll come back. We'll come back to the council. Eric? Tony, are we just waiting to get something up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Okay, you'll have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Mahan, members of the council. My name is Eric Shanow. I represent the IBM site rezoning. First of all, we want to thank city staff for all their time to get the application here. We have two parallel goals on this effort. One is to preserve the open space as it exists today, no changes to the open space. Second, to allow the industrial site to be put back into economic use in an efficient manner quickly. A vacant site would be susceptible to vandalism and homeless starting fires in the building, which we experience all over our city. On the screen, on the left is the existing general plan, which is 565 acres of open space and 35 acres of industrial. On the right is our proposed zoning, exactly the same, 565 acres of open space and 35 acres of industrial park. This is from the staff report. It's appropriate to follow the adopted general plan of the city and the adopted zoning code of the city. The image on the screen is the San Jose zoning code. What it says is, when the general plan designation is industrial park, which the 35 acres is, then the zoning should be IP on the right side of the screen. When the general plan is open space, parkland, and habitat, then the zoning should be open space, OS zoning, on the right side of the screen. So all this request is to align the zoning with the general plan. Why is this important? The property needs to be brought into the 21st century. This specialized zoning for IBM was adopted back in the 80s and is very narrow. just for research and parking. And this document, this image is the actual general development plan from the zoning. As you can see, very crude, very simple, and it leaves a lot of opportunities off the table. So here are the challenges and the protections. To attract investment and financing, we have to have a logical and predictable process with no risks or roadblocks. The current PD zoning is too limited. It just says research, leaving things off the table. And it's uncertain about what the city would allow under research and 17 acres of parking that we probably don't need anymore. Sample uses in the current zoning code that wouldn't be allowed in the PD zoning: laboratory processing, light manufacturing and assembly, general office, R&D office, medical office. Those are all reasonable things that could be done on this property, but you can't do it under the current zoning. It's important to note that any future proposals that are special use or conditional use would require community engagement, a CEQA review process, city department review, and public hearing. Any future CEQA appeals on any of these future decisions are appealable to the City Council. So in the end of the day, the City Council is in control and you have final say of what happens on the property. As far as zoning and general plan, only the City Council can ever change the zoning and the general plan. So if the zoning is open space, it remains open space until the City Council says otherwise. So today, the Council can make a clear statement by approving this zoning that you want to keep the 565 acres as open space, and you want the industrial park area to be successful by allowing it to have modern zoning standards that the modern world will invest in. That's the urgency, is we're trying to attract investment and financing so that this property can be repurposed. Since it's an old property, it's going to take a lot of investment, a lot of work. So that's the urgency, so that we can move the project and not have an empty building out in the open space that catches fire and endangers the open space and the city and the neighborhood. With that, I'm available for any questions, and I've been involved with this site for decades. I was Council Member Dando's Chief of Staff when the housing proposal came forward in '98 and '99, and so I know all about the promise of open space and what that all means. I'm happy to give you that perspective if you'd like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Since we've heard the applicant, I suggest we go to public comment and then come back for council discussion and a motion, if that's okay. Tony, do you have comment cards on this item?
Yes, I have several. Let me read. As a reminder, speakers must comply with the city's code of conduct for public meetings. Please direct comments to the body, limit remarks to the agenda item, and observe the time limit. Conduct that materially disrupts the meeting or interferes with others' ability to participate may result in muting or removal as authorized by law. If you're participating by telephone, press *9 to raise your hand. Additionally, we have about 30 speakers for this item. So we're asking that instead of applause, that you show your support visually, such as jazz hands or thumbs up, so that the speakers further down the line don't have to wait extra time for
Tony, let me emphasize that point. We have a lot of folks here today, and particularly on the following item, we're going to have a lot of strong emotions for and against, and it's going to be a robust discussion. In the interest of respecting everyone's First Amendment rights, allowing us to get to that item and actually get out of here before midnight and have an efficient meeting, we always ask folks to not cheer or boo, or just, if you really want to show your support, you can do this or whatever it is you want to do, but we want to get through the meeting and not keep you here all day, but we do want to hear from you, and we don't want anyone to feel pressured or intimidated. So please, no cheering or booing. Let's let Tony do her job, and let's get through public comment. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, I'm going to call about 5 names. When you hear your name, go ahead and come on down. First person to the microphone, go ahead and speak. You do not have to speak in the order that you're called. Evan Brooks, Jessica, Larry Ames, John. Come on, if your name is, if you heard your name, go ahead and line up over here. First person on the microphone, John Levitt and Cindy H.
Evan Brooks, adjoining property owner. I want to address one claim, that the existing zoning and the proposed zoning protect this open space equally. They do not. Under the current PD zoning, IBM's own application allocates 569 acres exclusively to open space. Adding any other use means amending the PD, a noticed hearing and a vote of this council. After the rezoning, the governing list becomes the zoning code's citywide use table for the OS district. Grading and earth removal, mineral extraction and quarrying, golf courses and shooting ranges are conditional uses there, requiring only a use permit from the Planning Commission. And it reaches you only if someone appeals, and only a property owner within 1,000 feet can appeal. Now that's roughly 200 addresses, and in 1999 alone, 1,250 residents signed petitions about this land. So today, changing the use of this hillside takes a vote of this body. Tomorrow, it takes a use permit. This is not equivalent. Please don't approve this without a recorded easement.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Dan from D10, come on down, and Eric, Eric already spoke. And Monty.
I'm Jessica, and I wrote all of you asking that this rezoning request be paused. What is being presented as a simple conforming rezoning is more nuanced and has many impacts both to the open space and to the industrial portions. In December 1999, our city council approved a motion to find a way to protect IBM's open space in perpetuity. Sadly, that prior council failed to complete what it started, but you must do better in 2026. Do not make the mistake of equating open space zoning with permanent protection. The word permanent means nothing if the open space is not legally tied to a conservation easement, a land trust, or other binding protection. With no immediate development proposal pending, you have the time to secure the open space permanently for future generations. Pause the request now so that the environmental, legal, and land use issues at stake get the proper attention by city leadership and the public.
Thank you. Next speaker. Lena, come on down, and America.
Larry, your mic, there you go.
Is it on now? Okay.
Yes.
Larry Ames, I'm just here to make sure that you consider this property some. I want to see the open space preserved, and if it's just zoned this way, you can change it any given Tuesday. So I want to see you have an easement for it. Also, the development has to be in a certain place. You don't want to shift it around any place up there. Right now it's sheltered in a dip in the top of the mountain, so it's hidden from the surrounding areas. So I don't want to build anyplace else other than there. I just want you to see you consider this thing properly. I just do not want to be rushed through here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. No, go ahead.
I'm a resident of District 10 in Almaden. I strongly oppose the rezoning of the property at 650 Harry Road. Rezoning more than 600 acres of open space on IBM land break the city council's original commitment to keep this land as permanent open space, and disregards the clear opposition of the Almaden community. Although no formal easement currently exists, the responsible step is to defer any decision until council finalizes the 1999 motion protecting this land in perpetuity. The same concern applies to the 35-acre proposed for industrial park use. I respectfully ask that this item be removed from the consent calendar so the public can fully participate. Please postpone action until the permanent open space protections, the data center, and large energy project regulations are complete by this December.
Thank you. That's your time. Helen Brock, come on down, and Carol Peffley.
Dear leaders, I am Dan from D10. Please vote no to the proposed rezoning of 650 Harry Road. San Jose urgently needs to set some standards to protect residents from water and power supply problems before we continue permitting large data centers or other redevelopment at Harry Road. We're allowed large data centers are driving up regional power prices, hurting residents. outcompeting us for water too. Lake Tahoe region residents received 13 months notice that their power wholesaler will cut them off because of a new data center customer. Data center owners must own their additional generating capacity, not buy it on the market. So residents don't pay for new supply and don't pay for stranded generators when the data centers shut down. Water is critically short supply, so only closed-loop water circuits should ever be approved. Okay, let's not have a toxic release like Aaron Brockovich story, okay? San Jose needs an emergency project to define mitigations for data centers over a megawatt and should not rezone to accommodate them until the
Thank you. Next speaker. Josephine, come on down, and then I have an anonymous card.
Please do not vote okay or pass on this particular item. I have no confidence in the management nor the former city council member who is now a lobbyist for a real estate shark that is on this agenda. An item such as this, zone change, should not have been agendized under consent agenda, which is designed to escape public scrutiny. Wealthy real estate sharks deliberately bribe and manipulate city government to make American corporate fail, like San Ramon's Chevron headquarters. Disclosure, I'm not suicidal and I drive safely all the time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Lena Drape with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. We are very grateful for Councilmember Casey pulling this item and for Councilmember Kamei for asking several questions that the Open Space Authority and community members have shared and expressed. Our priority request is for this item to be deferred to allow critical questions to be answered first. First, we ask the city to address the permanent protection of the 565-acre portion of open space on this property that your council in 1999 directed staff to permanently protect as a part of mitigation for the IBM development. While we appreciate the confirmation just previously provided from staff, open space zoning does not equate to permanent protection. Additional action is needed, such as through a conservation easement. Second, we understand that the city needs to address general plan inconsistencies, but as previously alluded to, there's no reason that a rezoning for this site must occur before a project application is put forward, besides increasing the perceived developable value for a sale. Preemptively rezoning the site to enable...
Thank you, that's your time. I'd also like to call Sandy down.
Please take the IBM property off of the consent calendar. There's discussion of data center, and as we all know or have been informed, data centers use a lot of water and electricity. Until San Jose has the opportunity to put guidelines in place to protect the public from misuse of that, I'd like to see this taken off the consent calendar so that we can discuss it, as well as, quite frankly, the open space. We have a critical, sorry everybody, problem with housing. So before we make a general decision to block that property off and put in a data for open space and put in a data center, let's have a discussion about it all. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm looking at this like if it's not changing the building structure and we need housing and we need jobs and different things where it's not going to congest the neighborhood or bring pollutants or harmful things to the community, to consider maybe having more housing. 51% of my taxes go to, property taxes go to education. I don't have a problem with that if we can approve of what the children are being taught. I don't want children being sexualized and getting pregnant. I've been a foster parent. I've had rehabs. I've had different things. So if we can upgrade the community, not build big things in people's backyard. A lady was saying that someone who's not even a national proposed a 750 bed right next to her. I mean, think, would you want to live where people are and there's no setbacks? We have to be practical. That's going to congest the neighborhood. There's enough open land that we can consider it. But if we can utilize this property that's been sitting there and rotting for how long? I used to work at IBM.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Moni. I'm an attorney and a San Jose resident. My work is constitutional and antitrust litigation, which means I read regulations for a living and tell a court whether it sweeps too far or too little. I've read the city's proposed framework, and I fear it's one that should concern this council and your constituents. Two gaps stand out. First, there's no enforcement backbone. If a data center violates its terms, pollutes water, exceeds noise limits, there's no clear review process and no real consequence. Second, there's no aftercare provision. Nothing addresses what happens when an operator simply decides to up and leave. So my question to this city council is, what regulatory story do you want to tell? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, this city has lobbied Sacramento for speed cameras, red light cameras, road diets, flock cameras, and everything else. What you need to lobby Sacramento for is a better utility grid. PG&E doesn't have it. Everybody knows it. If you think that you're going to run a data center here, I got a bridge to sell you. It's not going to work. I saw a smile from the mayor there. And yeah, I mean, you can't even turn a fan on when it gets hot and your power goes out. Do you really think you're going to build this? I mean, it sounds great. I mean, hey, imagine the water bill they're going to get. Anybody got their water bill lately with a $150 surcharge? Can't imagine what it would be like for a data center. Oh yeah, they're going to recycle the water. Sure they are, right? It's not going to work. You know it. Maybe turn this place into a data center. I don't know. But anyway, everybody vote no on new data centers until you have proper electrical grid. It's just that simple.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I have called all of the in-person cards that I've received for this item. If you did not hear your name, please line up. I'm going to move on to the virtual commenters next. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sandy, and I'm a long-term resident of Almaden Valley. First, I want to thank Councilmember Casey for hearing the voices of your constituents and removing the proposed rezoning of 650 Harry from the consent calendar and allowing for some public discussion. However, I want everyone to know that I am still very concerned that we may be making a decision today. I would like to thank, I think it was Councilmember Kamei for asking some astute questions. Thank you. But the issue is, one of many, that many or a significant number of Almaden Valley residents are still not aware of this rezoning or even this meeting today. I am one of less than 100 people who received the postcard.
For time. Steve, come on down.
My name is Steve Munson. I am a geothermal developer. I'm an overeducated redneck with a couple of masters from Stanford, and I develop geothermal power. The last geothermal plant I developed in Nevada is supplying power to Sacramento. The reason I bring this up today is that this rezoning issue deals with carbon, because we don't know who the bidder or the contract party is. We're not sure what's going to happen in terms of the power source for the data center that they intend to put in there. We want to know, if we can hear today, who the bidder will be. And I have provided for the council's view some things that would happen if there were a new bidder that had a very progressive program to offer. So I've listed the kinds of things that we would propose to do out there, which would add.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'm sorry, that's your time.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Jordan. I would like to remind this council and the mayor of their responsibility to their constituents and not to corporate spokespeople like Eric Shanover of IBM. During his 5 minutes of speaking, he focused on the point that the acreage of the IBM Industrial Park will remain the same, but that does not mean that the energy usage of the proposed whatever it is will stay the same. He wants to speed up rezoning for some project that he did not specify what, and he wants it to pass before regulations. I would like to urge this council to put a pause on this rezoning until after regulations are passed. He mentioned bringing into modern times and tax revenue investment. We can also generate tax revenue from increasing a corporate tax and on billionaires. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. When I go to public comment, Brian will be followed by Alice. So Brian at home, be prepared. Go ahead.
Hello. There has been a lot of secrecy around the development of the data centers over the past several months, if not years. At first it was, are there any applicants? No, there aren't any applicants, but here's the applicant. He's going to speak for 5 minutes. Clearly, data centers are being discussed and developed outside of public meetings, in private conversations, without public input. Rezoning is already being moved to the table without any applicants, without any applications. The public needs to have not just input, they need to have decision on whether data centers are built in their communities. Just saying, oh, we're gonna have a public input, that can mean a lot of things. I've been part of public input sessions. They're very small. They don't do a lot, and it's not guaranteed that public input will be taken into account. So please hold off on rezoning this. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian?
First of all, if you use a cell phone or YouTube or anything else, or stuff like this, you're using a data center. So we eventually have to find a way to, I agree it shouldn't have been put on the consent calendar. Thank you for pulling that off. When I saw that it was being pulled off in the consent calendar, I almost fell out of my chair here, because usually I don't think people read the letters. And that's something I wish I don't know, Tony has a hard job, so I appreciate what she's trying to do. My email says it, and everybody else said it far better than I did. Thank you.
Alice, followed by Alec.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. This is Alice Kaufman for Green Foothills. And I want to bring your attention to an issue that has not been mentioned yet. And we mentioned it in a letter that we submitted, but with all the public comment, you may not have seen it. So there is a new state law, SB 131, which creates a total exemption from CEQA for advanced manufacturing facilities, but only if they are located on industrially zoned parcels. So under the current PD zoning, this total CEQA exemption does not apply, but once it's rezoned to industrial park, it would apply. And this advanced manufacturing facility exemption is an extremely broad and vague category of uses. It includes metal recycling, semiconductor manufacturing, lithium battery manufacturing, aerospace and defense manufacturing, and more. So this is why we're asking for this item to be deferred. We really want to work with staff to figure out a way to make sure that CEQA will continue to apply to a project, as was stated previously that it would apply. Thank you.
Alec, followed by Dashiell.
Hello. I support permanently protecting the open space surrounding the former IBM site, but that is not all that this rezoning would do. While approximately 565 acres would receive the open space zoning, another 35 acres would receive broader industrial park zoning, which could open the door to manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, or even a data center with a special use permit. At the same time, the city would eliminate more than 40 years of site-specific plans development controls without telling the public exactly what protections would be lost. We also do not know whether the city ever fulfilled its commitment to secure permanent legal protection from the surrounding open space. Open space zoning alone is not permanent. There's no development application pending. There's no demonstrated urgency. And once these protections are removed, recovering them is difficult. Please remove this item from the consents and delay rezoning until the existing protections, environmental consequences, access road restrictions, and permanent preservation of the open space are fully addressed. Thank you from an Almaden resident.
Dashiell, followed by Linda Hutchins.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm a San Jose resident and the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We ask you to defer rezoning this property. As many community members have already told you, we're concerned that rezoning this land to industrial park could lead to data centers and other harmful industrial uses to be built in this really sensitive area. The city and our communities deserve full disclosure and consideration of the legal, environmental, and land use consequences of this rezoning. More community engagement and disclosure is needed at a minimum. And the city really needs to put its foot forward and disclose its behind-the-scene work that it's doing on data centers and other industrial projects, because we know that there's a lot happening that you just simply aren't telling us until it's too late. So the city needs to do a better job of disclosing that internal work that it's engaging in every week. Thank you.
Serena, followed by Alice.
Hi, this is Serena. I'm a San Jose resident. I'm from District 6, but I wanted to come and just say I'm in support of open space and protecting habitat, and especially this area is a very botanically interesting area. Just go and experience the land. I mean, if you're standing out there in Almaden Valley, you can see the poppies on this hillside. It's incredible. And I'm concerned about industrial development in this area, and specifically data centers, and how is that going to impact the habitat, and just echoing what Alice was saying about CEQA and these loopholes that people are trying to get through. So please protect open space and defer the rezoning. Thank you.
Alice, followed by Dave.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm highly skeptical of the claim made by the proponent of this rezoning that CEQA will be applied when a specific project is considered. No doubt developers will take advantage of the new CEQA loophole, the new CEQA exemption that was opened by SB 131 for the very poorly defined category advanced manufacturing to build without any CEQA review. The council should remove this item from the consent calendar, which this has received only the most cursory consideration, and do not make a rezoning decision until thorough study and solicitation of community input has been done.
Okay, thank you. Dave, followed by Linda. Dave, are you there? Okay, I'm going to go to Linda.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Linda Hutchins-Knowles with Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley. We ask you not to defer the decision on rezoning. Thank you to Councilmember Casey for pulling this item and to Councilmember Kamei for inquiring about deferring the rezoning. This is too consequential a decision to rush. It's essential that you act first to permanently protect the open space, since open space zoning is not permanent. Don't be fooled by reassurances that it's not really a zoning change. Research in parking is much less impactful on habitat than other industrial uses. I want to echo Alice Kaufman's concern about SB 131, the state law that exempts all, quote, advanced manufacturing facilities from CEQA. This is opening the Pandora's box. Don't let that happen. There's no rush. Take your time to truly understand the impacts of your decisions. I want to conclude with some comments that Lena from Open Space Authority did not have time to finish in her comment. Basically, because the current zoning is consistent with the general plan and that it allows us the uses with the GP designation, CEQA review is necessary for you to even change the zoning of the status.
Sherry, followed by Blair.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Shani Kleinhaus with the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance. We sent you a joint letter which expressed several concerns, and we remain concerned. I would like to reiterate and emphasize the comments made here regarding the impacts of SB 131, these law-exempt advanced manufacturing projects that are proposed on industrially zoned land from CEQA, and this is very consequential for the community, both the environmental community, but also all the residents and all the wildlife and open space in that area. I would like to point out that the general plan specifically allows PD zoning to continue or to be on places that have unusual characteristics. And the IBM campus does have unusual characteristics. This is why so many people are here, even though this was supposed to be a consent item. So robust community outreach is needed.
Blair, followed by Sue.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I hope I don't step on anyone's toes to try to address kind of the mechanics of this item. The planning director seems to be saying that you guys need to have a review process, a permit process in order for an open democratic process to take place, where Councilperson Kamei and other councilpersons may feel that, you know, this needs a bit more discussion and time, and it can't be rushed. So a real good luck that I'm on the side of this item, sort of item, not be rushed, and we work towards an open public meeting process to really decide the future of digital centers for ourselves. The zoning questions of this item, I suppose kind of like the flea market item, where we have a community process to help build what can be the future of this area and not go straight to the permit process in order to solve the issue. Thank you.
Sue, followed by Roland.
Hi, I've lived within half a mile of the entrance to this property for over 30 years. I'd like to point out that if the rezoning request for IBM is granted today, the data center application can then be quickly submitted before new rules are announced, which will exempt the data center from the regulatory oversight the city is currently formalizing. Please defer consideration of this rezoning request until after new data center rules have been completed and are in force. A development on this property really needs to be done with full disclosure, community input, and clear rules. This is an inappropriate forum for the magnitude of issues that this land use and its history represent to the public and to the city. Please defer this decision. This needs to be made with careful consideration and input from Almaden Valley residents.
Roland, followed by Connie.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Roland Lebrun. I live in Santa Teresa, 1 mile from Bernal Road. I actually support the applicant's request, but I also support everybody else's request for, hearing this at a later date. I used to work for IBM. This research center was used as an R&D and laboratory for the last 40 years. It is supported by a massive data center from day one. But nobody outside IBM knows about it because the data center is actually inside the building. Now, with regards to cooling, these data centers were so powerful that 40 years ago, IBM used them at night to burn in thermal conduction module because they were the first computers that used water for cooling. And last thing, I would like Bernal Road to be reopened so that we can drive from Santa Teresa to Almaden Valley. Thank you.
Connie, followed by Jessica.
Hello, my name is Connie. Good morning, Mayor and council members. I urge council to defer the rezoning of the former IBM Almaden Research Center, and I ask for extensive community outreach. It is clear that many development groups have been discussing IBM sale. Therefore, it is critical to allow community input as well, and to take the steps to permanently protect the area as it was originally planned. Many people have spoken on this and have left you with enough information to realize that you really need to stop and think before you make a decision on this. Thank you.
Jessica, followed by Dr. Carla. Jessica Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jessica. I'm here to ask for this to be postponed after hearing the gentleman from IBM speak. It is more clear to slow this process down and there is no need to rush. We have already seen what is happening to our city by the sale of the land of Great America. Just like that land with what do you call it? The person that bought it most likely will turn that into a data center or warehouses. We don't need to sell this land and give up what beauty it has. Thank you.
Dr. Carlo, followed by Kat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so I am a San Jose resident, and I'm definitely opposed to the data centers and pushing this through now. We already know, just looking at the news in different cities that currently have data centers, that they are posing air pollution issues, energy consumption, emission issues, water consumption issues, public health issues. So we don't need to make any rash decisions. We need to let everyone have a say. And why not just keep the land as it is? Like, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Kat, followed by Jill.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Katrina. I'm also known as Kat, and I urge the City Council to defer this item and prioritize the long-term well-being of San Jose residents over short-term economic gains that will create lasting environmental degradation, health impacts, and water scarcity that our community cannot afford. I respectfully demand that the Council to explicitly exclude data center development from this rezoning decision until the city has set in stone standards with legally binding enforcement, delved into cumulative public health impact analysis of planned and proposed data centers, and has established community protection with legally binding consequences as core requirements. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jill, followed by Dave.
I worked at IBM starting back in 1989. I was actually at the Santa Teresa laboratory, but we had frequent meetings over at, some meetings over at Almaden, plus some friends were over there. We'd go over there a lot and go hiking, take walks in that area. The thing is, I want to point out that even if it's, quote, only, end quote, a 35-acre area that they're talking about presently for industrial use, you can't have, the road that's there now is a two-lane road for ordinary vehicles. Obviously, if there's a new development there, new industrial uses, the road would be completely, would have to change and widen and everything like that. Plus, I just want to point out, it's a foolish idea a foolish place for industrial development is right in the middle of hundreds of acres of open space. Thank you very much.
Dave, followed by Venkata. Dave,
can you hear me this time?
I can hear you this time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Dave Pochel, resident of the Santa Teresa neighborhood from the late 80s until 93 when I became a resident of Almaden Valley. In 99, I had conversations with my council member and probably Eric and participated in community meetings about a proposed sale for the development of some of the IBM's open space. The sale was canceled when it became clear that IBM had committed to a permanent open space restriction as part of the Almaden Research Center development. The council committed to permanent open space in perpetuity. It's critical in terms of public governance, protection of the serpentine habitat, historic barn, rock walls, contribution to the quality of the adjacent Santa Teresa County Park, that the open space remains open space in perpetuity. Please defer. Thank you very much.
Venkata online, followed by Roberta Moore in person. So Roberta, go ahead and come on down. And Venkata, go ahead. I see you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Okay, I'm going to go to Roberta Moore in person.
Hi, thank you. I'm Roberta Moore from D10, and first I want to acknowledge you for setting standards for environmental protections with AI data centers. I just want some facts. 116 million gallons of water per year and 876 million kilowatt hours per year. So we have electrical issues, water issues, and we have traffic issues out there. So please if you ignore all this feedback, please make the company pay for this and fix these problems. And please require they pay for an in-house, no water cooling system. Thank you.
Catherine Matheson, come on down.
Hello. I've lived all my life in San Jose. Since 1950, we've lived in the same house in the Rose Garden. And I hate to see this proposal that you're presenting happen and destroy our historical neighbors. There's so many other ideas. I have a degree in biology and forestry and a master's in landscape architecture and helped Singapore create their garden city, so I know what I'm talking about. Different ideas. Put housing
Ma'am, I'm sorry. This is just the IBM site. I think you're talking about the land use item we're taking up later today.
I'm talking about what?
This item we're on is the IBM site and the potential rezoning of that one site. I think you may be speaking to the general plan review item.
Oh, okay. So
that'll be coming up.
Can I throw?
You can come back up when we get to that item. If you're speaking to the IBM item, I'll give you the rest of your time. You were talking about housing and landscaping. I think this is probably not the IBM item. Great. Okay, we'll come back to you when we get to that item. Thank you. Tony, do we have more public speakers?
Back to council.
Okay. All right, well, thank you to everyone who weighed in. We're coming back to council. I did just want to note, since a few people referenced it, for those who may not be following it as closely, specifically on data centers, the council has instructed city staff to initiate a process over the rest of this year of community engagement, starting with a listening session this week, in fact, tomorrow evening, where while we already have some of the strictest standards in the country, the idea is in every category of concern, can San Jose be the national leader and have the highest standards and really ensure that we're protecting all of the interests the community's expressed. On this specific site, which is the IBM facility out on Harry Road, I do want to come back to the council member for District 10 and give him the floor once again, and we'll continue with the council deliberation. Councilmember Casey.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody that came out and you folks on Zoom as well. I know this is an important piece of property. All the properties are important in San Jose, but the open space component and the fact that this is located in a beautiful area, I understand the concern. But I just wanted to ask staff or the attorneys, this is an eventuality in terms of us having to do this conforming rezoning. If we don't do it now, it's going to happen eventually anyway, correct, sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
So there's no stopping this?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Given that, is there a way that we can somehow direct staff to pursue the easement for the conservation easement, have that be part of this proceeding?
So we can absolutely pursue that. It requires us to work obviously with the property owner, and the property owner is willing to offer up that easement, but it's certainly something we can explore with them.
Eric, do you mind if I pull Eric down? Eric, you're nodding your head that the property owner would be open to pursuing an easement on the open space?
I just want to be clear that we're in a transition period, right? IBM still owns the property.
Right.
So we can't be making commitments for IBM's property. But should the property change ownership, the new owners would be interested in having that discussion, obviously.
Okay. I think that the issue here, though, is, as was stated, this is an eventuality anyway. This is something that's coming down the pike. I'm interested in having the property pay taxes, be developed into something that's going to be productive for us economically, rather than just sitting there dormant. There's nothing I've heard here so far from staff and the attorneys that this open space is somehow in jeopardy or that we foreclosed on any opportunity to have that easement at some point in time. Right now, this decision preserves the open space as is. So I'm not sure what the concern is at the moment from the community. And in addition to that, we're not actually having a conversation about data centers right now. This is a step towards that. I want to acknowledge that. But we're not having a data center conversation at the moment. We're just doing what the state is requiring us in terms of conforming this zoning to meet our guidelines, our general plan. So with that, I'll make a motion to support or the rezoning.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a second from Councilmember Cohen. Can I ask staff, just on that point of information, can you expound a little bit for the public on why this is an eventuality, just in terms of realigning the zoning? It would be helpful if you all would, we are in here constantly doing rezonings because of state law. Can you please share more about what we are mandated by state law to do and what we're not mandated to do?
So there is state law SB 1333 that requires for charter cities conforming rezoning and alignment between the zoning and the general plan. So the city has been taking different batches of sites across the city and bringing them before council to align our zoning and the general plan. Since this application is proposed by a private entity, we have brought this up as part of that application, but ultimately the city is tasked to have conforming zoning throughout the city.
Okay, and I'll turn to other colleagues who want to speak in just a moment. I'm guessing all of us want to see the open space. I know Councilor Casey cares deeply about this. Want to see the open space there that IBM intended to keep open space forevermore, see that protected. Can you share a little more about, if we do move forward with this conforming rezoning, the protections for open space and what would actually, just share a little more. I heard a concern about it. What would that process look like should someone, say a future owner, try to change that zoning?
Yes, absolutely. So if there was a future proposal to change the zoning for that open space, it would also need a general plan amendment, first of all. So that does require council approval. It requires environmental review and the due process, so public input through that process. In addition, the open space zoning that's currently in the PD zoning, in the planned development zoning, is actually less restrictive than the city's general plan open space designation.
Can you say that again?
So the existing open space zoning is less...
In the PD?
In the PD is less restrictive than our general plan open space designation, because the general plan requires that any structures in an open space designation has to come forward with a conditional use permit.
I see. So the rezoning, the portion going to open space actually would be more restrictive than what it currently is.
Correct.
Okay. If anything, I would note, this may not offer solace to those who are deeply concerned, although I would say, if anything, the trend has been toward creating and protecting more open space, not less. That has been the steady trend now for many years. Okay, thanks for clarifying. I think that added some helpful context. Let me turn now to other colleagues. Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you so much to all who came out to give your thoughts on this item, and thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Casey, who leads this. One of the things that I'm aware is while the open space, there are some protection, the only way to ensure it really is if you do have a permanent conservation easement on it. And I just want to get clarification on that point. We cannot require an applicant as a part of their rezoning to require a conservation easement on something that has been known to be permanent open space.
Is that a question for the city attorney or for?
Well, whoever wants to give me the right answer.
So the easement would require both parties to come to some agreement, so we cannot require
Okay, so we
easement being-
can't make that as a requirement of the rezoning?
Correct.
Okay, that makes it very clear. I think that it is unfortunate that in this circumstance, we're not allowing more time. I would have liked to have seen more time, as was requested by some of the letters that we received, because I think that, while, yes, we want to update it and all of that, I think that having conversations with the community of what is being done is appropriate. Right? I mean, this application is not going to turn around, or we're not going to have something there, like right away. So, I do think it's important to have that community input. I mean, even if it's like 2 weeks or what have you, simply because it allows the community to better understand where we're going. I will not be supporting the motion unless Councilmember Casey wants to wait 2 weeks to allow people to get an understanding, further understanding. I was not aware of SB 131, so I just think that it's important to have that community input. But I don't know if you would allow a 2-week hold off.
I appreciate community input. I think bad news doesn't age well, and that community input is not going to actually change anything. I don't want to be performative about it and just give folks an opportunity to vent when they're not going to actually change anything.
Excuse me. Please don't boo or cheer during council deliberations, or we'll have to ask you to leave the chamber. Go ahead, council member.
Yeah, so just for that reason, I mean, it's not going to change anything. This is an eventuality that's going to happen. So I appreciate, and we did receive the input, but I don't see how that input's going to actually change the ultimate decision.
Yeah, no, I understand. I thought that would be helpful. I also think that in the meantime, the applicant and the owners would perhaps think about, I know we can't require it, but would think about, what might be possible in terms of a voluntary conservation easement. That way then you know for sure, right? For those coming in, those going out. So, yes. But thank you for your thoughts.
But I also think there's an opportunity, if they do come back for the industrial portion, to have that conversation before we approve whatever they decide to do with the industrial part. We can have that be a condition and have that conversation at that time, which I think is more appropriate than at this moment.
Thank you.
Thanks, council member. Let's go to Councilmember Campos next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for my colleagues, Councilmember Casey for pulling this item, Councilmember Kamei for your questions, and the members of the community who came out to engage with us on this item. I just have 2 questions that I want to ask staff, and the first is for more information about SB 131 and the CEQA exemptions for certain industrial uses.
I can start, and then I'll see if David Keon, our principal planner, wants to chime in. So SB 131 went into effect last July and allows for, the state essentially has allowed for exemptions for advanced manufacturing uses from the California Environmental Quality Act, so from environmental review. And so this particular site, how SB 131 could potentially affect it is that if the IP rezoning is approved, then there could be certain very limited advanced manufacturing uses within the IP zoning table that are allowed that may be exempt from those requirements. However, the general plan, the IP general plan designation at a programmatic level already allows for those uses. David?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Campos. David Keon, Principal Planner on the city's Environmental Review Team. So SB 131, as Manera said, is a statutory exemption approved by the state that exempts a very targeted group of land use, actually projects, under the umbrella of advanced manufacturing. It's things like nanotechnology, biotechnology, research and development, involving some sort of manufacturing. It's very limited. I do want to mention and reiterate that it does not include most of the land uses allowed in the industrial park zoning district, such as offices, warehouses, and data centers. Those are not within the group of projects that would be exempt under SB 131 statutory exemption. So projects that proceed, if there was to be a project that was to proceed on the site under the industrial park zoning designation, it would have to go through its own CEQA process at that time. And for example, a data center would have to go through its own full environmental review process at that time.
Thank you, David and Manira, for that response. And then this second question is kind of also a request. So, given what we heard about not being able to require the conservation easement of the future property owner, can staff guarantee that you will provide the information that they need to be informed about that option that they have? I don't know if that's common practice, but for this project, is that something that staff could ensure that the project applicant or the next property owner knows that a conservation easement is a request of the community and that they have that information?
Yes, Councilmember, absolutely.
Thank you for confirming that. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councilmember. I appreciate it. Let's turn now to Councilmember Tordillos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for clarifying the process for actually pursuing the conservation easement. I wanted to follow up, since it was just referenced a couple times, about some of the commitments made by a previous council back in the 90s to pursue permanent protection of the open space. What is your take on that history? Is the history here essentially that council made a recommendation that was not legally enforceable, or was it too ambiguous, kind of what council was intending?
So again, Councilmember, I apologize, I'm just trying to get to a better mic. The previous direction came through a memo by then Councilmember Dando that directed staff to pursue a conservation easement. So obviously we don't have all of the records of the conversations that occurred after that, but it does require both parties to be willing to pursue that. And so the eventuality is that we don't have that, so we can only assume at this point that no agreement was reached.
Thank you. And then just to follow up on Councilmember Casey's point, is this something that could be potentially added as a condition for any future actual project application on the industrially zoned portion of the site?
So again, it would be similar direction to pursue it. That's certainly something that we can engage with an applicant with prior to approval of that application and just sort of see what their willingness is to have the conversation and then do some follow-up work around that.
Thank you. I think it's clear that obviously the community itself, but also many of us up here, would like to see some firmer protections for the open space component here. So whatever form that takes, I'm hopeful that if an actual project application comes back on this site, that we can collectively move towards better protections for this open space. But in the meantime, it is good to at least know that the general plan open space designation will include some additional safeguards that are not present under the existing PD zoning. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. I don't see any other hands. So, Tony, I think we're ready to vote on the motion by Councilmember Casey.
Motion passes 9-2 with Kamei and Campos voting no.
Okay, thank you, Tony. We are on to our next item. That was land use consent. We're on to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We're on to item 3.3. This is the Housing Department Loan Portfolio Audit Report. Take a moment for city staff to move down to the box. And Joe, when you and the team are ready, go ahead and get started.
Yes. So good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Allison Pauley, Adrian Perez, and Maria Valle to present our audit on affordable multifamily housing loan portfolio. Clearer goals and stronger oversight would improve monitoring. Also in the box is Eric Sullivan from the Housing Department. Affordable housing serves low to moderate income residents in the city of San Jose. And to support the development of affordable multifamily housing, the city's housing department provides loans to developers for the construction of new properties and the preservation of existing properties. Along with the loans come restrictions on tenant rents and income to ensure that the units remain affordable. Over the life of the agreement and the affordability period, housing staff are expected to verify that property owners repay loans, meet affordability restrictions, and maintain buildings. At the time of the audit, the permanent loan portfolio totaled over $745 million, with nearly 25,000 units with active loans, affordability restrictions, or were in the pipeline across roughly 220 properties. Many loans were recorded before 2012 and are also subject to regulations from lenders and government agencies, including the state and the federal government. The objective of this audit was to assess housing's processes for managing the affordable housing loan portfolio, including loan servicing and compliance monitoring. As described in the city's adopted operating budget, in addition to providing loans, housing manages and oversees the city's affordable housing loan portfolio, including loan servicing and monitoring and compliance of deed-restricted apartments. Housing's role is to provide asset management, which involves monitoring the financial performance of properties and the overall portfolio, which differs from property management, which relates to the day-to-day operations of a property. Housing conducts multiple types of oversight, including financial reviews where staff examine audited financial statements, operating budgets, and other documentation required to be submitted by property owners. Affordability restriction monitoring, where property managers are expected to submit rent rolls with rent levels and tenant income information to housing staff. The staff then check whether the rents are within the allowed rent limits for the unit type and may check tenant incomes. Lastly, property inspections, which enable the city to monitor the building's condition and any problems that need to be addressed to maintain the long-term viability of the property. We had two findings. I'm going to turn it over to Allison to talk through those. Thank you.
Our first finding was that housing should assess the asset management team's goals and resources. As Joe just described, the asset management team's role is to monitor loan compliance for the city's affordable housing loan portfolio. This involves verifying that borrowers repay city loans, that housing units comply with affordability restrictions, and that properties are appropriately maintained. We found that the team has not completed all annual property reviews or inspections in recent years. According to Housing, the team has historically not been able to complete all reviews annually of the more than 200 properties in the portfolio. Vacancies and unclear expectations have hindered the team's ability to complete its work. In addition, the current software tools may not be sufficient to meet the goals of the program, given the size and the scope of the loan portfolio. Replacing or retooling software would help the team complete their work. At the time of the audit, Housing was developing an automated rent roll portal to assist with reviews and was working on developing standard operating procedures that would support staff to complete their work more consistently. We recommend that Housing develop a program-level strategic plan to identify the program goals and resource needs, to reconfigure the current software or to acquire an asset management software platform, and to update and standardize operating procedures and training. Our second finding is that Housing should strengthen oversight of affordability restrictions and higher risk properties. Some properties in the affordable housing portfolio do not comply with affordability restrictions, have not submitted required documentation, or have repeated property violations. We found in a limited sample of 878 units across 10 properties, which represents 4% of the total units managed, 110 units had tenants with incomes above the cap for their unit type. That was 13% of the sample. Based on federal standards, incomes slightly over the limits generally aren't considered a problem because we don't want to penalize people for raising their incomes. However, 48 units had tenants that earned 140% or more of the income cap, which was 5% of the sample. That income level meant that they exceeded the federal standard. Another concern is the potential for tenant incomes to be below expectations, meaning they fall well below the target income level for their unit. This can leave the tenant overly rent burdened and put the property's financial stability at risk if the rental income is very low. We also noted that housing does not have a documented escalation process to address compliance or property violations. Despite differences in property compliance, the asset management team's current approach does not differentiate financial and affordability restriction monitoring based on the risk of the property. We recommend that housing develop policies to address over and under income tenants and resolve significant or repeated property concerns, and to establish a risk rating system to prioritize compliance monitoring.
So to summarize, finding one focused on a strategic plan to clarify what housing's role is and the goals of the program, and that plan will help housing create the structures and processes to oversee the portfolio more effectively. Finding two is about making sure we have escalation processes when something goes wrong in a property, whether that's about tenant incomes, financial concerns, or the physical condition of the properties. I do want to emphasize that this is a complex regulatory environment with requirements and regulations that can come from multiple agencies, which I think Eric's going to speak to as well. This, along with the scope of the portfolio, makes addressing the issues we've identified challenging. However, although the city contributes only a part of the funding, it is incumbent upon the city to have processes that ensure these properties are well maintained with adequate oversight. This is how we can ensure that properties continue to provide quality, affordable housing to San Jose residents years to come. I ask you to accept the report, but first I'm going to turn it over to Eric for the administration's response.
Thank you, Joe. So Eric Sullivan, Director of Housing. I appreciate the work of Joe and his team in acknowledging sort of the complex positions the Housing Department operates in and regarding this portfolio. We are not the regulator of primary instance. We primarily notice other entities, the state, other funders, to noncompliance issues and play a complex part in ensuring the continuing asset management of this portfolio, as we're seeing in our aggressive disposition of addressing very distressed assets regarding first community housing. And we appreciate Joe's sort of understanding of sort of the awkward position that we sit in and how we're able to move and improve our overall efforts at compliance while acknowledging some of these areas of enforcement are outside of our direct jurisdiction. The department, since coming into this position just over 2 years ago, has taken a lot of work prior to the audit, including work around a strategic plan, as well as looking at ways in which we can better risk rate across the 180 or so buildings across the asset portfolio. And so we're continuing to bring that work forward this fall as we begin to implement these audits. We accept the findings, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Joe, Allison, and Eric. Tony, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, America, come on down, followed by Brian online.
I want to call out the city of San Jose for violating the Brown Act. You have been agendizing items that need to be vetted by the public as consent agenda. Consent agenda usually is for routine spending as well as something that has been vetted by appointed or elected bodies, such as in this item, it should not be in review again, probably because your committee in economics voted for something against the government's will. So now you're putting it here. And also, I want to call it out that
you got to stay on. This item is the Housing Department loan portfolio audit. Could you please stick to this item? It isn't fair to everyone else.
I am.
Okay,
it should not have been spit back in the open agenda. Also, why is it that you guys are lending your property taxes as loans to developers? That is against the will of your people. Did you guys check with your property payers, tax?
Thank you. That's your time. Brian Darby.
Sorry about getting on there. It was a well-written report. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, coming back to the council. Thank you all. Start with Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. As always, I'd like to thank the auditor and his team for a good report and also for the briefings. I always find them very, very informative. I can ask all my questions, and you know, it's very good. So thank you for that. I also want to thank the Housing Department for answering my questions. I did note that there were some vacancies during a previous time. I was just curious if those vacancies have been filled and allow you to get to some of your target completion dates as is mentioned in the report.
Of the 2 vacancies, one has already been filled, the other we're pending an offer to be made.
Wonderful. Well, with that, I'd like to move the item and the report and just thank you for your information.
Second. Thank you. Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just want to thank staff for this work and for the presentation with just one question. Can the City Council receive an update for when the policy for addressing tenants that exceed or fall below income limits in affordable units is developed? Because some folks may be concerned with displacement impacts and would like to understand how the Housing Department might prevent or mitigate displacement of these tenants.
Yes, we can come back with a report, but again, I note that the Housing Department, even if we find those instances of noncompliance of above or below income, we can't take any action. We just give notice to the owner or property manager, and it's on them to then take action. So we can't require moves, we can't require disposition, we can't require resolution. All we do is check and notice. This is part of sort of the awkward setting that we have in the department.
Thank you. I think that information would be important for us to consider future policy making. Thank you.
Agreed. Thanks, Councilmember. Just want to also thank you for the audit, Joe. As always, you and your team do excellent work, and I think you have 2 very specific and actionable recommendations here that are material to the city. So I think it was a great audit and appreciate the Housing Department's follow-up. Do we have any other hands? I'm not seeing any other colleagues, so Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Casey absent.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we're on to item 7.1. This is the city's response to the Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled San Jose Animal Care Center, the Need to Strengthen Transparency, Performance, and Trust. And we'll start with the staff presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Lesh. I'm the Director of Public Works, and with me is Monica Wiley, the Deputy Director for Animal Care and Services. We will have a very brief presentation to highlight some of the findings and or recommendations included from the Civil Grand Jury report that was submitted to us in May. First, we'd like to thank the Civil Grand Jury for their review and investigation and report, for recommendations for improvements at the Animal Care Center and our services that we provide to the public. We also want to thank them for their acknowledgement of the progress that's been made and the commitment that we have to improving our services to our animals and to the people that care for our animals. You'll see that there's 5 findings, and the way this is structured, as you know, because you did the Civil Grand Jury report last week, for one of them, you'll have several more in the next couple of weeks. There's 5 findings to which we have to respond. We agree, disagree, or partially in total, and then we have recommendations whether they're implemented partially or when they're going to be implemented. So first, just a quick slide of all the findings. We agree with all of the findings that they have, except for one we partially disagree, and that's because we think it's factually different that we did not, the number of animals taken by rescues declined since 2001. They did with cats, but not with dogs. Dogs actually increased quite a bit since 2021. So digging deeper a little bit here. On finding 1, they recommended the finding was that there was a ventilation system error in the facility. That's true. It was a facility piece that was under repair, and there was an improvement being done at the time. There were no animals in the room. We got our facilities folks out there and remediated that next week. Finding 2 was the animals to rescue partners declined. That's where we disagreed in part. The recommendation is the city needs to develop a plan and timeline to repair, to expand the relationships. We have expanded relationships. We have more relationships last year. That doesn't mean that animals, so the relationships with different rescue partners was actually at its highest point last year than it was in the last 5 years. This is an evergreen process. We need to continue to work on relationships, like every relationship. Some in the past, we've had relationships go away where they weren't pleased with working with us for a period, and then those in this last year have returned. We have new relationships that were added. In fact, one of the dog rescues pulled more animals from us than any species across any group in the last 5 years in a single year, just last year alone. Finding 3, the current provisions of spay-neuter is insufficient. We agree. We should expand public spay-neuter either at the shelter or through community service partners. That's true. We agree. We have implemented that. We have had more surgeries each of the last 3 years than the preceding year. And we need to continue to do more. And staff is committed to increasing that. And council provided us additional resources this budget cycle for additional spay-neuter relationships funding. Finding 4, we have changed some data categories and historically not consistently noted them. We agree that we changed categories. We did note them in our annual report. One of the things that we, in a way, disagreed with what the civil grand jury said in pointing to what we have in terms of our public data and our public portals, in terms of what the actual true information is. For example, the city must provide accurate, clear, complete data to the public to assess performance. One of the things we've chosen to do is lean forward and be very progressive about our data going out with an open data portal in real time. That means as the condition of the animals change over time, we have to change the information we have into the public. The way I think of this and the way staff thinks about this is as if a person going into the hospital, they go in one condition and things change. They sometimes improve, they sometimes decline. Sometimes they have to go to another place before they end up going home to a foster system or foster care or something like that. So it changes quite a bit as we see it. Now, in our response back, in the memo, it was, I want to think that it's clear that our annual report, our annual reporting numbers are the true audited numbers for the animals that we served over the period of that past year. In the intermittent time, it changes quite a bit. So yes, we change it. We don't indicate every single time we change. Whereas last fiscal year when we presented our annual report, we noted that we had to, in alignment with the city audit, to align our data practices. We had to adjust the data categories and the data reporting structures, and we did that for the prior year as well. So we had 2 ways to compare apples to apples fiscal year over fiscal year. Item 4B, where it says I will not be implemented, this is something that was at contention during our audit, and that we came to an agreement with the city auditor about how we would present our ability to show what our capacity is at any given time. As it's listed in the report by the civil grand jury, it's extremely tricky to say what is our capacity. It's not the amount of cages that we have, it's not the amount of professionals that we have, it's also the amount of the condition of the animals that we have. And so it's this algorithm, how to get the data system to present it. It's incredibly labor intensive to make that happen in any meaningful way. What we agreed to is have a shelter update dashboard that shows how many animals are in the building at any given time. And that gets presented and there's a dashboard for that. To say that we have, because the condition, at some point, the number of kennels is 530, but that doesn't mean we can care for 530 animals responsibly at any given time. If they're in a condition that is severely negative, we need a lot more staff time to do it. Or if we have a smaller staffing at any given time, we might not be able to care for as many animals. So the capability of caring for them can be very tricky to get a data system to present our ability. And then the other ones are, in my mind, implemented as we get going through each. And then the last one is the 4D. The city should issue the number of animals that were turned away. We have been collecting information, and the question is, do we have it ready to present into a dashboard so the public can see how many we turn away at any given time? We don't have that system built yet. It came in this recommendation, and as it's transitioning over to PRNS, I wanted to give staff time, some time to figure out how to transition the information that they're gathering and what's the appropriate place or pace to report out how many animals they turn away that are healthy at any given time due to the capacity in the building. 5, there's a trust gap between animal care and some animal advocates. That's true. I would say that's true of almost any relationship. At times there's trust gaps, and we continue to work on it. We have worked on it. We will continue to work on it. Monica has brought in our community forums, and there's 3 cycles that have happened. We keep pushing on more. They've got more scheduled through the fall. It is a commitment of animal care staff to ensure that we continue to work on the relationship with a goal of having a relationship of trust. That takes time. We obviously have harmed that relationship over time, and so we need to build that over time with confidence. One of the things they asked for is a public report on the audit findings. We believe that's implemented because the city auditor published all of the things that we did on all of our audit items, and we did the unprecedented thing. I don't think there's any audit that has a public web page with all of the documents presented in one place with all of the things that were produced as a result of that audit. It still stands today. That will stay up for a while. It should stay up in perpetuity until we change policies and do something different. The Community Advisory Committee, and talking with both John Cicerelli at the Parks Rec and Neighborhood Services and Monica, they do want this. And so this is something they're going to build over the fall with a commitment of having built up a team to have their community advisory group. They will have that in place before the end of the calendar year. And then the public needs assessment, we've wanted to do this for many years. It just hasn't reached to the priority that we need to get that achieved. We could get that achieved right now. We had too many other urgent things to work on. And so we do think this is good, because if we are shooting for more spay and neuter or for more services, we need to really understand what that community need is to know what goal we're shooting at, and to define and provide you the opportunity to say, we want San Jose to be this part of that problem set. And so that community assessment and that survey, there's a study period to see if we have all the right resources and tools to do it. If we don't have it, we'll come to you in the fiscal year for the budget to make sure that we get allocated resources to pull that off. Again, we'd like to thank, so as noted in both my report and other places, the shelter, Animal Care and Services, has transitioned to the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department. We hope we've set a foundation from which they can continue to grow. We appreciate the grand jury's recommendations and this opportunity to reflect on the progress we've made. We welcome your questions.
Thanks, Matt. Monica, appreciate the response. Thank you to the grand jury for your report. Tony, let's go to public comment first.
Okay. Again, as a reminder, speakers must comply with the city's code of conduct for public meetings. Please direct comments to the body, limit remarks to the agenda item, and observe the time limit. Conduct that materially disrupts the meeting or interferes with others' ability to participate may result in muting or removal as authorized by law. I'm going to start with the in-person speakers. When you hear your name, come on down. First person on the microphone, go ahead and speak. The others line up behind that person. I have Samuel, Dinah Hayes, Lynn Paulson, Ann, and Lynn L. Come on down.
Hello, my name is Lynn Paulson. I spoke to you twice in the last year about issues when I tried to rescue 2 different dogs from being killed at the San Jose Animal Care Center. If you plan to move forward from the grand jury report, it's important that you increase your engagement as the Animal Care Center moves to this different administrative department. I've sent you a letter indicating thanks for some actions Director Wiley and the center have taken, but also listing some open issues. Too many cats and dogs are being killed. In the last fiscal year, 154 dogs, 715 cats, and 496 kittens were killed. There may be a newly documented euthanasia process, but the detailed criteria have not yet been made transparent. There's not enough being done to stop the incoming volume of animals, such as the actions they referred to. We need to increase the spay and neuter services. There are too many cases of retribution towards staff or volunteers who've been summarily dismissed. Please listen to the community. We count on your leadership to address the issues.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Also, come on down, Save the Cats.
Good afternoon. My name is Dinah Hayes. I am a foster, a TNR volunteer, and an advocate for spay and neuter. Last week in District 6, I worked on a hoarding situation with 77 cats and kittens. This is the result of unchecked reproduction. And I appreciate the grand jury's work in recognizing the challenges faced with animal services, but the root of many shelter problems is the animal overpopulation, and we need to focus on prevention and turn off the faucet rather than continually mopping up the mess. I recognize there is a national veterinarian shortage. However, with 2 in-house surgery suites not being fully utilized and ongoing vacancies, there may be other factors worth examining. I would urge the city auditor to review the applicant pool, recruitment efforts, and hiring outcomes to identify barriers the city can address. I also ask that the city reconsider their policy against not hiring.
Next speaker, Amy Jan, come on down. And America.
Hello, my name is Andy Shane. I live in Hamilton Place in Willow Glen. I've been coming to these city council meetings for the last few years to express my concerns regarding the San Jose Animal Shelter. When are you guys going to finally listen to us? I feel there are many problems that affect the animals in their care. I feel this is foremost due to the management there. Firing 2 long-term volunteers because they took pictures or videos of the dogs to help network them is unacceptable. How do you fire a volunteer? They are volunteering their time to help dogs get their forever home. The shelter should be appreciative of this. I've been a dog volunteer at the Humane Society of Silicon Valley. They encourage us to take videos and pictures because it truly does help the animals get a home. Why did Yukon have to lose their life for being an excited dog? He made one mistake, and one knee-jerk reaction by this administration caused the dog to lose their life. You have a lot of money to give to this shelter over and over the years, and nothing is changing. When are you going to finally listen?
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, Ermilia McCluskey, come on down.
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel. I'm a volunteer at the ACS. I've been there for more than a year and a half with about 700 hours of dog walking and 100 hours of driving dogs to be neutered and spayed. I know the shelter quite well. I work daily with management. I raise issues with them. They consider it, they fix it. Maybe not the same day, but they fix it. People had signed a contract with the shelter, and right after they signed the contract, they started breaking the rules. And now they find themselves out, and they're going to have a rally 5 o'clock out there talking about don't poop on volunteers. So I'm here to give a testament. The shelter management does not poop on volunteers. They work with volunteers who want to work with them. If they want to demonstrate outside, they should be out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I urge you not to accept the response to the civil grand jury report. After years of advocates raising concerns, 2 audits, media stories, and now this report, it is clear that you're still not listening to us. And I'm sure some of you are on your phone right now, not even listening to us again. Finding 5 identifies a trust gap between the shelter and the community and calls for transparency, responsiveness, and meaningful engagement, even with critics. But look at recommendation 4D. It calls for the city to publicly report how many animals are turned away. The city claims its transparency recommendations are implemented, and yet says this basic information won't be posted until April 2027. How is that transparency? The grand jury also identified insufficient spay-neuter capacity and declining rescue transfers, while SJAG's budget has grown to $17.5 million. Why are animals still being set outside for spay-neuter? Why are there no vets on the weekends? Why is medical and operation?
Next speaker.
My name is Amy Jan. I am a longtime SJAX volunteer. I've volunteered there for 5 years, and I was one of the volunteers who was terminated recently. I'm here to speak about finding number 5 of the civil grand jury report, the significant trust gap between animal care services and the community. I've experienced that erosion of trust firsthand. There is a lack of collaboration, transparency, and accountability. Instead of working with volunteers toward the shared goal of helping animals, the shelter is increasingly creating barriers. Most concerningly, saying simply that an audit or grand jury recommendation has been implemented does not mean that it's actually being followed. We have seen dogs, even now, even today, being euthanized who do not appear to meet the shelter's own euthanasia criteria, and volunteers who raise these concerns are being dismissed. Removing volunteers will not remove the underlying problems that we bring to light. If the city truly wants to rebuild trust, SJACs need to work with the volunteers, not around them. We need
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
I want to know how things got so far that a grand jury is involved in this. I mean, come on, people. This is governance for cities 101 if you're going to take a class on it. You need to be able to control the cat and dog population without having these kind of problems. I mean, these volunteers do great work, and having too many cats outside brings down the coyotes. Anyone seen a coyote roaming around your neighborhood in the middle of the suburbs? That's why they got these feral cat colonies, and they come down and they eat them. So do mountain lions too. I've seen them, believe it or not too far from where I live. So the city needs to get their act together, not be so nonchalant, and try to control the cat and dog population. How hard could it be? It's not. I mean, can you imagine this city is running? This is like Mississippi or something. Come on, people, get it straight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So I have never seen any city would have a county civil grand jury report. Does it mean that you guys were sued? Do you have dogs that are biting people? It is scary. I don't think I'm going to come and help you guys next time, even if you guys invite me, fellow Americans. You guys really need to maybe ask your city government to stop squandering your tax dollars as loans to help builders and help wealthy real estate developers. And why is our entire state, and especially a rich city that is so close to Silicon Valley, run on volunteers? Only one answer. You must be communists. That's what communist government do. You guys take property, you guys take away from people and enrich your own pockets, and that's why real estate sharks has a taste, because those communist government that are corrupted by cash.
Thank you. Next speaker. After this speaker, I'll go to Rebecca online. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm a San Jose native from District 3. I would like to thank the volunteers and staff whose work I imagine can be gratifying, heartbreaking, and sadly never-ending. I'm concerned about recent news reports regarding the firing of long-term volunteers for violating the questionable rule against photography. There's no HIPAA in animal care. As a citizen, this arbitrary rule makes it seem that whoever's in charge has something to hide. Our animals and volunteers deserve better. I ask that the council direct that this rule be rescinded. Please bring back these dedicated volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, followed by the man. Rebecca Davis Matthews.
All right, sorry, my name is Rebecca. I'm with Sustainer Shelters. I'm part of a larger group of advocates who have been coming to these meetings for almost 4 years. Our repeated pleas for change have fallen on deaf ears. What it comes down to is trust and complacency. As stated in the grand jury report, shelter management needs to take a hard look at rebuilding trust with the community. Take a look at any found animal-related posts on social media, and you will see comments from members of the public stating that animals should not be taken to the shelter because of the many adopted bulldogs silently euthanized or put on final, because of the many cats euthanized behind the scenes or listed as final for treatable conditions like ringworm. Complacency. Current shelter management is complacent in its belief that changes have been made. There are still many gaps in services, most notably the public spay-neuter program, which currently has 1 to 2 days of TNR per week, when it should be 4 to 5 days of both TNR and services for owned pets in-house. With the continued explosion of puppies and kittens in our area, the time is now to return the shelter to its former role in supplying a robust space.
The man, followed by Brian. Mann. If you're on the phone, it's *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Wagner. I have a fascinating observation to share with all of you. Over the past 4 years, we've had the Maddie's Fund audit that largely went ignored back in 2022, as well as a scathing 133-page city audit by Joe Royce and his team. A DA's office criminal investigation in 2024 led by investigator Chrissy Durant, and now a civil grand jury investigation in 25 and 26. The city has also been sued in Santa Clara Superior Court in 2026 by an animal welfare advocate and a former partner of the shelter. Given all this, it's shocking that the city has not terminated a single director, nor has any director received any disciplinary action, even though over a dozen ethics violation complaints have been filed with the city manager's office. When are people going to be held accountable? When are people going to be held accountable for all of these animals suffering and dying over the last 4 years?
Brian, followed by Tina.
I would bring up one thing. I read through and sent an email about it. I've heard the word a few times, and I've heard it in other situations too, is retaliation. That's illegal. To retaliate against a volunteer, to retaliate against a citizen, to retaliate against an employee. Those are actionable. The city has not done well in lawsuits that have been similar to that. And that should be a critical issue. Firing for cause, having been a volunteer, not for the shelter, but for another organization, for bringing up concerns, retaliation hurts people. You put your heart and soul into something, and then and then you're no longer part of anything. And it should be dealt with seriously, and it doesn't seem like it is. Thank you.
Tina online, followed by Kim in person.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tina Morrill. I live in District 3. I want to say thank you guys for your time. I sent you some thoughts yesterday via email, but I wanted to focus on one thing in particular, which is outside of the scope of my letter to you. I'd like to urge you to please use your influence as a mayor and city council at a higher level to help put through some policies that will reduce the cat population or overpopulation. Assemblymember Ash Kalra is actively working on some bills. He had a great bill. It was to allow vet techs to be able to spay cats. And unfortunately, it didn't pass, but he's putting through some other ones. Maybe that's a good place to start. The other thing that I'd like to invite you to do is please check out these places where you have, you're voting on. Go and
Kim? Was it Kim? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kim. I just got here, so didn't get to hear everything. I came here because I've been watching online all about the shelter. I have rescued over 100 dogs, so I know how hard it is to be a volunteer. It's so hard. I can't even imagine these volunteers in the shelter watching dogs get put down. I really believe that the volunteers need to be looked at. They have some great, great suggestions. I have tried to contact you, Mayor. I would suggest some AI to answer your phone because you can't get through to you. There's lots of AI. If you want to talk to me later, my company does that. And some of the council people too. I've tried to, the phone just rings. And with AI, we can get a consensus of what the population is looking at. I was shocked at how much verbiage is being talked about council people, mayors. I can't imagine how hard it is in this community with the shelter, with COVID and all the dog population, what you're dealing with.
Thank you. That's your time. I have Sue online. Here.
You can leave it with the clerk.
Hi, I just wanted to say that one of the things I don't understand, which I think reflects on management somehow, and this issue of trust I keep hearing about, is this new volunteer agreement that restricts volunteers from taking photos and videos of animals, because it really does help the animals get adopted, which is the whole point of the shelter. So I don't understand why they won't give them permission to do that. And also the fact that volunteers have been retaliated against, some of them who have volunteered at the shelter for a long time. They're doing this for free, for no money, and hey, you know, it's illegal in the workplace, maybe not for volunteers, but that just doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you to all of our public speakers. Before I turn to colleagues, I'll just say a couple of quick things. One, I want to start by really thanking the volunteers and animal advocates, not just those who spoke today, but I know we are very lucky in San Jose to have hundreds of people who care a lot about the care of animals in our community and help in a variety of ways, from walking dogs to trapping stray cats and getting them spayed and neutered, to a whole variety of capacity that they add. Just for a little bit of context for those following along, you go back a few years ago, coming out of the pandemic, we were hit with this wave of animal releases into the community. During the pandemic, sadly, many people rushed out to get a pet as they were at home, and then when they returned to work, decided it was too much trouble, and we had a huge influx of pets. It also was the case, at least in my opinion, that we had been underinvesting in the shelter, in staffing and facilities, and really it needed to invest to modernize. And I'm proud that this council over the last 3 years has significantly increased the investment, nearly doubling investment in the animal care center just over the last 3 years and adding to staffing. It's also worth noting we have a new director, so there's been a leadership change. And we are in the process, we've just moved it from within Public Works to under Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. A couple of years ago, I and some colleagues and I put forward a memo calling for an audit. We have a very extensive audit with over 30 recommendations, most of which have been implemented. So there's a lot of work to do, and to the point, I think, Matt, you made a lot of trust to rebuild that isn't, it's gonna have to be hard-earned. It's not gonna come overnight or just be because we say we've implemented policies. People are gonna see it and experience it for themselves and make their own determination. I do want to push on one item. If we could put the slides back up and specifically go to finding 3 and recommendation 3. And I forget the slide number now, but it had to do with our spay and neuter capacity. This is something I've been very focused on in recent years, and in my March budget message, which council adopted, we've directed the administration to go to 5 days a week. And just again, I think it was said by some folks during public comment, but this is our best opportunity to get upstream. I was just actually with Councilmember Cohen up at West Wind's mobile home park and happened to meet a group who, again, voluntarily are trapping stray cats and getting them treated and then re-releasing them, and trying to get upstream of this proliferation of stray cats. And just in that one colony up there, 250 or more cats, and some folks are lining up at 5 in the morning hoping to get a slot. So the thing that concerns me, and I want to get a little more detail and push on this a little bit, is we put here the recommendation 3 that the status is implemented, which has an air of finality about it, makes it sound like we're done. Then I think you said we're not done. What are our options in terms of the responses we can give on status? Because I think we'd probably agree, but I just want to get on the record here that we have a lot of work to do to expand that capacity as one of our primary prevention strategies to relieve all that downstream pressure that the staff and volunteers are under. So Matt or Monica, can you share a little more about where we are with this, what's next, and is there any other word we could use beyond just implemented, which makes it sound done?
Certainly, and I did provide it in the memo, and so this was for the slide purposes. It is just listed as implemented, and there are contexts provided in the notes in the memo, and which will go back to the civil grand jury. And Monica can clean up any additional things that I miss. So by implemented, it says so the recommendation is to increase and expand spay-neuter surgeries. if that's the marker, then it is implemented. We did increase and expand. It needs to increase and expand more. You provided us new resources in July that will be used to expand resources this fiscal year. And we've increased each of the last 3 years, double digits the prior 2 years, and high single digits last year. It will be reported at the annual report what the actual numbers are in October, so in just a couple months' time, like 6 weeks' time. Monica will be presenting the annual report for the actual figures from last year. It was just shy of the target that I had sent them, but they also had a staff member that was gone for about 5 months of the year due to be on leave, and so we have increased even at a decreased staff capacity. And for the first 6 or 7 months of this year, that last fiscal year, staff was spending a tremendous amount of time implementing the 39 audit items. They were spending a lot of time to build both the policies and procedures and training and all of the things that are part of that. Again, you say detracting a little bit from our capacity to perform, but we weren't able to provide necessarily as many surgeries as we had hoped for because we were building all those things so that we can have a place to grow from. And so there is an increase, but it is not the target that we're setting. It will be increased higher this year, and the goal is to get to a certain amount. And I'll let the team in October set what their stuff is for this year.
Okay. And when we come back and continue with this discussion in October, would that be the best time for us to understand, for you to be able to quantify how much that increase in the spay and neuter services will be this fiscal year? I think we'll be interested to know from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end how much increased capacity we will get.
Yes, so I think that's what we're hoping is that they'll be able to produce. So this will be Monica's first full fiscal year with us as well. She had gotten into the audit and got everything staff oriented and then oriented back with PRNS. And so they have a vision of what they want to be working on. They'll be presenting that to the committee in October in terms of this is what we achieved and this is their vision for the fiscal year.
Yeah. Okay. And I focus on that one again, not because it's the only thing we need to do. We know there's, from the audit, many different areas we're trying to improve, but it does feel like one of the most strategic ways for us to get upstream of the challenge, create some breathing room for staff, and be able to implement all these other audit recommendations and kind of improve overall operations. I see colleagues want to chime in, so I'm going to turn to them now, and I'll start with Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start out by thanking our animal care and services staff. This is incredibly difficult work, and I recognize that many of the challenges that we are discussing today didn't develop overnight. Staff have been working through capacity pressures, staffing challenges, veterinary shortages, and increasing demand for services, while still caring for thousands of animals every year. At the same time, I want to acknowledge our many animal advocates, rescue partners, volunteers, and residents who have continued to push the city to do better, something I believe we can do. The grand jury makes it clear that there has been progress, but it also makes it clear that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done, particularly around transparency, rescue partnership, spay and neuter services, and building trust with the community. With that, I have a few questions. Staff is committed to identifying the first cohort of the Community Advisory Group by the end of the year. How will members of the advisory group be selected, and how are we making sure that some of the advocates who have been most critical of this shelter have a seat at the table?
So I'm going to kick this over to Monica in just a minute because I won't be implementing this piece because it'll be after my term with ACS. And so they will be, so they're going to spend the next few months evaluating relationships and kind of figure out what seats need to be filled, because they need to be, in my mind, the different cohorts that they advocate for or have information about us. And so Monica can share what, there'll be probably 7 to 10 people on that first cohort just to get the momentum going. And they're using their community forums to build relationships with people, and they already have existing relationships with community members. Monica, would you like to share?
Thank you very much. And yes, to Matt's point, we are actually building out the framework for this advisory group and looking at some other organizations that have such a group in place to look at their baseline, what the application process looks like, and the representation for that particular group. So John and I have discussed briefly again, how to get this established by the end of this year, and are working to build out those pieces to make it a solid group to help us move forward in the community.
Appreciate your response, but I don't think my question was answered. How are the individuals who have been raising concerns about transparency going to be included in this process?
I think depending on how this group is formatted, will they communicate with the group? Will that be relayed to the shelter itself? I think we're still building that out. So definitely transparency is key for everything. And what does that look like, and what specifically are they looking for the transparency on that we're already reporting? So as far as the group, like I said, we're building that out, so maybe we'll have to build that into it and get some feedback on how to do that from the group.
Councilmember, perhaps since they'll be in front of the NSC in just about 6 weeks' time, perhaps if they have a slide on what they think their initial thoughts are on that, so they can get both your feedback, committee feedback, and community's feedback on what their thoughts are. Right. They can have a little more better formed thought for you.
The reason why I mentioned this is because I believe months ago I had asked, and the community had asked for a community advisory group, and then I believe the administration pushed back, and then we had these town halls, and then surprise, surprise, now we're being called upon to do this community advisory group. And I would have appreciated if we would have went forward months ago since I asked for it, and now we are doing it. And what I don't want to happen is for individuals to feel like this community advisory group was handpicked by the administration. I want to make sure that it is made up of also the individuals who are raising concerns. And I think if we don't include those type of individuals, then the integrity of the community advisory group is in question. I want to be clear about that.
Received.
Okay, thank you. What authority or role will that group actually have? Because I want to make sure, as I mentioned, that we're not doing any things for show. I want to make sure that there's actual concrete opportunities for people to provide recommendations and feedback, and then that feedback will actually influence policy or operations. And so how are we going to make sure that that happens?
So absolutely recommendations and feedback, and then that will be viewed in conjunction with the operating procedures for the shelter and reviewed as such. So this particular group would not have power in that regard. It's an advisory group. Let's communicate, let's talk, let's build a better shelter, let's build a better San Jose.
Okay, but okay, they're an advisory group. Their recommendations that are provided during the meetings, where does that go? Is that shared to the council? Is that reviewed by NSC? I want to make sure that this isn't just discussions and then there's no action items or no follow-through.
That's a great point, and I guess that's what we'll build in when we have this product for October to share.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. We've talked about increasing the number of rescue partnerships, but how are we measuring the quality of those relationships? Are we regularly seeking feedback from our rescue partners on what's working, what isn't working, and what barriers are preventing them from taking in more animals?
We currently have a monthly rescue partner meeting that's been going on for the last couple of months. So it's with our current rescue partners, and I believe there's a meeting this Thursday, and there will be a survey, a satisfaction survey, to highlight some pain points or what's working well and assess some of their needs and recommendations from those groups. And then we're also looking at how many new groups we've added, how many active rescue partners we have, because there are partners that haven't taken any animals for some time. And so again, building on that platform and regular communication.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. The grand jury also recommended quarterly reporting on the number of animals turned away because of capacity. Staff is proposing to collect that information and report it annually rather than bringing in quarterly reports to committee. I understand that quarterly reports is more work for staff, but if we're already collecting this data, is there a way to automate or publish it more frequently without requiring staff to prepare a separate report each time?
I would presume that we'd end up getting someplace like a dashboard like we have now, which is active transmission of information. In terms of, it's an interesting single metric of what the activity is at the shelter. There's so many other activities in addition to healthy animals. If you look at the recommendation, is healthy animals that are turned away from the shelter due to capacity. It's a very narrow thing compared to all of the other lives that they touch there. And so to have that as a regular report issued to a committee or council seems a little bit odd, considering compared to all of the other things. And so they need to work on gathering it, make sure they have the data feed and the collection correct, and then publish probably a dashboard or some other kind of report likely. But the, again, regulated, consistent information usually hits at the annual report for how many in total. So
as long as it's being reported and shared in a dashboard or something like that, I think that's fine. The report also speaks to the staffing and capacity challenges at the shelter. As we ask staff to improve transparency, expand services, and strengthen rescue partnerships, and implement these recommendations, do we currently have the staffing and resources to realistically do all that? And if not, what are the biggest gaps that the council should be aware of?
I'll go first and then Monica can go in. So we have a very low vacancy rate at Animal Care and Services compared to other positions in the city. I would say most of the city has decreased their vacancy rate, but when it was in Public Works, and PRNS has the same approach, likely, is to have a very aggressive recruiting footprint on terms of filling vacancies for that service. I think the community survey will indicate where the biggest gaps are compared to what we currently have in terms of service delivery, in terms of what the community needs. And then with council, we can define what is the role of San Jose's animal shelter in filling that role, that need. And so I think it's a little premature to say what the biggest gap is. Some of the hardest things to recruit, I can talk to that. Registered vet techs and veterinarians are the two hardest classifications to recruit. We're always recruiting for animal care attendants because it's a very transient class because they're very new workers in the work environment. And so they find out that the job is not for them and they move on. And so we have a lot of movement there, but the hardest to recruit still remains veterinarians, even part-time veterinarians. We've been recruiting for those endlessly, seeking and interviewing monthly or every other month new vets to try to get the, we've tried multiple things and are going to continue to try multiple things to get vets.
All right, my light is blinking, so this is my last question. On spay and neuter services, council has already approved additional funding to expand capacity. Can you talk about what we can expect to see in terms of expanded spay and neuter services over the next few months? And as we increase that capacity, do we have a sense of what level of service we ultimately need to reach to meaningfully reduce the number of animals entering our shelter?
Well, Monica gets the specifics. I think I answered that in part to the mayor, not to try to punt off the question, is we do believe that increased spay neuter is a need for the community, and the shelter is committed to doing more. And so in October, when they're in front of you at NSC, they'll be presenting, this is what we achieved, and this is the target, and this is what we expect in terms of growth. This is what we're targeting for additional resources. I know they're soliciting additional vendors to help support in that, because that's specifically what the budget was targeted for. And so we get to see what that number gets us, what that dollar amount that was provided, how many more spay-neuter surgeries can be provided with that, and that'll get reported to the committee in October.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Look forward to my colleagues' questions.
Councilmember, Mayor, if I can, I would like to address a little bit of the community engagement questions that you had. And clearly, we're still working out a lot of the details, right? So we're not prepared just right today to kind of give you all the logistical. But I do want to address a dynamic that is, it's easy to talk about and harder to do. I want to be real clear that staff is completely open to critical opinions, perspectives, ideas, even contrarian ideas. The staff is definitely open to that. Where it gets problematic is when some of those perspectives or the advice comes from an all or nothing approach, or it comes from we want you to hire this person and fire this person, and where some of the lines get blurred. And so I just want to kind of put the caveat out there that as we convene this group, we need to find people that understand that transparency goes two ways. Communication goes two ways. Trust is built two ways. And unless people, including us, the city, are willing to kind of come to this work in a manner where we're putting the best interest of the animals under our care first, then I think it'll be successful. Otherwise, we'll end up in this continual stalemate. I will say that there are a lot of other perspectives that you won't hear today or you won't hear publicly, because it's very difficult for someone to come up and say, you know what, we support staff in these different efforts. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight the obvious, because that is a dynamic that we rarely talk about, but it plays out on a daily basis. And it's very tough on staff to work in that environment where it's all or nothing. There's a lot of gray area here that we got to navigate. And so I just wanted to kind of just put that out there because this will be tough work.
No, I totally understand that, Angel, and I think that is fair. I just want to make sure that as we do this community advisory group, we do so by choosing individuals from all different sides of the aisle and all different perspectives, because, you know, then there will be questions about the integrity of the committee. And, you know, to be brutally honest, I have to work with people who don't agree with my votes, who don't agree with what I've done as a council member. That's called being a public servant. And so, unfortunately, we have to do hard things. And, you know, you mentioned, you know, people talking about hire and fire. This has been going on for years. You know, if this was going on in my council office, somebody would have recalled me. Or I wouldn't have got elected. And so there is a question about, and I know, Monica, you're new, but to me personally, there is a question about how can we continue to be in the news, how can we continue to have problems, and nobody has lost their job. That is a concern for me, and I've personally mentioned that to Matt. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate your good questions and advocacy. Let me turn now to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the speakers and the volunteers and the rescue partner that come out and address, you know, your concern. I'd like to thank the staff for the report and the work that have gone through the audits, and we revise, and hopefully we can find better solution. And I know that sometimes the solution may not meet the perception or the standard of others, but we'll do our best. But in November 2024, my office, along with Councilmember Kamei, Councilmember Ortiz, and the mayor, brought forth a memo regarding the San Jose Animal Care Services audits. And those audits was very clear on a lot of issues that we need to work on. And two, now I believe, how many of those audits recommendation have we completed?
All of them.
All of them. Okay. That's thank you for doing that. And even then, we still have other works to do. And in that memo that we put out in 2024, we call for a work plan to expand the low-cost spays and neuters and so on. And I understand that you're working with Milpitas as well as private vet to do those spays and neuter. Is that correct?
We are contracted with the city of Milpitas to provide them sheltering and animal control services for the city. At times, we do have a contract with a organization, Humane Society of Silicon Valley, in Milpitas, and we have we can have animals given surgery there at that location. They have done surgeries at our location using our facility, but we are not necessarily not for the city in general.
Okay. Have you prioritized the rescue partner or identified certain particular rescue partner group that we could collaborate and partner with to reduce that amount of, the stray cats and dogs, if you will?
I'll start. Monica can clean it up because she'll get it right and I'll miss. I believe we had over the highest record of animal partnerships, rescue partnerships last year than we had in the year before. And again, I'll say one of our dog rescues rescued more dogs last year than any species in the last 5 years. And that was a new relationship that was formed in the last 2 years. And so they had almost 400 animals that were rescued by that one organization last year. And they continue to seek more, they continue to do better, they continue to build on those relationships on all species, both cats and dogs. And it is a continued relationship building effort that they're working on.
I was just going to say, as I'm poring over the data for last year, I do believe the rescue numbers were up almost 500 last fiscal year over the year prior. So again, continuing to build those relationships.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of been changes with the SJACS, and I know that you guys are underneath PRNS. But there's an ongoing issues about transparency. How do the perception out there that we're not doing enough? How do we get our partnership together, including the public, the volunteer, to have a forum where it can be publicized with action item and implementation of those action item, and what is the end result?
Couple things there. I do believe recommendation in one of the fives where doing a community survey of really very clearly understanding what the problem set is so that it's a measurable target instead of just more. Many times, again, we agree that more things need to be done in particular areas and specific areas, but that you need to do more of this. What are we shooting at? And then, because we need to be able to provide you, this is the gap between what the community needs are and what we're able to do with our current resources. So you have the choices to influence whether there's a policy need there or an augmentation in terms of resources, or if we're hitting that target. We've thought this for years, but we had so many other things to work on that were more urgent. But now we're at this place where studying that and making sure we understand what the community needs in very particular and detailed way across all these different streams of service is very important, and it's timely.
Thank you. I know that we offer euthanized service to the owner or the family of the pet, cats or dogs. I know that we don't allow family members to be in there, but other ACS does. How can we change that process to allow grieving family members to hold their pets and say goodbye while they're with the service that we have?
I think that would be something we would need to look at staffing capacity, because it does require more staffing for that. And so if that's something that we need to put on the horizon for down the road, absolutely. But it does require a different level of staffing to accommodate that sort of feature in a shelter. And coming from a shelter where we did provide that, it does take more staffing and support in that regard.
All right, well, thank you for looking into that. And last question I have is, how many volunteers can we accept, and how many volunteers do we have now?
The last count I had was 300 active volunteers, not including fosters, and we definitely want to bump up that number. We have volunteer orientation this Saturday, and they're done in person now, so we do invite folks to come down, attend Volunteer 101 General Orientation, and I'd love to see that number grow pretty dramatically to get up there to help with the animals and serve the community better.
Thank you very, very much, and with that, I move to accept the report.
Second. Thanks, Councilmember. Okay, we'll go on to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Monica, Matt, and Angel for the report today. I think this is sort of adjacent to Councilmember Ortiz, and I think maybe Councilmember Dewan just sort of picked up on it with you, Monica. The volunteer piece, right? We've heard some mixed commentary from even our volunteers that were here today. As a former executive director of an organization that could not have survived without volunteers and served on boards with very similar organizations, I'm curious whether we're staffed for that kind of management of volunteers. And I apologize I didn't ask this question up before today, but can you talk about how we do that in-house in terms of volunteers oftentimes, they want to be treated like employees in many cases. They want responsibilities, and therefore they want input. and that requires, management of the volunteer program. Do we have that set up at the shelter today, or is that something you're considering?
At this time, with the number of volunteers we currently have, we are staffed for that capability. We are reallocating volunteers to their coordinators. For example, if you're a dog volunteer, once you're onboarded with the volunteer coordinator and that handles the administration of the volunteer program, then you go with the dog coordinator team or you're with the dog team. So we have reallocated that resource so it just does not fall under one individual, the volunteer coordinator, and the same goes for the cat team or the smalls team. And those are the main three teams, but the other teams, again, they're with coordinators in that unit in the shelter operations so they can have more support and work more cohesively as a unit. So all dogs, cats have their own volunteers and staff members.
So, Councilmember Ortiz, I don't know if you were sort of formally requesting them to kind of report out to you on the the sort of the advocacy group that you were talking about, but if you were and I'm not on the committee, NSE, I'd like to sort of hear the next step on the volunteer piece. I just think it's one of those things that organizations overlook when staff is there voluntarily, i.e. free. Sometimes we lose sight of the fact that they still need to be heard, managed, and rewarded for the work they're doing. And not all volunteers are created equally. Most are not going to want to be on an advocacy committee. Many people want to come walk a dog, see other advocates or, other volunteers and move on. And so for those, I think we need to make sure we've got the support of that part of the system down. So I'd be interested in kind of hearing that next step.
If I could just add one thing. One of the things that made Monica stand out in the recruitment of her for this role was her, again, not saying exactly what happened in the interview, but it was just her advocacy for the importance of solving problems with staff and volunteers. And so it was really this, that you have to apply that volunteer muscle as well as the staff muscle. By ourselves at shelters, we cannot do it. And so that's where that advocacy for volunteers being a critical part of that is right on point and right up Monica's alley.
Thanks, Matt. I do want to just take a moment and recognize ACS. We had a very difficult situation in our district with a very difficult owner of, let's say, a lot of animals. And, I didn't really realize the extent of the services and, the work you're doing out of the shelter. And I just want to recognize the really good work of ACS in that regard. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the work that we have to do in the community and the animal control piece, the public safety matters, is of extreme importance. And with our partners across the organization and housing in PRNS to both serve the people who are unhoused or underhoused and their animals. And with PRNS and their Beautify team, when we have to do abatements, we all do these things hand in glove. And it really is a critical part, and our field services are critical to that public safety mix, and we appreciate the outlook for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Condelis.
Thank you, Mayor. No, my appreciation, Matt and Monica, for your report, as well as all the advocates who came out to speak on this item. I know the mayor already touched on the TNR program, but I did want to echo that as a member of NSC. I do look forward to ensuring the ramp up numbers, and especially what we heard from folks is we're not utilizing all the slots that we can to make sure that we're filling that need in our community. So I'll wait for that October report and make sure that we're leaning in on that. And then I also wanted to bold and underline closing that quote unquote trust gap between SJAX and our advocates. And yes, it's going to be going along with the NSC report that was mentioned in the audit in October, but also the relationships and communication that goes beyond just a verbal report. establishing what we did, some of those relationships extend beyond just here's the bare minimum. And I think, Angel, thank you, Deputy City Manager Angel, for touching on that, especially the comments as it relates to that pressure dynamic and working with folks who, are passionate but, are critical. And I think to Councilmember Ortiz and Mulcahy's points, I think that's part of it, and look forward to keeping abreast of that as well. And I know the animal control piece is something that we've heard, and this report doesn't explicitly call that out, but I have heard from residents on that process, and specifically with the transparency piece on when we have an incident with animal control and the communication with our residents. But I'll wait for that October report to ask specific questions on that, because I wanted to keep my comments more tailored to the civil grand jury report. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. Last call for colleagues who want to chime in on this item. Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Dewan, I believe. Tony, let's vote.
Are you seeing anything on your screens?
Yes.
Okay.
And I see a unanimous 11-0 vote.
Okay, yeah, it's not working on my screen. I'll refresh, but.
Okay. I see an 11-0 unanimous vote to adopt the response to the civil grand jury report.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Matt and Monica. So we are now on to item 10.2. This is the administrative hearing on the appeal of the environmental determination and site development permit for certain real property located at 1295 Kirtner Avenue, and we do have a staff presentation. So once staff is ready, you may proceed. And a reminder for those who wish to speak on the next item, comment cards can be submitted at the top or bottom of the stairs here, and just indicate your name and the item you wish to speak on. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon again. We're back with the same team. To my right, Director Chris Burton with PBCE. I'm Manira Sandhir, Deputy Director of Planning. And to my left, I have David Keon, Principal Planner with the Environmental Review Team, and John Tu, Division Manager over the Development Services Team. So the item before you today is the environmental and permit appeal of the director's decision on the site development permit and infill exemption for a residential project at 1295 Kirtner Avenue. The site is a 0.65 gross acre site, designated residential neighborhood in the general plan and with the zoning of single-family residence. The project utilized state density bonus law to propose 12 units at the site by demolishing an existing single-family home and removing 24 trees that are proposed to be replaced. The state density bonus law application provides 2 affordable units, one at the very low income, which is 50 to 80% area median income levels, and then one at the moderate income level, which is 80 to 120% of the area median income. The project also requests a vesting tentative map for subdivision of the one lot, the 0.65 acre lot, into 10 residential lots and 1 common area for a private street with access to individual garages. So the project was reviewed for consistency with the general plan, the municipal code, our citywide design standards and guidelines, our public outreach policy, the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as under state density bonus law. The environmental review included a Class 32 infill exemption in accordance with the state California Environmental Quality Act because the project was found to be consistent with the general plan and zoning, and it develops an urban infill lot which does not have any suitable habitat, nor does it generate significant traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality impacts. Existing utilities and other public services are available to serve the site, and no impacts to historic resources were found, nor was this site identified as a hazardous waste site. The director's hearing occurred on March 25th, and several members of the public spoke on this item. Specifically, there were concerns around traffic and safety, especially during school drop-off and pickup times, the height of the project compared to nearby residences, construction noise and dust, waivers from existing city standards, incompatibility with surrounding uses, and potential negative impacts on property values. There was also one supporter for the project who noted that it would provide housing opportunity in this area. The hearing officer approved the proposed site development permit and the infill exemption at that hearing, which was subsequently appealed on March 29th and April 13th. Since these appeals included an appeal of the environmental review, these are being considered by the City Council de novo, as in to consider the whole action. The appeal for the site development permit raised concerns or stated that the application was not compliant with the citywide standards, did not address traffic safety concerns. I stated that it was inadequately meeting fire requirements, etc. And then the infill exemption also said that the infill exemption should not have been used because of unusual circumstances at the site, and for the failure to adequately analyze construction phase traffic impacts. There were also additional public health and safety concerns cited in these appeals. Staff's response is included in the memo to Council to these appeal statements, is to state that the state density bonus law is what allows for the waivers from the standards that the city has, since the project is utilizing the state density bonus law to provide additional density. The project, as proposed, would not be able to build if all of the city standards were applied. Therefore, the city is required to grant that waiver unless there is a specific health and safety impact associated with that granting of that waiver. The fire department was consulted during the review of this project, and the permit was cleared by that department. Compliance with applicable fire and building requirements will also be verified during the building stage. There were no quantifiable health or safety risks that were identified during the planning review. Public Works and the Department of Transportation also reviewed the project for compliance with our traffic standards and the San Jose's complete street design standards, and the project did comply with those requirements. An individual site-specific traffic impact analysis was not required because the project is below the threshold, so we typically require those only if a project is 25 units or more. Since this project was only 12 units, there was no site-specific environmental review required. The school proximity does not particularly trigger additional review of the site. That was something that was cited. There was some state government code sections cited in the appeal. Those are applicable to school sites, not to individual private properties. And then finally, staff did provide the director's hearing recording, which was posted during the appeal period, and the project materials were also made available to the public before City Council meeting. The response to the environmental appeal, the staff feels that the surrounding conditions and existing traffic concerns are not unusual circumstances. This is an infill project within an urban neighborhood or a suburban neighborhood. It does not trigger any significant environmental effects, as noted previously. And construction-related traffic is not a CEQA-related transportation impact. Typically, when there is construction, our Public Works Department would require construction management plans that address construction-related traffic issues. And then the project in and of itself would not substantially increase any hazards, and there are no anticipated health and safety impacts due to the project size or location. Therefore, staff recommends that the Council deny the permit appeal and uphold the Director's decision to approve the site development permit as well as the infill exemption for this project. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We have two appellates who combined will have 5 minutes, and then the applicant will also have 5 minutes. So we'll start with the two appellates.
I don't know if they're here. Are the appellants here?
Okay, we'll just pause for a moment. Are either of the appellants on this project in the chamber? Okay, we can try one more time after the applicant, but the applicant has up to 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening. Thank you, Manira and staff, for the presentation, and thank you, City Council, for hearing this appeal today. My name is Cyrus Jahanian. I'm Vice President of Development for City Connect Partners. We're San Jose-based real estate developers who are specifically focused on missing middle housing, infill housing here in the Bay Area, and just bringing access to for-sale home ownership opportunities. This project at 1295 Kirtner, we love. It's across the street from Wallenberg Park, Community Garden, and the middle and high school, Willow Glen High Schools. And we're using state density bonus law, as Manira described, to build 12 townhomes, 2 of which will be below market rate. And we're parking this quite generously right now, 42 stalls, so it's around 3.5 stalls per unit, when, as you know, San Jose has a 0 parking requirement. And using density bonus, this could be 18 units using ADUs, but we've found a nice sweet spot that we think would complement the neighborhood. As mentioned, March 25th, we received these 2 appeals, or after the tentative map approval. And one of the challenges that we're facing, especially in this housing crisis that we all are dealing with, is we have these 2 appeals that both each cost $250 per appealant. On the developer side, it costs us $15,000 per appeal. So that's $30,000. And here we are, August 18th, to discuss this appeal from March 25th. So that's 5 months that we have just been kind of waiting around here in this limbo. And I just, if we're to approach this together, to work with the city developers to bring thoughtful infill housing next to parks, next to schools, next to transit, and work where people want to raise families, create access to home ownership, this is something that we need to address. So delays equal higher costs to build homes equals higher costs for these homes. And that's where we are. As you'll see in the next amendment, or next agenda item, even upzoning from R8 to R32 is being proposed with the general plan amendment. That would mean we could have 21 homes on this site. So we're really excited about this project. We'd hope to keep it going, to keep it moving forward. It's a shame that the appealants, $250 each, a ChatGPT produced document, aren't even here to appeal. So it's been 5 months where we've just been in this space. So thank you again for your time, and we appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks for your time.
The appellant is online.
Okay. Let's go to the appellant. And again, there's a total of 5 minutes. I believe we have 2. Have we located the other, or is it just 1?
Well, the other 2 are not online that I see. I only have 1, Christine.
Okay. Well, then we can start the timer for 5 minutes once they begin. Thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. The crux of my environmental appeal against the 1295 Kirtner project has been existing traffic problems at this site. The project will permanently worsen these problems. I have requested a formal traffic review before proceeding with the project. Today, right at the City Council meeting, there was an active police investigation at the exact intersection of the development. The entire corner of Kirtner and Cottle was blocked off by police, and helicopters were overhead. 2 men were stabbed and went to hospitals in what NBC and many other outlets, including Mercury News, say was road rage. Today's road rage incident leading to 2 stabbings is the exact intersection where neighbors have pleaded for a traffic study before proceeding. There should not be a vote until the evidence is clarified as to what happened at this road rage incident. Does road rage incident involving stabbings not matter because there are less than 25 units? Are there 2 child injuries within 6 months unimportant because there are less than 25 units? You don't have to do a traffic study, but you should. You're closing your eyes and you've never answered to explain all the child injuries or even this, and then you continue to proceed saying there is no unusual traffic. This is Kirtner, according to you, is not a major street. It's insane.
Are you done?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have the, thank you. There was still time on the timer. Did we
Yes.
find the other appellant?
I don't see their hands online. Wait, there is a Jenny. I'm going to allow her to talk and see if that's Jennifer. Her hand just went up.
Can we confirm that that isn't? Yeah.
Hi, yes, I am the other appellant. Yes, I echo all of Christine's points, and we've been saying the same thing the whole time, that although there is no requirement to do a safety study at 12 units, that this does seem to be an exception. The reports have said that this is considered a minor street, both Kirtner and Cottle, but we would argue at this particular intersection that it is a major thoroughway, and every single person that lives here understands that. So we are highly concerned about it getting passed without a safety study, and that's what we're asking for. We're not saying completely stop this. We're saying, please take a moment. So many of our children go here. We have seen so many accidents. We live right here. We are the first people on response when these things happen. Please make sure it is safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my.
Okay, let's proceed with public comment on this item.
Okay, let me go through my script again. I'm not going to because I accidentally closed it, and you guys heard the speech many times. You know, we're going to call names, come down to the microphone, first one to speak. Please behave respectfully and speak on the topic. I have Cleo, Sandra Delvin, no name, it just says local subcontractor, Roberta Moore, Cyrus, and Alice. Come on down. And then I'll go to the Zoom commenters after these in-person speakers.
Thank you. And just a reminder, the comments need to be specifically on item 10.2, which is the property located at 1295 Kirtner. And then in the next item, we'll get to the broader general plan issues.
Yes.
Thank you. Wow, that is a lot of trees that I saw in the application being removed. And last week or so, you talked about tree canopy. This project is before you because of the actions of the developer as requested, as well as the discretionary review process. This process allows the public opportunities to comment and receive notifications of things that will impact them. There's a lot of mature trees, and they're losing them. Communities work better when residents are provided opportunities to be heard and have input on the projects that impact them every day, or will in the future. I hope that you will still continue to have community input on projects in this city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I'm going to shock the out of you. These are the kind of projects that work. Parking, thank you. I was going to comment all about parking. And I want to say that I appreciate you having a public hearing. If 10.3 passes, this will be eliminated. I want everyone to understand that. I do hope that you study and fix the traffic safety issue, and you have the developer incorporate that in the cost of sale. And kudos for building housing for home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Alice.
I was shocked. I actually pulled up Google just to look at what it is. It's all in a single family neighborhood. Okay, do you live right next to a 12-unit apartment? Do you? Most people don't. They don't expect to be doing this. So I'm looking at it. Okay, so what's the benefit? Two affordable housing, one is a moderate income. What are you trying to achieve? Okay, this is just a developer's dream and aiming to destroy a single family neighborhood. How could you be allowing this kind of stuff to happen to San Jose? That is just not okay. Okay, so I need you to go back to the drawing board to consider what a single family housing neighborhood looks like. We have plenty of space. If you want a higher density housing, you can go somewhere else.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ron Stern, and I live 1275 Kirtner, so I share a 100-foot fence with this guy. And I'm telling you, there's beautiful 100-year-old trees on the property. They're going to try to squeeze so much stuff in such a little spot. The traffic, I don't know if any of you ever been down Kirtner Avenue or Cottle Avenue during school. You cannot move from Kirtner all the way to Pine Avenue. It's just a solid wall. Now they're talking about 30, 40, 50, 60 cars. They're talking about more people. They're talking about more congestion. I can't even back my car onto Kirtner anymore because of all the problems. And I just find that nobody cares. You guys work for us. We don't work for you. We don't want this development in our neighborhood. This is a single family. It's been that way for a long time. I'm retired. I don't want to listen to building over the next 18 months, day and night. I'm going to have to listen to saws, sanding, cars, trucks, everything. And my enjoyment of my property will be gone. And this is a 30-foot building right next to my fence, 30 feet.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Okay, so I'm going to go to online. I have Venkata, followed by Brian. Venkata, you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Okay, I'm going to move on to Brian, followed by Gorman.
Simer says 2, but I'll keep it under 1 minute. I want to make sure that the people listen to what these people are saying. The owner has a right, and we do need more housing, but there's the infrastructural issue. There's the infrastructure issue. There's the traffic studies that should be done. And I have driven out there and I've walked over there. It is a very dangerous intersection. And so, I mean, you can't really do anything about it because of what the state did. And this, trying to talk to the state is beyond futile. So, hey, thank you.
Gorman, followed by Blair.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm here today to oppose the development at 1295 Kirtner Avenue. This is not simply about adding housing. It's about making sure that any development this size is appropriate for the location and the concerns of the people who actually live here are genuinely heard. Kirtner Avenue was identified as part of the city's Vision Zero 5-year plan, which recognizes the need to address dangerous streets and prevent serious injuries and fatalities. Today, we have an urgent reminder of why this matters. As Christine mentioned earlier, a stabbing occurred on the corner of Kirtner and Cottle following what has been reported as a road rage incident. I'm not suggesting that this development caused that incident, but it underscores the real safety concerns surrounding traffic conditions and conflicts in this area. It is a major thoroughway to Freeway 87 and 280, 8 schools within 1 mile, and even if it's not required, do the right thing, listen to your constituents, and we request a thorough traffic study.
Thank you. Blair, followed by Tony.
Hi, Blair Beacon. Nice to hear public comment on this item. It's an old issue. Good luck on a community process working to solve this issue. I'm really growing to respect that if there's 100-year-old trees there, and it sounds like a number of them, that has a certain precedence, I think. Tree canopies have a certain precedence. Good luck in wanting to develop low and moderate income housing also. I hope we can be doing those things. It was stated that the land in this area is pretty clean and pretty clear. No environmental hazards serious. Good luck if extra tests are needed. Are extra environmental tests currently needed for the item of 10.1, the 650 Harry Drive item? I just thought I'd ask that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, followed by Venkata.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for listening to us, or to me for, today. I oppose this tremendously. You can do a traffic thing, but even with the traffic thing, I think it's a poor decision. If you want to put a couple units, like 4 possibly, that are lower, no more than 2 stories, I could understand that. But to put as many homes as you're doing, and if the next thing is passed, it'll be even worse because you'll try to put more in there. There is a school there, and trust me, I drive down. I do not even go near Kirtner and Cottle during school time. Could be a terrible, terrible mistake of letting this go through.
Thank you. Okay, Laura, followed by Renee. Laura, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was born and raised in San Jose, and I've lived 2 streets away from the property in question for 28 years. I am very concerned about the parking for the proposed condominium units. Many families bring with them at least 2 vehicles and sometimes many more. If the number of owned vehicles exceeds the number of parking spaces on the proposed property, cars will overflow into the street. Currently, there is a preschool, a middle school, and a high school, all located on Cottle Avenue between the subject property and Dry Creek Road. All 3 of those schools are only in 1/4 of a mile. There are hundreds and hundreds of students attending these schools. Last year alone, several students were injured during pickup and drop-off due to extreme traffic congestion. The addition of more parked cars will only exacerbate this problem. As a homeowner, I have witnessed many, many more near misses every day. The addition of added cars due to inadequate parking will pose significant risk.
Renee?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. These type of projects in the middle of existing neighborhoods should not be allowed. 12 units on residential parcel is a lot of additional people and cars. 14 waivers to get this through. That's a lot of waivers. The applicant said that real estate developers trying to solve the housing crisis. Unfortunately, the housing crisis continues to get worse because of real estate developers. By redeveloping single-family homes into multi-units or multi-homes, it just makes the housing prices continue to soar. The city council should reject this plan and work towards trying to save San Jose neighborhoods and overdevelopment, and see what we can do to fight back against developers at the state level, which is basically how they're trying to push a lot of these projects through by using state laws and also by just dismantling local oversight. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to everyone who spoke and public comment. Let me turn to my colleagues. We'll start with Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and for all the public comments. I know this intersection in this house really well, although it's in District 6. It's probably closer to my house than it is to yours, council member. And so I drive down that way all the time. I know Kirtner very well. Kirtner is a Vision Zero corridor and does have some serious safety issues. That intersection in particular is a dangerous intersection. I agree with the callers about that. In the report, it mentions that speed bumps have been installed on Cottle, but that isn't correct. I drove down Cottle just yesterday to confirm. As I said, it's very close to my house, and I use that way to get home all the time. and there were no speed bumps. So I'm wondering what the status is of the speed bumps that might be implemented to be installed on that street.
Through the mayor, we do have Department of Transportation staff. Perhaps they can address like what kind of traffic calming measures are being implemented or proposed in that area.
Oh, good, because I have more questions for him. Thank you. You know, I am the Vision Zero council member, so, and this corridor is of concern to me. Hi.
Hello, Councilmember Florina Pustia, DOT Division Manager. Thank you for your question. I was not aware of the speed bumps, but I'll have to talk to our Vision Zero team. They're the ones who handled those specific. I'm from a different division. I do development review, as some of you council members know that I've worked with personally. But we'll get back to you on the speed bumps question. But definitely this intersection and the surrounding neighborhood and the high school there, Wilgan High School, has received attention from DOT, traffic safety, and our neighborhood traffic management team in the last few years. And we'll receive more in the next upcoming year. We're currently waiting for, as the school has started, for traffic patterns to normalize before our neighborhood traffic management team will go out there, obtain specific counts to do a crossing guard study at the intersection of Cottle and Kerner. And our safety team, our school safety team, will also, in mid-October, go out there and obtain additional data to do a access and circulation study that they do at other high schools and elementary schools in San Jose.
So, thank you for that. So you're still planning to do a traffic study of sorts to determine the flow of traffic down Cottle and Kertner, particularly in relation to the schools, but that really is when traffic is most impacted on Cottle Avenue because of Willow Glen Middle High and the preschool that is right there. So you're planning to do that after school gets settled in September, October?
Yes, right now I think we're talking about a mid-October timeline in terms of the actual school circulation and access study. I think the counts for the cross guard study will maybe perhaps a little bit earlier will be obtained, but we'll confirm.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other thing I noticed as I was driving across the intersection is that the paint on for the intersection, for the crosswalks, is quite faded and could use a refresher. I know they're doing work on Kertner. We've worked on it regularly, and it's even just having the highlights of better painting would help a little bit. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to defer to Councilmember Mulcahy for some of this, but you should all know that this is a quasi-hearing, and we act as judge and jury over this hearing, and we're only hearing the appeal to what planning department has already said. Isn't that correct? Maybe
Yes.
from an attorney or someone who, or whoever.
Yes, that is correct, although the council can consider the project de novo in terms of the entirety of the project.
Okay, so I'm not sure that this is on point within this quasi-hearing or not, but I have a question with regards to the construction hours as it relates to the middle and high school and traffic patterns. I would hope that when we move forward, or is it possible to restrict construction outside the window of commute traffic, drop-off and pickup? Because they're working on Cottle or Kertner, it's going to be a mess. And I share the concern of those neighbors who live there. I don't have to drop my daughter off anymore. She's 30, but I used to drop her off all the time to Willow Glen, and I'd figure out ways to avoid the traffic. It's only gotten worse. So is there anything we can,
Yes,
can we
absolutely.
add that?
Yeah, I think for a construction project, typically a construction management plan could be required, and the council has the discretion to provide parameters that can then be imposed by the Public Works team.
Okay, so council member, when that comes before you, I'll let you advocate for the schools and parents who are traveling. With that, I really appreciate it. I'm familiar with the project. I'm familiar with the house, as I said, very, very much so. I think it is higher density than it is what is there now. And my major concern is traffic and pedestrian safety. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Let me turn to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Foley, for raising some of those issues. I was going to cover a couple of those things, but I really just wanted to start when one of the callers came on. I think it was Christine, one of the appellants. She was right. There was a tragic collision, or excuse me, a tragic incident that occurred at this very intersection at about 11:15 earlier today, which I found out about right before this meeting. And it was a road rage incident. And as Vice Mayor Foley pointed out, this has been a challenging street overall, Kirtner is, not just at Cottle, but at Hicks and Buxton and Meridian, and I know going into Councilmember Foley, Vice Mayor Foley's and Councilmember Dwan's district. That's a Kirtner situation, and so we have a lot of work to do to keep that a safer street overall. So having said that, I just want to thank the applicant and the appellants for speaking today and for following through on the appeals process and for sharing perspectives and reasoning. And again, I know Vice Mayor covered this. I want to emphasize that our role on this item is different than a typical council agenda. We hear this item as a quasi-judicial role and what is considered an administrative appeal. So our role is not to decide whether we endorse the project at 1295 Kirtner Avenue or not. It's whether they have met the obligations of the appeal. And really all of the project piece of this was determined by the Director of Planning at an earlier hearing. So with that as a backdrop, based on my review of the information made available on the appeal and the process, the applicable laws and procedures appear to have been followed. Now, having said that, as the community is aware, our office shares many of the concerns regarding traffic safety at Kirtner and Cottle, and certainly reinforced by the incident this morning. We're actually concerned about Cottle overall, as I said before, and will continue to work on those issues more broadly than just this intersection. But last year, there was a collision incident at Kirtner and Cottle, and I think our DOT representative talked about some of the things that resulted from that. We've added delineators and striping, red curbing, and daylighting at the intersection. And for those of you not as familiar, I know it was talked about, there's a park, a community garden, a significant tennis facility there, Willow Glen Middle School and Willow Glen High School. It is very active. And I want to specifically recognize the Willow Glen Neighborhood Association and Maren Setterquist, who really helped spearhead some of the response to that incident last year. Now, because of the type of application this project is under state law, the city is limited in what it can require the applicant, including traffic mitigation improvements. But I did want to mention that with planning staff and during the design process, the developer did move the ingress-egress farther, I think it is north on Cottle, in order to get farther away from the intersection due to obvious concerns about more crowding at the intersection. And I know, this doesn't appeal to everybody, but the developer is building less units than they could have under state law, and you heard the parking ratio at 3.5. And, that is certainly an improvement to what this could have been. As Vice Mayor Foley pointed out, I live right up the street. I think I was on Kirtner and Cottle intersection this morning on the way here. I'm there very frequently. I get it, and I know that it's a challenge. But there's also the property that is there has contributed to the challenge. And yes, there are some fantastic trees on the property, But basically, the property is, the site is so that there's created a blind spot right on Kirtner and right on Cottle because its foliage is right out onto the street. This project will provide a greater setback at the front edge to create a lot less of a blind spot at that intersection, both traveling southbound on Cottle and westbound on Kirtner. So do we have John, are you here for us for DOT today, sir?
Yes, I'm Councilmember.
Okay. So there's been talk about we can't mandate the developer do traffic study, right? We've been doing some of our own because in the midst of this process, we've had other incidents occur. And of course, today, I want to talk about what we can learn from the accident that occurred today or the incident that occurred today. But talk to me about what I'd like to recommend is that we do a city-initiated traffic study. It's beyond what we're doing for, and maybe we could sort of piece it together with what we're doing for the crossing guard program to test whether that's going to be something we can do at this corner. But to make sure that we have a baseline of where we are pre-construction, and then the concept of a post-construction, but after occupancy, and let's say that we get to 75% occupancy of the 12 units before we would initiate a second after construction traffic study, with the notion that we would do it during school time, just like we're talking about, where it's a fully loaded schedule, both schools are back. Is that something that we can accommodate and put on the record now?
Yeah, definitely. We can work with your staff to make sure that that can happen, and we'll use this opportunity to obtain what we can call like existing operations and data, and then post, as you said, 75% occupancy. Afterwards, we can go back out there and look at the situation, obtain data again.
So I want to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of this pre-construction study. I want to make sure that we have this one piece that's working through the system relative to testing whether it would rise to crossing guard. But then the other piece that I'm talking about is getting an overall baseline that might require some other data. So I want to make sure we're on the same page, and we'll work together to make sure that scoping's right.
That's right, correct.
Okay. And then I don't know if you've had any experience with whether or not there's anything we can learn, and we won't know until the coming days, from the incident today, and whether or not that was exacerbated by roadway conditions, caused by roadway conditions. Was there any relationship between the intersection and what happened? I don't think nobody's been out of this building today to necessarily investigate that, but I want to make sure that there's a police department engagement and really understanding whether or not there's anything we can learn from today that can inform other measures that we may take at that intersection.
Yeah, DOT typically works with the police department to look at the police reports for various collisions to understand what were the causes of the collisions and the incidents. Yeah. Okay. So when that will be available, we'll definitely make sure that that's part of the study that we do out there.
Okay, thank you. And to the Vice Mayor's point, I'll just double down that if there's any discoloring in the intersection as we sit here today, that's probably something we can get out and take care of pretty quickly.
Yes, we can work with our DOT pavement maintenance crews to refresh, as we say, the existing striping out there.
I mean, we've done work out there most recently, but a lot of times we put in the new work, but we don't really check the old stuff, and I think we should do that. So turning away from traffic, I just want to go back to trees. This has been a very hot topic lately here at Council. Yes, they are removing 24 trees, but as I understand it, and Manira, maybe you can check my math on this, the development will plant 81 new trees on this site, which is more than the 74 that would be required at this site. Manira, can you confirm I have that number right?
Yes, that is correct.
So given the grand jury report we heard at council last week, we know how important trees are. I think this will be helpful for our tree canopy and the well-being of our city. The one thing I want to make sure we do, and I know I'm talking to the chiefs of the PBCE department here, we have to make sure that every one of those trees gets in the ground, especially those street trees, those ones that matter the most to the people that are expecting that we're going to follow through when we say we're going to expect trees, that they actually get planted. So I want to make sure that we're on that before they get their final. So I will just say, as a council office and as your council member, we'll continue to work with our residents and our transportation partners, as well as San Jose Unified School District leadership, whom we've spoken to before about modifying school times, which is a state requirement, and they can't do that. That idea of breaking up maybe a little bit different, middle school, high school, even 5 minutes we have noted would make a huge difference. State law will not allow them to do that, but we'll continue to find ways to keep our kids safe and working with San Jose Unified on that. I just want to say that traffic safety, I'm sort of looking down the dais here, it's probably top 3 for every one of us as we hear from our community, and it will continue to be a point of interest. So with that, I do want to move staff's recommendation to deny the site development permit and environmental appeals and to approve this project.
Second.
All right, thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate all your good questions and comments. On the trees, it may be a pet peeve, but with a strong preference for native trees that are going to actually provide real longevity and canopy cover when they get built out, not little, I don't know how you do 60 some, we don't want little ornamental things. I think some real trees would be great. Okay, what else? Anything else from colleagues? I'm not seeing anything, so Tony, we need to vote on this item. Motion from Councilor Mulcahy.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right, thank you to staff. We are on to item 10.3. This is the general plan 4-year review policy framework. We're going to have a staff presentation, then we'll move to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council for discussion and a motion. I do want to just note for the public, I know we have a lot of folks here who want to speak. As I mentioned before, we strongly encourage folks to not cheer and boo so that we can hear, people can have their time at the mic and we can be efficient, so we're not here until midnight. I also want to note a couple other things. I see some very large signs, and I support your signs as an expression of free speech. However, we ask you to keep them down kind of in front of you and do not block the person behind you. Please be respectful to your neighbors. Not everyone in the chamber here agrees on this issue. I think we're going to hear from a wide range of perspectives. One other note, and Tony will have more when we go to public comment, council members may step back into the green room to use the restroom or grab a quick bite to eat. It's already been a long day. We started with closed session at 9:30 a.m. today. I want you to know that in the back, we have the full meeting on screens and full audio, so people are hearing every bit of the presentation, every public comment. It is not a way for council members to duck out on you. I just want you to rest assured. Okay, Chris, I'm going to turn to you to begin the staff presentation, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building, Code Enforcement. I'm joined here today by Manira Sand here, Deputy Director of Planning, and then Ruth Cueto and Jared Ferguson, who are principal planners within our citywide planning team and have really been the leads on this effort. So today we're here to present our recommended policy framework for our 4-year review of the general plan. Before we get into the specifics, I just wanted to talk about where we are in the process and what it is that we're asking the City Council to do today. Today's action, just to be clear, does not amend our general plan. It doesn't change the zoning of residential properties, and it would not approve development projects or entitle any particular parcel. What we're asking the City Council to do today is to provide us with direction on the policies staff should develop and analyze and then bring back for formal consideration. The proposed general plan amendments, zoning changes, development standards, and then all the supporting analysis for the environmental work would then return to the Planning Commission and the City Council for public hearings in December of 27. And they want to highlight that as we continue, I want to highlight that because we continue to receive, as you can see, considerable additional input from residents, particularly about our small multifamily, or what we call our missing middle portion of this work. A lot of that feedback that we've received has centered around the scale of future development, its direct impacts on immediate neighbors, and then the cumulative effect of change within our residential single-family neighborhoods. And so, I just want to be clear that today is not the end of that conversation. It's very much that we're asking council to determine what staff should go study and what issues need to be addressed before a final decision is made. Okay, so why now? So this work is part of a longer housing planning process that the city undertakes. It began with the adoption of the 6th cycle of our housing element and then the certification by the state's Department of Housing and Community Development. That occurred back in early 2023. City Council saw this in 2022. When we often talk about the housing element, a lot of people think about the regional housing needs allocation number. That's the 62,000 residential unit number that you often hear spoken about. But the document itself also includes over 90 policies that the city committed to undertake to promote the availability and the diversity of housing throughout San Jose. Our most recent housing element included commitments to create the small multifamily housing opportunities, as well as to update our urban village strategy, which we'll touch on as well. As I said, we'll refer to HCD multiple times throughout this presentation. They're the agency with the state that's responsible for the certification, but also the monitoring of the municipalities' housing elements. And they've made it very clear that they'll continue to monitor the city's implementation of those commitments throughout this period. At the same time, we're looking to prepare for our next housing element. That cycle will run from 2031 to 2039, and that's due to the state, or it needs to be certified by the state prior to January 31st of 2031. Big picture land use planning like this and the type of decisions that are needed to support a housing element at this scale can't just be done last minute. Really what we're looking at is major general plan amendments, zoning changes, environmental review, as well as infrastructure planning and all of the community engagement that needs to happen sequentially. And so that's why we're undertaking this review right now at the midpoint between those two housing elements. So we're just trying to give you a sense of that overall timeline and put today's decision in perspective. The current housing element established those commitments that I spoke to. Council then approved the scope of the 4-year review in June of 2025. It was a reduced scope, and that direction also included using the Planning Commission as the task force for this particular 4-year review, which is different from the 2 prior iterations that we had completed. And then we proceeded to have them meet in that compressed timeline between October of 2025 and June of 2026. So today, Council is considering that policy framework. As you then provide us direction, we'll begin the environmental review process, prepare all of the documentation and zoning amendments, the general plan amendments, and then develop the actual program standards while continuing to engage with the public through the fall of 2027. We anticipate to be back in front of council probably by December of 2027 with the actual decisions. The proposed amendments, by December 27. That work will help us establish the land use foundation for that next housing element. And so the reason that we're targeting 2027 as our last housing element took us approximately 2.5 years to complete. And then we have an additional sort of work with HCD to actually get that done and over the goal line before January of 31. So this process very much has a beginning, very much has a middle and an ending, and right now we're kind of in that middle phase. So just to review the scope that council gave us, and we stuck fairly well within that scope. It did expand slightly, but first we wanted to look at increasing the residential capacity. So the current general plan planned for about 120,000 residential units. The 62,000 units in the current housing element pretty much got us there on the total capacity, so that we know by 2031 we're going to have to identify additional units throughout the city to meet the state's goals. Secondly, the scope was intended to help us maintain an appropriate balance between the number of jobs in the city as well as the employed residents. That's a core element of our general plan. And then third and fourth were the two commitments that we made in the prior housing element. So firstly, that small multifamily housing program, and then lastly, updating our urban village strategy, which was a commitment under program P40 in the housing element. And so each of these elements really addressed a different part of San Jose's long-term growth strategy. And the common question throughout is how the city can accommodate its housing obligations while continuing to plan for the infrastructure, employment, services, and complete neighborhoods that we aspire to. So the recommendations were developed through that task force process. We included the community and stakeholder outreach. Obviously, staff is heavily involved with our analysis. And then that's brought forward through the Planning Commission for their consideration. It's really the Planning Commission's recommendation based on the task force recommendation that we're presenting today. Obviously, the Planning Commission wasn't asked about final ordinance language. We didn't get into deep details on many of these programs. It was really recommending the structure of the framework that staff can then use to begin preparing all of the language that will come back later. The same is true for Council's action today, and that framework really established all of the issues that we need to analyze. It certainly doesn't settle every one of the design standards or the geographic considerations or even the development requirements that we expect to come from this work. Those details will, really determine both the effects of the program on local neighborhoods, as well as whether it's likely to produce the housing that we are trying to achieve. And that work all really still lies ahead. Okay, so I did want to touch very briefly on kind of where the Planning Commission landed on their recommendations. So the Planning Commission recommended moving forward with staff's changes to the several general plan density ranges, the land use changes along the Alameda, and on certain mixed-use commercial sites and SB 1333 sites that we'd identified. They forwarded the recommendation of a framework for public quasi-public lands throughout the city, as well as the update to the urban village strategy and the small multifamily program. They also agreed with staff's recommendation to maintain the current jobs to employed residents ratio target of 1.1. So that's 1.1 jobs for every employed resident. The commission voted separately, next slide, sorry, on an individual items, on that previous one. When the commission voted, they actually took all of the items individually and voted on each one. So just wanted to note that on the small multifamily program, the commission voted 9-2 to recommend approval of that. They were not able to get to a majority recommendation on the proposed Winchester Boulevard land use changes. Therefore, Council has the staff recommendation that was presented to the task force and the Planning Commission. And then obviously there are alternatives described in the memorandum from the council members. Okay, so I wanted to spend the majority of our time just discussing the small multifamily housing program, because obviously this is the portion of the work that's really garnered the greatest public interest. At its most basic version, missing middle housing refers to housing forms somewhere between a detached single-family home and a larger apartment building. That may include, different types of housing, such as duplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, or even sort of small apartment buildings on larger lots. But it's really designed at a neighborhood scale, right? It's intended to integrate with existing neighborhoods. The policy objective is to really create more housing choices in parts of the city where those choices are limited somewhat today. But obviously how we create these standards has a significant impact on the outcomes for individual properties and then the surrounding neighborhoods in those areas. The final number of units on an individual property can certainly be affected by a number of things that include parcel size, ADU requirements and laws, density bonus law, how properties are subdivided, and then there are other state requirements that we have as a consideration. I do want to assure the council that we've tried to be really candid about that throughout our outreach with the public and throughout the task force process and as we develop these programs. So again, just a note, and I'm sure we'll touch on this more as we get into questions. Our small multifamily housing program is not a new obligation. This is not the first time we introduced it through this process. P35 is the program in our housing element. And I just wanted to sort of bring this up as a reference. Not only did we include it in our housing element, but it was also referenced heavily in the certification letter that we received from HCD that really noted the creation of this program as an important move for San Jose in its housing element. The included program contemplated, as written, at least 4 and up to 10 units in locations throughout the city. Those commitments don't prescribe every detail in the final ordinance. They do mean that as a city we must develop a program that is legally adequate and reasonably capable of being used to meet those obligations and commitments in the housing element. A program that purely exists on paper and produces no meaningful new housing would not satisfy the housing element for the purposes of HCD's review. And that does represent a compliance risk, which we believe is significant in recent conversations that we've had with the state. Failure to implement our commitments in the certified housing element could expose the city to financial penalties, potential impacts on our ability to approve certain permits, and ultimately the possibility of decertifying our housing element and the reopening of the city to builders' remedy applications. That's not something that HCD takes lightly. It's also not something that would be immediate, but it is something that we've seen as a tool that they've used with other communities throughout California. I just want to be clear that council does have discretion in designing this program, but that discretion needs to be in the context of clear understanding that not all the alternatives carry equal compliance risk. Okay, the other thing that I think is really important that we've been trying to highlight through this process is to recognize the existing condition that we face today, which is not simply one home on every residential parcel. Over the past 7 years, we've seen over 450 bills passed by the state that impact our ability and the way we approve housing. Our work has transitioned significantly in that period. And the state has really changed what can occur throughout the city. So some of the most important bills that we deal with in single-family neighborhoods include Senate Bill 9, which allows for a qualifying residential parcel to accommodate either a duplex, can be subdivided into 2 parcels, or a combination that could result in as many as 4 primary units on the existing single-family lot. Senate Bill 1123 creates additional subdivision opportunities on either a vacant parcel, or that's been extended to include where you can subdivide off the existing home and the remainder of the lot could accommodate up to 10 parcels. And then we also have ADU laws that allow additional units beyond the sort of base density, state density bonus laws, which can increase allowable density and provide, as we saw in the previous project, a series of waivers from some of our local development standards. And those laws apply whether or not San Jose creates this program. The question is therefore really not whether residential neighborhoods will ever change. Some change is already permitted by and occurring under those existing state laws. I think what we're trying to do with our approach is create a local pathway that produces housing in a more coordinated and predictable physical form, with objective standards that address things like height, setbacks, lot coverage, open space, privacy, access, all of those other sort of neighborhood conditions that can remain within our control as we design our own program versus being subject to those state laws. Choosing not to develop a local program doesn't necessarily preserve the status quo. I think that's the point we're ultimately trying to make. And we are certainly seeing a number of these outcomes where applicants are coming in and layering various state laws in different ways to maximize their opportunity. So I just want to touch a little bit on density. I apologize that this slide, the text is a little small. We can certainly dive into the details, but our initial recommendation was to evaluate an increase across the residential neighborhood designation to go from 8 units per acre to 32 dwelling units per acre. So a typical residential parcel throughout San Jose is somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. So if you see on this chart, between 3,000 and 8,000 square feet, you've got 84% of all single-family residential parcels throughout the city. So really what we were aiming for is to raise that base density to allow 4 units on the vast majority of parcels. I do want to acknowledge, as you'll see at the bottom of that chart, that state ADU requirements can affect the potential total number of units. We also deal with state density bonus on certain lots that requires more units to start with, but that can affect the number further for qualifying projects. But ultimately, when you think about the vast majority of parcels throughout the city, size constraints for primary units will ultimately limit how they will build out and what we will ultimately see in these areas. Beyond that number, obviously there's a lot of work to be done around development standards. So how can people actually build? And I think this is the crux of the discussion, is these are the things that we are able to implement as a city under our program and have a little bit more control. Density is only the one part of the program. It's the standards that will largely determine what housing looks like and feels like on the ground. The current framework would retain the existing height limit in residential neighborhood, which is 35 feet. Right now, that provision is for 2.5 stories. We would change that to 3 stories. 2.5 means a split-level home. It can essentially sit at the same height. This allows you to use that height more effectively, to use 3 stories. And I have some examples I'll show in a moment just of what that means. We'd also develop objective standards for setbacks, floor area ratio, things like lot coverage, parcel size, whether or not we allow lot mergers, some of the provisions around historic properties and other physical design considerations. Obviously, we've heard a lot about parking as a concern as well. From staff's perspective, we began with the city's current citywide policy, which is we currently do not have a minimum parking requirement. But hearing not just from the task force, but from community members, and certainly some of the memos that we've seen from the city council, that is one of the things that we want to bring into that consideration. There are certain state laws that impact our ability to implement parking minimums across the city. There's portions of the city where, because of its proximity to transit access, we will not be able to institute new parking minimums, but there are parts of the city that we can consider that. I think just overall in creating these programs, we just need to be mindful of balancing the objectives to preserve community character, which is really how we're approaching this, against standards that are so restrictive that parcels can't be built at all because we know we'll run foul of HCD on that. The work between now and 2027 is really finding that balance and a program that the market could actually use, with the strongest locally enforceable standards that we can reasonably establish. We also need to look sort of beyond the individual parcel, and think about some of the bigger issues. And again, I think this relates to the prior conversation. So as we see residential capacity increase throughout the city, we need to consider cumulative effects on transportation, on utilities, parks, schools, emergency response, as well as other infrastructure. And again, that's much of the work that occurs between now and the end of 2027. We also want to make sure that we're evaluating whether other general plan policies ensure that new development can reasonably contribute to the services and infrastructure that the residents will need. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight just a couple of examples now. These are examples in San Jose. They're not currently in residential neighborhood because this is the change we're proposing, but they are adjacent to existing single-family neighborhoods. So this property is at 39 Leicester Avenue. This was a 4,500 square foot parcel. There's 3 units. They have 4 parking spaces. The height of this building is actually just above, right? So, this is, again, not in a residential neighborhood, so, standards wouldn't allow this. It would be slightly lower. But so the density of what this project is about 30 units to the acre right now. So it just gives you a sense of the scale of that type of development. The next example, this is on Park Avenue at 1945 Park. Again, we sort of took a slightly zoomed out version. You can kind of see how the lot relates to the surrounding area. This is a larger lot. This is almost an 8,000 foot lot. And again, the market's coming in to really dictate how they approach development on these. In this instance, it's a 3-unit project. So this is lower. This is 17 units to the acre. But this is what the developer at the time felt like was applicable. I think just the important thing as we talk about those standards, the difference between 2.5 stories and 3 stories is the 3 stories allow that parking to be on the ground floor, right? And then you get 2 livable stories above it. And so that's how it's being accommodated in that configuration. So I just wanted to finish on some next steps and our timeline. Go to the next one. No, you're good. If council provides direction today, staff will prepare draft general plan amendments, zoning ordinance changes, objective development standards, and environmental analysis. We'll continue to do engagement with the community, with residents, as well as property owners, housing advocates, developers, neighborhood organizations, and other affected stakeholders. When this work returns in 2027, council will have the actual proposed policy language. We will be looking for opportunities to engage with committee and council in advance of that. We'll also have the environmental analysis and the results of additional outreach and a clearer understanding of the kind of legal, physical, and economic implications of the alternatives. And really, that's the point when council will decide what to adopt. The additional constraint I do just want to touch on, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the memos that council put forward, is obviously the other consideration we have as we go into the next phase of development is staff capacity. We have this tight time frame, and we're working towards that formal consideration in December of 27. And the work, has to position the city to begin preparing that next housing element. As we've previously discussed, our citywide planning capacity is limited. We'll be back in front of council on October 6th, so in a little over a month, to review the work plan and talk about priorities. And so we'll be taking all of the work that council directs today and wrapping it into that analysis so we can just show kind of where all of that sits. So, just want to highlight that as we think about the different alternatives and as we look at different things to study and evaluate, like all of that kind of goes into those aspects. So we did just want to touch briefly on the memos that we received from the City Council, just to kind of highlight some of the pieces in there. So firstly, the memo from the Mayor, Councilmember Campos, Cohen, the Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Casey. I think there's a number of the recommendations here, absolutely, we can accommodate within the analysis, such as the parking minimums, the reference to the PQP work, and then the neighborhood serving commercial, and some of the considerations there. The two things that we just wanted to touch on, obviously, as I was just noting on capacity, to the extent that we go, very broad on our ranges, that's additional analysis that we have to do, so it does potentially impact our timeline. We did talk to HCD earlier this week, and I can dive in a little bit more about some of those conversations, but I think one of our considerations from that conversation is that 16, when you think about an 8,000 foot lot right now, gets you a single unit at 8 to the acre. If you do a lot split under SB 9, that's essentially 16 to the acre. And so HCD confirmed that their understanding that 16 to the acre doesn't really significantly move us forwards. So that would be a concern, just as a risk as we think about that. The other was the recommendation around the Cottle Road Southside Community Center. This is just a technical note that we'll bring back in the analysis. The community center and the fire station are on the same parcel, so we would just recommend keeping the fire station as PQP. But otherwise, we're fine with that one. Next up, I just wanted to reference quickly the memo from council members Candelas, Ortiz, and Mulcahy. So again, I think the conversation around the second general plan amendment cycle is something we can accommodate. The discussion around the mixed-use commercial sites around West San Carlos is consistent with the staff approach. Obviously, I'm sure we'll have a conversation around the mixed-use neighborhood sites and around the Corey neighborhood. I think, Councilmember Mulcahy, you've put forward your recommendation through this memo. As we think about that, the net unit yield on those sites is relatively low. So just being mindful of, the benefit of maintaining some of the commercial, right, versus going to smaller net projects. As far as the streamlined process around SUPs on PQP lands, that's something we would refer to the budget process. Obviously, as a cost recovery department, we don't have the ability to reduce fees in any way, so council would have to supplement that program with additional money to support those applications. And then lastly, I went ground up on this one, I apologize. I do want to touch on the recommendation about geographic exclusions. I think, certainly we'd been considering the impact on fire severity zones, and it's something we're very mindful of, and expanding that and being really careful about how we plan that is something we definitely want to accommodate. I do want to talk about the areas with mitigable high VMT, the plan development areas, as well as the area-specific plans. The challenge we run into with limiting geography is that P35 in the housing element explicitly called out high resource areas. And we talk about this and we can happily go into more details, but I did want to just show a map of our high resource areas. And so the very dark blue and the sort of teal color that doesn't come through very well on the screen, but the darker colors are our high resource areas. And they tend to align with many of those geographic exclusions. And so we feel that, there's a potential for us to run foul of the intent of the program to provide those opportunities in high resource areas if we start to exclude them through some of these geographical exceptions. And then the memo from Councilmember Kamei and Torrijos, I think for the most part, we can absolutely accommodate this in the analysis. We did just want to point out that the work with IGR is we actually have language included in the ledge priorities around density bonus law. It's an issue that we've run up against recently. I did also want to acknowledge the memo from Councilmember Dwan. Obviously, there's less of a focus for city work, for staff work, and that's obviously more of a conversation for City Council as far as deferring the discussion. So there's a lot there. Certainly there's a lot more detail that we're happy to go into as a part of the discussion, and so staff's available for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Just as I turn to Tony to begin public comment, I believe we have over 100 comment cards in the chamber and likely over 100 online. So even at a minute per speaker, we're going to be here for a while. So again, I want to thank you all for your time, your participation. This is democracy. I think it's great. I do want to note that I know folks are going to want to cheer and boo, and again, that's just going to slow us down and force us to stop and ask for order in the chamber. So I'd ask that you help us move efficiently through what may be 2 or 3 hours of public comment. Tony, please, I'll turn to you.
As a reminder, speakers must comply with the city's code of conduct for public meetings. Please direct comments to the body, limit remarks to the agenda item, and observe the time limit. Conduct that materially disrupts the meeting or interferes with others' ability to participate may result in muting or removal as authorized by law. I have 118 cards in person. I have not looked. I have 16 hands up so far, 119 people online. I'm going to call between 20 and 30 names in person, then I'll bump over online and call a few names there, and then I'll go back and forth with the larger group being the in-person. If you want to speak and then exit, we ask you to exit quietly. Because there's so many speakers, we don't want the people at the end of the queue to have to wait extra time because we need to quiet people down. Thank you. So in the order that we received your cards, Larry James, come on down. Robert Swirl, Doug Andre, Kristen Brazzi, Jim Wendling, and Michael Schumacher. Come on down.
Is it Larry James or Larry Ames?
It's Larry James.
It is Larry James.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I stood up when you were spotted. It's confusing. Am I ready to go? I start? Hello, Mayor Mahan and San Jose City Council. Thank you for having me, and thank you very much for your dedicated service. This is a very important issue to me personally. I am Larry James. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Clara. I'm a small business owner currently launching a startup called the Always Outdoorsman. I think this issue is extremely important because, number one, I have a very large concern about the lack of affordable housing as a percentage of the total that the state is imposing on the cities, right? Is it 2% or I don't know what it is, but okay, it's higher than that, but whatever, it's not enough, right? We don't have enough affordable housing, and that is the crisis, right? So I would urge the city of San Jose to make sure that you are using your properties that are available to you and build large complexes as much as possible, right? So that you're centralizing, you know, you want to build these smart cities and whatever you're doing, and I think that's great. But what really concerns me.
I'm sorry, that's your time. That's okay.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah. Next speaker.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Rob Swerk. I'm a principal planner at VTA. We submitted a comment letter on Friday. It's included in packet 7 of the public comment. Just to reiterate, VTA urges the City Council to adopt the framework recommended by the Planning Commission, including the recommendation in the small multifamily category to increase the density of RN to 32 units to the acre. VTA also notes that the city set a progressive direction in 2022 of adopting a transit-first policy, as well as removing minimum parking requirements. And we encourage the City Council to build on those previous policies with this general plan for your review. And finally, we would like to continue to work with the city staff to look for a path for allowing residential mixed use on the VTA Cerrone and Santa Teresa TOD sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Matt Larson and Michael Young, come on down.
Yes, my name is Jim Wendling. Lived here in San Jose for over 70 years. And we have moved into our third house as we've moved up from our starter house and middle house, and now we're in our third house. And it's a very nice single family residential area. And what I see is a risk to people like us from what's happening. I know we need more housing, but it's not clear what direction you're going in will provide more truly affordable housing. But when I heard the situation that was discussed before us today, and you approved 12 to nothing or 11 to nothing for something that had potential hazardous driving conditions right there, and then you're going to check later to see if it worked out okay. I know you don't like doing those kinds of things. You'd rather be doing other things, but we're going to go into a world if you approve what's promoted.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, council members, my name is Michael Young. I'm a member of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking to you today as a private citizen. What these proposals are is what kind of a city we want to have going forward. Do we want to have a city that's only affordable for people who work in tech and people like myself who've been here a long time? Or do we want to have a city that's affordable for working people? That's what this is about. We need to increase the supply of rental multifamily properties. Increasing density in our single family neighborhoods is the best way to do that.
just a reminder, we will remove people from the chamber if they're disrupting the meeting. This individual gets his minute of public comment and his free speech, his First Amendment rights like everybody else. Can we please rewind the clock to where the booing began? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan. What I learned from my parents is much who are given, much is expected. So I feel as a resident in a single-family neighborhood, I need to give back. And the best way I can give back is to be open to some changes. If a triplex.
Okay, thank you. John Klimeski, I butchered that name. John, come on down. And Lynn Paulson. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am a longtime resident of District 9 and live in the Homestead Acres housing tract adjoining the boundary of Los Gatos. It is an old neighborhood of very large lots and semi-rural nature. We were annexed into the city over our strenuous objections. Not too long ago, a developer sought to build 9 houses on a single lot in Homestead Acres and was turned down by the city. That would not happen under this proposal. The resulting disintegration of cohesive neighbors and overflowing parking and increasing traffic will be a negative impact on the quality of life that we've worked so hard to maintain. I call upon you to protect our established neighborhoods and communities with reasonable densities. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Kristen from District 10. 5 generations of my family are born and raised in San Jose, and my concern is that you're forgetting about us. I'm not against affordable housing. There's some built by my house that are not full. There's a massive one being built down the street, and there's another one that's planned to be developed in the next couple of years. I ask that you take into consideration the impact of utilities, parking, and traffic. Also, I don't think we need to build, because there's some in the area, I don't think that they should be built in my neighborhood. Single family homes like mine, the neighborhood should stay single family homes. So please.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
I'm Robert Wood. I'm the housing chair of the California Faculty Association San Jose State Chapter. I'm also speaking for Bill Armeline, our political director, who had to leave. And we appreciate what the city planning has done in a thoughtful effort to work on residential neighborhoods. Also appreciate the thoughtful concerns of the city councilman. But we're very concerned about key areas of opportunity that are omitted in this proposal. Number one, the growth areas in the existing plan. We have 7.4 miles supposed to produce most of 170,000 units, and unrealistic rules are preventing abandoned commercial and office spaces from being developed. Nonprofit organizations are not being able to build housing on their land, and we have 85 square miles of land where zoning prohibits all housing. Just a little bit of that. There's some excellent opportunities in those areas. Sacramento and San Diego.
Thank you. That's your time. Larry Ames, come on down, and Cindy H.
Hi, I'm Matt Larson. I work in land use and housing policy for the last decade, and it is with that background that I say the following. This is great. The policy framework will have a meaningful impact on actually building the housing that San Jose is striving to build. Staff, Planning Commission, and Council all deserve our praise. There's also a lot of great additional policy in the Council memos. The Mayor's memo adds needed flexibility for building affordable housing. The Cadelas, Mulcahy, Ortiz proposal for additional general plan amendment cycle will help small developers who can't take on the carrying cost that larger institutional groups can. And the Tordillos memo, local density bonus streamlining will be attractive to home builders while delivering San Jose the development standards it desires. They also raise a most important point. Whatever you do, don't risk housing element decertification, and thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Lynn Paulson. I oppose the proposal that will revise the general plan to increase density allowances for most single-family home parcels. There are many reasons I'm opposed, but I wanted to highlight the impact this could have on the tree canopy. I was at the council meeting last week where you reviewed the response to the grand jury report regarding the decline of San Jose's tree canopy, which is important to all residents in the city. During the discussion at the August 11th council meeting, the city forester stated that the greatest opportunity to reversing this decline in tree canopy could be a focus on actions related to residential parcels. Instead, you have before you a proposal for increased density on single-family home parcels that would again put the tree canopy issue on low priority while not helping to reverse the current downward trend, let alone meet the goal you have for 2051. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joe, Dan from D10, and Paul. Come on down.
I'm John Klimaszewski, and I was surprised to hear about the high-density housing plan being proposed. I attended one of the neighborhood meetings, but had no other communication from anywhere about the extent of the proposed plan. This plan would allow density in the city of San Jose to be greater than New York City. Is that your view of the city? That's what's being proposed. This is in a city with no real mass transit, already long commute times that we have everywhere. How are we going to pay for that mass transit parking? They're talking about putting those plans in place, but it's going to be difficult. And I've talked to many of your constituents, and to a person, they're just incredulous that this amount is being proposed. And as I understand this, once you change the density to a higher density, you won't be able to reduce it later. So you need to make your decision with your eyes open. So I support the need for new housing, but I think you need to suggest to the planners to take a look at taking those high density areas in certain.
I'm sorry, that's your time. Next speaker.
Larry Ames, D6 Neighborhood Leaders Group. As we said in our letter, we have the need for more housing. The state says we must update our plans, which will change our city, but please don't overdo it. These changes will be hard to undo. We do need to increase the density, but 32 units an acre citywide is excessive. In D6, we have many good missing middle infill projects in transit-rich and walkable neighborhoods working out about 16 units an acre. The Mayor's memo at point 1B calls for staff to study this lower density. We also agree with the Mayor's point 1A for minimum parking standards. And per Candelas' memo, don't build high density out in transit poor areas. State law calls for objective standards, so our guidelines will need updating. And please ask staff to find objective ways to granting density bonuses, concessions, and waivers. We want to work with the council and the city to make San Jose a better.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My historical neighborhood opposes the boxy ideas that are being presented. Following are different ideas that might help. Put the housing on these boxy houses and put parking lots underneath them rather than putting the parking anywhere on neighborhood streets. Place more housing near existing high-rises. That high-rise housing should not be, because that's where they work. Work with our county government to place housing around the techie areas where they work. Put business and housing around our large regional parks. Most of them have nothing. Protect our historical housing communities and.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Dear leaders, please vote no on the framework as is. It must include minimum parking. Any housing needs realistic off-street parking because working class people need their cars. Few workers have good train or bus service to their workplace at both ends of the work shift. A 16-unit building with no parking brings about 24 cars that compete for curb space. This opens a parking war. In Boston, people hoard curb space with old furniture and vandalize any car displacing that. Rivalry leads to vandalism, escalating to violence. Chicago's infamous projects lack parking and don't help residents hold down jobs. Arrogant people say, I'm interested in space for people, not cars, meaning I'm a people person, I don't care what you need. Okay, please continue building housing near transit. Please be practical and include parking. Again, I can't stress this enough. I spent a whole career working with factory people, working second and third.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sarisha, come on down. Ron, no last name, and Robert E.
Okay, I'm Paul. Parroting pretty much everything he said. The community has high-density areas, single-family neighborhoods, countryside. Bottom line is we do not want our neighborhoods destroyed. We spend quite a bit of time protecting them. Turns out the council actually works for us. So, if the council votes yes for this, anyone that votes yes for this, and raise your hand, I'm against it. No clapping. Are you against it? Raise your hand. No clapping. Okay? Everyone I've talked to is vehemently against this. All right? So, any council person that votes to do this, we are going to recall. And it'll be about the easiest recall we'll ever see. Okay? And I know you want to run again in 28. I read the article. You won't be around. So, there you go.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We need to ask yourself a simple question. What kind of city do we want San Jose to be? For generations, people have worked their entire lives to buy in a mature, established neighborhood. They paid their mortgages, property taxes, and their fair share. That home was more than an investment, it was an American dream. This isn't simply about adding housing. It fundamentally changes the character of a neighborhood that families work decades to create and preserve. We have to ask, are we solving a housing problem, or are we sacrificing the quality of life and established neighborhoods because of higher density produces more tax revenue and development fees? We need responsible growth, not growth at any cost. Please protect our mature neighborhoods, respect the people who work their whole lives to own them, and make sure San Jose remains the city where the American dream is protected, not taken away. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. Alice and Catherine Matheson, come on down.
Good evening. Forgive me if I don't make sense. I'm very nervous. I'm Sarisha, a student at San Jose State and an intern for Run on Climate. In San Jose, environmentally sustainable land use practices are imperative for our city. Despite a dedicated section for environmental stewardship, the general plan does not outline public health or environmental studies and regulations of high energy demanding buildings. This city has stressed its commitment to implementing rigorous environmental standards on water and energy use. However, noise ordinance noncompliance and reports of rolling blackouts for residents, the use of fossil fuel generators for backup power, and potable water line easements are inadequate to achieve this city's stated commitments. The lack of care in the general plan is worrisome in the lead up to developing uniform standards. I urge this council to include plans for both cumulative impact studies and robust rules for covering water and clean power use for such buildings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Brenda Doman, come on down.
I'm here to urge you to vote no on item 10.3, this missing middle nonsense. This proposal goes far beyond any state requirement. No other city in Santa Clara County comes anywhere close to this sweeping. It would allow three-story building high density on virtually any residential lot with no on-site parking requirement and no by right approval. Once it's on the books, these projects skip public hearings, planning commission's review, or even council vote. The impacts are permanent. More cars are already on already crowded streets, added strain on utilities and roads, and according to the city's own study, little to no affordable housing is even produced. Limited public comment so far cannot be mistaken for support. Many of us are only now learning about how far-reaching and irreversible these changes are. Please reject this proposal. At least take it off the consent calendar and allow full public hearing. At least.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Do you know what fulfilling an American dream means? It's not living in a condo, an apartment, or in some high-density housing, but the opportunity to live in a single-family house with our own little yards. It's absurd that now you're seriously proposing to destroy every single-family neighborhood, permanently upzone the neighborhood to build high-density housing on single-family lots. I'm guessing that all of you are currently living in your own single-family home without an 8-unit or even 16-unit apartment right next to your house. So why would you wish other people to live in such a condition? San Jose is not Hong Kong. There is no lack of space to provide additional apartment building without messing with the existing single-family neighborhood. Just look at block and block of vacant old high-tech building in North San Jose with zero productive use. Please vote no for this nonsensical proposal. You do not want to be remembered as the one who permanently destroyed San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm going to call, wait, before.
No, you can only speak once on each item. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and come up to the microphone, but before you speak, I'm going to call 5 people online next. I'm going to go ahead and say their names so they can kind of wake up. Caller 7205, Brian, Diane, Todd, and James Patterson. Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, reject the missing middle framework recommendation in the general plan 4-year review. San Jose residents do not want 3-story apartment complexes by right in residential neighborhoods without parking. Smart growth means concentrating density along commercial corridors, transit hubs, not quiet residential streets. While urban sprawl creates long-term municipal budget deficits, SB 79 already impacts over 40,000 parcels near transit stops, unlocking up to 500,000 units for decades to come. SB 9 permits 4 units per lot do not go beyond state minimums to strain our infrastructure, stretch emergency services, and worsen our job-to-housing ratio. Cap residential neighborhood density at 4 units per lot. We need direct leadership. Please direct our planning director, city manager, IGR team to aggressively lobby HCD, ABAG, DOF, and Sacramento.
Thank you. That's your time. Caller 7205, please press *6 to unmute. And that's your last 4 digits of your number.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm SJ, born and raised South San Jose, Willow Glen High School, class of 2000. I gotta say, the beauty of Willow Glen is its longstanding trees, nature, communities, and single-family homes. This is pure developer greed. There's better places for small condos, especially along Monterey Road towards downtown. Don't ruin San Jose. Be careful of the precedents that we set. Keep single-family homes for single families. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, followed by Diane.
Thank you. I can't say the place where I was at because I signed something, but I had a house and it disappeared. And now you can go out there and visit, and there's literally thousands of units on top of there. If people tell you they're going to build moderately, gravity will fail before that happens. Sometime I wrote an email, it covers all the stuff everybody said. Sometimes you want to walk outside, look up, and see the stars. I understand that's emotional, and so it doesn't have any meaning, and never has. But I can just tell you, walk softly, because once this stuff gets in place, it won't go away. And they will go to the maximum whenever they get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, followed by Todd.
Hi.
Hi.
Please vote no to missing middle recommendation. The general plan has an
urban reserve area. Why isn't the urban reserve area being considered for high-density housing planning instead of, isn't this the ideal situation to use that reserve? There is a lot of land there that is not open space. It has almost zero density. I recommended to use that urban reserve area for the state certification instead of disrupting all the neighborhood of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd, followed by James.
Hello. When so many residents take the time to oppose this agenda item only to see memorandums offering concessions to wealthier suburban.
Todd, you cut out.
These plans purposely pit communities against each other while residents simply struggle to protect their neighborhoods. This entire process feels performative and our concerns are ultimately ignored. I live in an urban transit village area, so I'm here to support other neighborhoods and advocate for what is best for San Jose as a whole. We haven't even seen the impacts of the urban villages or these new state laws yet, and we are already moving to implement blanket policies that strip away local oversight. Giving up our voice makes no sense. Also, no parking needed near transit.
Thank you. James, before I click allow to speak, I'm going to call a few names from people in person so you can make your way down while James is speaking. I have Cole, Buford, Barr, A. Siwak. It looks like Siwak, S-Y-W-A-K. Sue and Ute Orgasa. Okay, James, I'm letting you speak now.
Hi, I reside in Oak Grove neighborhood in District 2. Having seen impacts on my neighborhood when apartments were allowed to change their parking rules from multiple cars for free to one free and any others a monthly charge, and the carnage it laid to the surrounding neighbors, I emphatically say this is a poorly thought out solution, and I would expect the city council and mayor to vote no on this item. This is in direct conflict of Beautify SJ, as it will lead to unbeautiful neighborhoods and will ultimately force neighbor against neighbor in parking wars. To see actual impacts, just stroll down Walnut Blossom Avenue and the surrounding streets across from the apartments, including Hayes and Lead Avenue, in the evening and talk to residents in that area. This will break the very fibers of a good neighborhood if allowed to move forward. I expect nonsense ideas like this from the current presidential administration, but not from my city leaders. I saw input posted indicating the
Thank
city.
you. That's your time. Next speaker in person.
Hello, my name is Cole. I do agree with a lot of other folks that no parking minimum would be a quite bad idea. People have cars and may even move into these spots hoping to, we'll park on the street anyways, and that it does create a lot of difficulties for working class folks. Also, I would recommend that the general plan also include any kind of reviews of data centers or large energy projects, as I do believe in the humanist values of 2040 plan, such as healthy neighborhoods, and data centers are also hungry for land as well, and I hope that these data centers are not taking priority over more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'll wait for Mahan.
He can hear you in the back.
Council members, I'm Buford Barr, 40 years in District 10. Please reject item 10.3. The proposal would quadruple density in neighborhoods designed for single-family homes, allowing 4 to 16 units by right, no parking requirements, no public hearings. That means no notice, no neighbor input, no accounting, just permanent citywide rezoning. Here's what troubles me most. San Jose doesn't need this to meet state mandate. We can hit our 62,000 target homes under the existing general plan, which already directs growth toward transit corridors. This isn't about opposing more housing. It's about opposing a permanent change that bypasses residents, invites investor-driven redevelopment, and eliminates public voice in their...
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Uta. I'm from D10. Two things. One, you don't have a walkable city in San Jose. If you want to build housing that overcrowds our places, it will lead to a place where nobody can park, and that means you need to build a walkable city first. Second, I would like to look at the sociological impact this has. First of all, if you have overcrowding in places, you will get people having more crime, higher crime rates, you will have more vandalism, you will have stuff like more, road rage. And you will make people not being proud in their neighborhoods anymore, because if you want to have people have pride in something, they need to have a say in something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Michael Bryant, come on down. Catherine, no last name. Go ahead.
I urge you to reject this so-called missing middle housing plan. Forcing up to 16-unit apartment buildings into single-family home neighborhoods with no on-set parking, drastically reduced setbacks, and no public input will not magically produce lower-income homes. That's not leadership, that's a pipe dream. This doesn't improve the quality of life for residents of San Jose. Instead, it enriches investors and developers. This plan will continue to destroy the standard of living and impact the safety of residents in your community. San Jose has certainly had its share of problems over the last years. The California State Auditor found that not only could the $300 million set aside to help the homeless not be adequately accounted for, but also that San Jose had no cohesive plan for building affordable homes. This is anything but a cohesive plan. This is madness. As noted, this plan is not needed to achieve the current RHNA numbers. Future RHNA developments should be planned near transit. Why would you want to be on record in contributing to the decline of quality of life in San Jose? Your job is to make San Jose better and safer. Vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I ask you again to please use your jazz hands, or however you want to do it, quietly, so that we can get through these all quietly and respectfully.
Yeah, because you want to hear people like me, don't you? Right? You want to hear people like me because I vote for you to reject this. Do you guys want to live next door to a housing project I would build? I don't think so. I would build a mini Khrushchev, if anyone knows what a Khrushchev is. Okay? Yeah, people know, don't they? Wouldn't you, I mean, any of you, would you want me to live next door to you and build something? Ask yourself that. Anybody of you on the dais, ask yourself if you want to live next door to me. I don't think so. What I would build, you wouldn't like. You could turn it into Section 8. That could be terrible, wouldn't it? Could you imagine that? This thing is designed for speculators, flippers, developers. Just take a look at the Fay downtown. No one wants to live in it. That was approved of high-density housing. I call it the fail, and that's exactly what this is going to be if you guys allow this to happen. It's going to turn our neighborhoods into something that you don't want to live in, and you don't want me to live next door to you if you vote for this, because you wouldn't like it, I could guarantee.
Thank you. That's your time. Daryl, come on down. Anne and Melissa.
I strongly urge you to vote no on the permanent statewide missing middle proposal. The reason why is I can describe to you. According to this plan, my right side neighbor can build up to 16 units, and my left side neighbor can build up to 12 units. And if every unit needs 2 cars, I do my calculation, it's 56 cars. But you don't require any on-site parking. And I tell you, down to my street is a school, and you know the school traffic. So you tell me what should I do? and they can build close to the property line. And by right approval, they don't need hearing, don't need the neighbor input, public input, and once it's approved, it's permanent and irreversible.
Thank you, that's your time. Gio, come on down. Lori Drost.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Michael Bryant. You've all gotten many emails from me since August, and I've only heard from 2 people on this council, Mrs. Campo's office, and I got a face-on with George Casey. So I don't know where the rest of you have been, but I'm upset about that. I strongly am against this. I've lived in San Jose for 68 years. I got my first house when I was 22 years old. It took me 80 hours a week to pay that mortgage. I got my second house when I got close to 30, and I'm living out in Santa Teresa now in a nice neighborhood, and it took me 80 hours a week to pay that house till I was in my mid-40s, almost 50. So now I'm retired. I'm living there, I'm comfortable, and this is not gonna work for me. So you guys need to rethink this, because I can guarantee you, anybody that votes for this, I will do everything I can to get you thrown out in the next election.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Ann Paulson, representing Yimby Law. Yimby Law sent you a letter today supporting this upzoning. I'll summarize. Something like preventing someone from building 4 townhouses on their own property is a huge property right restriction. The Supreme Court, and the Roberts Court in particular, have shown a lot of deference to property rights, saying that if a city restricts property rights, it has to be the least restrictive way to achieve their goal. Yimby Law believes that single-family zoning is not the least restricted way to achieve any goal. And they are prepared to go to court to enforce this belief. You should support this proposal because it's right and all.
Thank you, that's your time. Milo Traus, come on down. Therese Swan and Patricia McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I suppose I'm one of those rare examples of a single-family homeowner who likes living between 2 multiplexes. I'm here to speak in support of the staff recommendation and the Tortillas and the Kamei memo. We all feel the effects of the housing crisis. Just this year, we saw the elementary school down our block close. We've seen more friends priced out of our city, and we've seen our workers driving long commutes because they can't afford to live in the city that they serve. This week, my sister's visiting from New York to celebrate her first pregnancy, the first baby in the family born in our generation. I wish she could afford to move here and raise my future nephew closer to family instead of thousands of miles away. But like for the majority of our residents already living here, that dream is too far out of reach. Proposals like this are about more than numbers of dwelling units per acre. They're concrete steps you can take right now to reverse years of inaction that has led to this housing crisis. Today, we've heard from a lot of people who have lived in San Jose for decades.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Lori Drosty, Housing Policy Director at Spur and a former Berkeley City Council member where I authored Missing Middle Housing and Parking Reforms. We can't solve a housing shortage by making housing harder to build. Please maintain at least 32 dwelling units per acre. That is already really modest, allowing duplexes, triplexes, and small multifamily homes. When a detached home costs $1.7 million, the American dream of home ownership is slipping out of reach. Missing Middle Housing creates another path and opens more neighborhoods to more families. Also, please don't bring parking requirements back. Artificial mandates consume land, increase costs, and can make small projects infeasible. These homes may stand for 100 years. We can't predict how people will travel in 2126. Please maintain 32 units per acre, reject parking minimums, and keep the American dream within reach.
Thank you. Next speaker, Corinne Tomio, come on down, and Linda Fall.
I'm Therese Swan. I'm a local realtor here in San Jose. California did not mandate 32 dwelling units per acre. That was San Jose's choice. The planners then used the number to create the figures for the missing middle chart. The planners showed no data why 26, 22, or 18 wouldn't have worked instead of 32. Before moving forward, please have planning model several lower density alternatives, including the lowest additional capacity required by HCD. After taking into account capacity that will already be provided through SB 9 and other state bills. Planning has parcel level data. Use AI if helpful and make policy decisions, but not to make policy decisions, but to quickly model different scenarios and incorporate public feedback.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, council members, I'm a San Jose resident and a member.
Wait, how did that happen? Go ahead.
Hi, I've lived in my single-family resident neighborhood for almost 40 years, and I walk the neighborhood every morning, and I see the changes that are occurring, and I'm vehemently against what's happening. I see these monstrous houses and beautiful single-family homes that are one stories being torn down, and they are like monster houses. There seems to be no moratorium on height, and they overpower everything. There's no sunlight. I mean, and it's something that just really needs to be looked at. I implore you to look at other cities and the studies that they've done before venturing into something like this, and taking a closer look on the impacts of building this type of society. The streets look...
Thank you, that's your time. We had a glitch with Zoom where it unmuted somebody. I don't know how it did that, but I'm gonna go ahead and go over to her because she had started speaking, and then we'll come back to you, sir. Sheila, go ahead. It looks like she may have went away, so I'm going to go ahead and remove permission to speak. She can raise her hand again, but I don't know what happened there. Just wanted to make sure everything was fair. Go ahead, sir. Thank you for waiting.
Sure. Hi, I live in an apartment building. It's right next to a single-family home. We can see into their yard. Does this make me and my family neighborhood destroyers? No. Our kids play together. I would move into an 8 or 10-story apartment building. Does this make me a bad person? No. It makes me someone living in a world-class city that happens to be caught up in the results of decades of poor planning decisions. And here we have an opportunity for council to follow staff's recommendations to maintain a certified housing element. 826 North Winchester, for example, is a prime location that will actually deliver housing. But the neighbors and Councilmember Mulcahy are engaging in a classic moving of goalposts by asking for yet another zoning reduction on exactly the parcel that is most likely to produce housing. You are the decision makers. The time is now to be bold and meet the glaring housing need. Do not cave to demands that amount to nice to haves,
Thank you. Next speaker. Ann Russo, come on down. Corinne, I've already called Corinne. Trish McDonald.
She already spoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trish did?
Trish did, yeah.
Okay. Did she?
Okay. Good evening. I'm Corinne Tomio. I live in District 6, the Willow Glen neighborhood. I have been in my Willow Glen home for 37 years. Most of the homes in my neighborhood are 90 years old at this point. I am vehemently opposed to this plan to dramatically increase zoning in our single-family neighborhood. I fear it will fundamentally alter the Willow Glen historic neighborhood character. It will tax our neighborhood's aging infrastructure, such as sewage and plumbing capacity, the localized electric grid, and water supply. It will result in severe congestion due to lack of parking. It will severely impact and destroy the neighborhood's mature tree canopy, which is already only at a dismal 13.5% for the city of San Jose. Residential lots account for 70% of all San Jose city trees. I urge you to reject this proposed.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you for listening to all of us. I just want to say that please reject this proposal. I believe this is going to destroy our neighborhoods. And once it's done, 30 years from now, you can't go back and take all these buildings down and just go back to single-family housing. Please reject this issue. I think it's a very important one for the city of San Jose, and I believe that this will I can't emphasize enough, I think you will destroy our neighborhoods, and I don't like to propose threats, but I mean, I think our next voting round, I mean, we're gonna decide, do we want people who wanna bring these small apartments into our neighborhoods? I'm sorry, I don't agree with this at all. Please say no.
Thank you. Next speaker. I also have Ramachandran Bala come on down, Susan Noda, and Veena Ramachandran. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Anna Russo, and I'm sorry for my voice, but I just want to let you know I have lived in San Jose my whole life. The community that we have built in this city, the working together with neighbors and partners that we have in this city, to destroy that would be unconscionable. We are a city that is a community no matter where you live. And to destroy that would be so sad. And once we destroy it, we can't go back. There's plenty of places in San Jose where we can build high density housing. My husband worked for the VTA for 35 years. I understand we need more housing near VTA. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we looking at places like abandoned commercial buildings? Let's be prudent and save our...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Bala. Increasing density from 8 to 32 units per acre with 3-story buildings will irreversibly alter our neighborhoods. Furthermore, the density will place an unsustainable burden on essential public services. Most concerning is the proposed ministerial approval process. There's 3 practical examples that I have seen. A neighbor of mine runs a hostel for traveling nurses. At one point in time, on a 5,000 square feet lot, I found 16 vehicles parked. Another of my neighbors runs a rental car agency. A third and a fourth, they actually run a bar inside their garage. Now, if we adopt this kind of a proposal, just imagine the consequences that it will happen. People think commercial, and this is what is going to cause damage to our community. I urge the City Council to vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker. Allison Singalani, come on down. Linda Gacia and Ali Victorine.
Good evening. I'm Veena Ramachandran from Berryessa. I strongly oppose the zoning from single-family home to multi-zoning. Several residents of Berryessa and San Jose have worked hard all their lives to buy a single-family home. Several people have moved from other crowded cities nearby to come and live in San Jose because of the pleasant single-family homes and the large size. Demolishing single-family homes destroys an entire neighborhood. Also, the waiver for necessary requirements like garages and entrances puts pressure on neighbors, and there'll be fights and disputes. There'll be an increase in crime, and most important, what no one is mentioning is the land sharks who will move in. If I have 2 multi-story buildings on either side of me, I'm a very easy prey, and I'll be forced out. And this is not what I bought a house in San Jose for. So please oppose this.
Thank you. Next speaker, Chris Justy, come on down, Bart Wilner, and Benjamin White.
Good evening, Allison Singalani, Director of Policy with SV at Home and a longtime D5 resident. We support the Planning Commission's recommendation to increase residential neighborhood densities to 32 units per acre to support the development of middle-income housing. This can help create much-needed, more affordable homes in San Jose, make smart, strategic use of our existing infrastructure, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by letting people live closer to where they work. We encourage Council to take this necessary step in compliance with the city's adopted housing element. From the Tortios and Kamei memo, we support increased height limits for middle housing surrounding transit areas. From the Mayor's Brown Act memo, we support the recommendations related to PQP lands. From the Candelas-Ortiz-Mulcahy memo, we support a streamlined process and lower fee structure for special use permits for community-serving uses on PQP land. We oppose adding new parking requirements to development or exempting parts of the city from middle-income development. You can live in a vibrant city that's growing or a
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
Linda Goitia, District 9 for 46 years. Esteemed Mayor, Council members, as an elected official, I'm accustomed to dense official language, but please create executive summaries for these proposals that are bullet pointed and in plain English for the layperson homeowner who wants to know in 100 words or less what it means for him or her. Personally, I'd like to say that I'm tired of the popular view that my neighbors and I are selfish, privileged snobs. My Cambrian home, I could only squeak into my Cambrian home in 1980 because it had a 60 cubic foot hole for a planned swimming pool in the backyard. I couldn't afford to have it filled, so for 2 years I got free pool dirt dumped in front of the house and used a wheelbarrow to get it in the hole. My salary at that time was under $12K a year, and I worked multiple jobs for a long time. I've refinanced to send a son to college and again to help his family buy a house of their own. I live on a tight budget in the house so many seem to resent me having. I made this investment under a set of rules that I had every reason to expect would not.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker. Ali Sapperman, come on down, and Dan O.
Hello, Allie Victorine, District 7, and I've discovered I'm in the missing middle. For 45 years, my husband and I raised our family in high-density home. We have a townhome. Across the street are duplexes. A half-mile away are apartment complexes, and right next door are single-family homes. It's a neighborhood that works. It does have issues. Parking is one. For 45 years, we've had issues with parking. So this plan I support, but I am really glad to see the memorandums that are looking to direct the staff in a reasonable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Chris Justy. My wife and I have a house in Willow Glen. We all want housing to be more available and more affordable, but more density and more affordable housing are not the same thing. Increasing neighborhood density is only one possible tool. Tax policy, incentives, regulatory reform, development costs, and other approaches can also affect housing availability and affordability. Yet we are considering changes that could increase residential neighborhood density from 8 to as much as 32 units an acre, allow 3-story development, and use ministerial approvals. Your own memoranda show that the answers aren't settled yet. That's why I support Councilmember Doan's request for a 4-week deferral and dedicated public meeting. 4 weeks is a small price to pay for better public understanding of a policy that could permanently affect San Jose's established neighborhoods. Don't make the policy outrun the evidence. Give the public the 4 weeks, study the alternatives, then we can make an informed decision.
Hi, Bart Wilder, District 6 for 48 years. State Bill 79 is a mandate. It's the law. We have to follow it. What you're all trying to do now is strictly a discretionary decision. It has nothing to do with the law. It is not a mandate. Your only mandate is to the voters that put you in office. Right now, we shouldn't be looking at increasing what the state of California is asking for. We should be looking at how we can fulfill what the state of California is asking for. Follow the law, do it for a few years, reevaluate, see how it works out, and then make changes as necessary. We're putting the horse in front of the cart. It's ridiculous. Right now, your emphasis should be seeing how Google is going to build the 5,900 units, 25% of them affordable housing that they promised us, and it's now going to be probably the mid-2030s before they even break ground. Come on, let's do the job.
Thank you, that's your time. Bill Armeline, come on down. Steve Ling, Robert Wood, and Mary Pizzo.
Hello, my name is Benjamin White. I live in the Winchester Corridor neighborhood. I think that the fourfold increase in residential zoning density that is proposed is extreme for that neighborhood. I also think that rezoning properties in any parcel in this residential neighborhood to urban residential is also inappropriate for a residential neighborhood like this. And I also want to say that I do support the memo that Councilmember Mulcahy co-authored. I think that is a reasonable proposal, a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. I'm Bill Wolf, and I think this is a great proposal for any city with a subway system. Because with a subway system, people can just ride to work and they're fine. But if you don't have a subway system, people might need cars, and they might need to park their cars both at work and at home. So please vote against this idea, and as an incentive, I'll give up the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Allie Saberman on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition and as a downtown resident. I urge you to accept staff's Winchester Boulevard compromise. Please don't limit the corridor to townhomes only, and don't carve out parcels like 826 Winchester for special treatment, because every site shares the same characteristics. On missing middle housing, please adopt at least 40 dwelling units per acre, as task force members have called for. Berkeley's program goes further at 70. If Berkeley can do it, a much larger city like San Jose can too. Density must be high enough to make the math work. I also support the council members Tordios and Kamei's memo. I encourage a predictable ministerial approval process with clear objective standards and defined review timelines. Please maintain the city's commitment to eliminate parking minimums. We committed to things in the housing element, and we don't need to relitigate. We must implement a program that maintains the city's housing element commitments. Falling short risks decertification and loss of local land control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Steve Ling. I'm president of the Strawberry Park Neighborhood Association in District 1. I'm also former chairman of the District 1 Leadership Group. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. If the motivation for upzoning in the proposed framework is to meet the state mandate of 62,200 new housing units by 2031 for the regional housing needs allocation, I believe there are less dramatic ways to get this done. Specifically, I'm referring to the quadrupling of the single-family density limits from 8 to 32 units per acre across the entire city. Please vote no on this proposal. Hold your planning, staff, and neighborhood leaders like me accountable to go come up with a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. After this speaker, I'm going to call 5 names online. Just so you know, I have about 60 cards left in person and 20 hands online. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mary Pizzo. I've lived in San Jose almost all of my life. And I would like not only the council, but also the planners to look at the items that were detailed by the District 6 leadership group. because we believe in growth. We understand we live in a city that needs to grow, but we also believe that some of the past decisions have proven to be inaccurate, and some of the new guidelines that you're proposing are way too generous for developers and really don't address the neighbors who come to these meetings, who talk with other neighbors, who really want you to respect the fact that we also know our neighborhood and what's worked and what hasn't worked. Thank you.
Okay, online I'm going to go to Sheila and then followed by ML, Namisha, Jordan Moldau, and Tate.
Okay, my name is Sheila Kay. I'm an associate broker with BMG. I think two things are essential. I don't agree with the proposal because it doesn't meet the needs of the city or the community. But more importantly, any developer who's making a ton of money by giving you one or two housing that is subsidized as opposed to full tilt money is a violation of our rights as citizens to give our hard-earned money and interest to them. So I'm opposed to that. I'm also opposed to, if you're going to build, why don't you just build underground permanently? Just the way you need to do to make sure everybody in that building has a place to go. Now, that makes no impact on the community of the people you're going to damage anyway, if you go through with it. And third, if you're going to get the developers to give your money to
ML, followed by Namisha.
I am very concerned that data centers are not included as a study topic in this work plan for your 4-year review of the general plan for 2040. Data centers need to be studied as part of the general plan. There are currently 34 approved and pending data center projects in San Jose. A lot of them are in District 2 where there is no recycled water. These data centers directly steal fresh water resources away from human beings and wildlife in this city. We need water, not data, to survive. We already live in a very drought-prone area. The UN has declared that we are now in an era of water bankruptcy as of this year. So we will surely see a drought again in this area. Water consumption needs to be, human consumption needs to be prioritized. Noise pollution, energy needs, hazards to human and wildlife health are also very serious concerns that I don't have time to speak on. Data centers need to be studied as part of this general plan. Please reject this proposal.
Namisha, followed by Jordan.
Mayor Mahan, council members, I'm a San Jose resident and a member of ilovesanjose.org, a coalition of over 3,000 organized residents. My family lives less than a mile from the Prologis proposed 99 megawatt data center. Today, residents spoke against rezoning IBM Almaden for data centers. You voted 9-2 to approve it anyway. No cumulative impact analysis, no standards. City staff confirmed this analysis doesn't currently exist. We already have Equinox operating nearby, stack infrastructures, 100 megawatts pending, Prologis with 396 megawatts planned, yet there's no analysis of whether our neighborhoods can absorb this combined load, water consumption, and pollution. Residents near Meta's facility in Mansfield, Georgia can no longer drink their water. We won't let that happen here. Your vote today proved we need binding standards before approvals, not after. I'm asking you to commit now, require conditional use permit instead of special use permits for data centers, mandate cumulative impact analysis, and apply new standards retroactively.
Jordan, followed by Tate.
Hi, this is Jordan Moldau, D3 resident. Thank you to council members Tordios and Kamei and the city staff for their memos that demonstrate forward-thinking leadership on land use. I live in a 10-year-old apartment building in Japantown. My neighbors and I contribute to the neighborhood, participate in neighborhood groups, walk our dogs, pay taxes. We're not boogeymen. We live peacefully with our homeowning neighbors. Our apartment was built with parking minimums. The parking is never close to full. Families have many different shapes and sizes and many different transportation needs. Setting parking minimums are unlikely to be too low, but they're extremely likely to be too high. The staff report studied parking and determined that developers are still building it. We shouldn't be making policy based on failed pseudoscience. Please reject parking minimums and the negatives that they bring. I also support community serving in residential areas and PQP zones as talked about in 2 council memos.
Okay, before I unmute Tate, I'm going to call names of people in the room. Lena or Leanna Olaf, Lindy Hayes, Greg Carlson, Jeff Bedola, and Bill Wolf. Come on down. And Tate, over to you.
Hello, I'm Tate. I'm a homeowner in D10. I've lived here for about 6 years, and I, for one, would welcome new neighbors and strongly support the missing middle proposal. I think we need at least 32 units, probably more, as someone else pointed out, to meet our housing goals. We don't need things like parking minimums. We can leave that up to individual sites to determine, and they just add cost to proposals. And please think of all the young families who aren't there tonight and can't express their voices and really need affordable housing in San Jose. Thank you.
Mayor Mahan, council members, my name is Leanna Olive. I'm a resident and a member of Concerned Corey Neighborhoods. I would like to thank the council members, Condolis, and also Ortiz, and especially our District 6 Councilman Malcolm Mulcahy for listening to our concerns on the rezoning of the North Winchester corridor and Forest Avenue. The designations of MUN on Winchester with Forest to remain RN and NCC will not only provide for additional housing, but will also preserve the small businesses that generate greater tax revenue and put less strain on multiple services. Any other zoning will have a negative impact on the traffic, safety, parking, and integrity of the neighborhood and impact the ability of these businesses to survive. I would also urge you to reject the missing middle housing and continue to develop land as designated in the 2040 general plan.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, Christy Wright, come on down. Sam Wertzman, and Sandra Delvin. Go ahead.
I'm Lindy Hayes from Concerned Corey Neighbors. There are two issues where we disagree with the planning department staff: the Winchester corridor and the densification of residential neighborhoods. For the Winchester corridor, we embrace the recommendations of our council member, Michael Mulcahy, to preserve the profitable small businesses along Forest and to rezone as mixed-use neighborhood properties along Winchester to permit housing. Councilmember Mulcahy's solution is better for our neighborhood and recognizes the housing needs of the city. I am thrilled. For the densification issue, we think it is haphazard. Once it is done, it cannot be undone. If the council has a compromise to propose, we would very much like to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Greg Carlson, and I'm with Concerned Corey Neighbors. And this is an important moment, not just in the Winchester corridor in San Jose, but perhaps beyond. These are your constituents. Sometime back, you asked us to give you our votes to allow you to be sitting here today to represent our neighborhoods and to protect the safety and integrity of our neighborhoods and small businesses. Now's the time that we come to you to confirm that we, the voters, made the right decision. We asked you to protect the safety and integrity of our neighborhoods. We asked you to support our Councilman Michael Mulcahy's recommendation to not changing the Forest Avenue zoning and no more than mixed-use residential on the designated parcels along the Winchester corridor, including 826 North Winchester. How much time do I have? Build a vibrant downtown and put up the high-rises around downtown. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Marnie, come on down, and Ken Hiddleman.
I'm Jeff Little. I'm approaching this from a different angle. I submitted a legal ethics complaint to two projects in College Park. Applicable laws and procedures weren't followed. This is the 2012 Emery Street land deal. The pedestrian easement exists as a cloud on the title, and the date of the recorded deed I saw was December 17th, 2012, but the matter was heard and passed by the council on the 18th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I urge you to vote no. The problem with this is the blanket approval to build high-density housing on any residential lot. It doesn't make sense. My name is Christy Wright, and I moved to San Jose 30 years ago because I found a neighborhood that has character, it feels safe, it's quiet at night, it has ample parking. There are front yards and backyards for the kids to play in. High-density housing built right in the middle of a quiet block changes the fabric of the street and that neighborhood. I seriously doubt that any of you council members would like a high-density unit built right next to your house. We need more housing, so let's put it along the transit corridors like the award-winning Envision San Jose 2040 plan. There is a lot of space in San Jose. Let's build where it makes sense. I also object to the lack of public input on this rezoning.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Nick Cochran, come on down.
I'm here today speaking as a board member of Families and Homes San Jose, a 100% volunteer, locally based, citywide grass neighborhood or group directly representing San Jose residents and voters. I'm standing up here alone, but others stand with me. I am presenting a petition signed by 4,244 San Jose residents. So I am actually speaking for those residents and more. We oppose the missing middle recommendation from the Planning Commission and staff. The following is my personal comment. We are here today because of decisions and votes made in 2023 by the City Council and staff then, who worked on the housing element. You are responsible for the situation today. Fix your error. Do not tell us you can't. You got us here. Please get us out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
I strongly support the memorandum from Council Members Mulcahy, Ortiz, and Candelas. The compromise to replace all of the proposed UR zoning with MUN with the preservation of RN along the Forest Avenue is what makes sense for the Winchester corridor. I have attended almost all of the general plan 4-year review meetings and appreciate that the task force members did not support the staff's recommendation for UR and held multiple votes and also countered with proposals of MUN zoning in place of UR. Corey residents understand that more housing is needed, but UR zoning would not create housing that would actually benefit the potential new residents and would severely negatively impact the current ones. The already terrible traffic would be awful, and further, the lack of any parking mandate would be devastating to an area already impacted by overflow parking from Valley Fair that has been exacerbated since they increased their parking fees. Their area is not at all appropriate for UR zoning. MUN zoning along the Winchester Boulevard and preserving RN along the Forest Avenue is a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cooser Woods, come on down, Daisy Mendez, and Judy Finn Harris. Go ahead.
We were here in June 2025 talking about 17 and 15 story project zoning change at 826 North Winchester. With overwhelming opposition from the community, the council thankfully denied. Now we are back again, talking about rezoning multiple lots on the Winchester corridor. I'm shocked that Winchester Boulevard is being targeted again. Even members of the planning task force question why. I would request that the issues of the densification of residential neighborhoods and the Winchester corridor rezoning be considered separately. This would be similar to the action at the Planning Commission task force where the commissioners pulled out these two issues for discussion and had a divided vote on the Winchester corridor. Unfortunately, the planning director didn't spend any time explaining to the council the Winchester corridor rezoning. Don't break the promise to the San Jose neighborhoods. Don't go forward with the planning department's proposal. Don't let.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good evening. I live in D3. San Jose is made up of distinct neighborhoods, and this proposal can irreparably change and possibly destroy them. It will certainly negatively impact livability. A large influx of new residents will make the city even less habitable without more services and resources, which you can't provide. Under this proposal, neighbors will lose their ability to have input on future projects. With only ministerial review and no subjective design requirements, historical and conservation districts, which should be protected, can be changed beyond recognition. I understand that the state is mandating many changes which San Jose needs to comply with. Why the city is proposing to make even more draconian changes is frankly beyond my comprehension. You are making the current residents of the city part of a zoning experiment that will have unintended consequences.
I'll just call her again. Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, Roberta Moore. Come on down, Rush Patel and John Leavitt.
Good evening. During the 45 years I've lived in San Jose, there have been city council decisions with which I have not agreed, but have always been able to understand, if not appreciate, opposing points of view, at least until now. The Planning Commission's recent 9-2 decision to effectively nullify the envisioned San Jose 2040 plan by recommending dramatic upzoning uniformly across all residential neighborhoods is misguided and, in my view, a complete abdication of the assenting commissioner's overall duty and responsibility to the citizens of San Jose. Quite frankly, I am dumbfounded at finding myself in the position of having to vehemently voice objection to this vacuous policy recommendation. I don't recall common sense being given a leave of absence. I trust that common sense.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. Carol, last name, I think Peffley. Come on down. Chand Trehan and Sam Ho. Go ahead.
While the city has the authority to rezone and pass ordinances, a single-family lot with existing deed restrictions cannot be made null and void by these actions. The enforcement of deed restrictions is a civil court matter between private parties. Our neighborhoods will actively defend our restrictions of one residential unit per lot in court against any and all development on our deed restricted single family lots. Obviously, I oppose this. I'd like to thank the building and these guys for showing Chuck E. Cheese in the first slide. That is 6 more stories to go.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Judy Finn Harris. I live in Corey and I'm a renter and I've been laid off. And I am really still hoping to make San Jose my home, to put down roots here, maybe invite my son and his girlfriend as they hope to build. Well, we're not saying what they're hoping to build yet. But one thing that really is so special about San Jose is the diverse and distinct neighborhoods. Each one has their own characteristics. And that's the result of years of careful planning, thoughtful consideration, done hand in hand with our community members. So I urge the council to please make sure that there's enough time to do this, to make the thoughtful decisions that won't negatively impact our neighborhoods by rushing something, and to preserve that character. And yes, I support District Mulcahy's proposal.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
About 2 weeks ago, I came to the planning group and I asked for a hearing about data centers, and that's coming up. I very strongly recommend you put data centers high on the list of things to add to your general plan. You wisely called for a meeting tomorrow night. You'll hear more about it. Then on residential, That issue also covers water, power, and open space. And I ask you to recommend that you spend some time looking at the IBM property, because you're going to need open space for more people living here. You don't want the power being taken from the people to raise the price of power to the people that live in the houses here. You should use the power you've got for manufacturing and keep the prices down as low as you can. And number three, find some company like ours, like Green Cloud, that's not going to use water in a data center. I really respect what you're doing. You've got a great thing going. Keep it up.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Roberta Moore, Housing Commission, speaking personally. Misinformation is driving this proposal. Since 2015, HCD decertified 7 cities and fined 1. And they were all for very serious violations. Despite verbal conversations, not one involved council rejecting a density proposal. Not one. This proposal will undermine our city's preservation goals. Barriers to affordable housing are financing and cost, not density and land. How did staff get this so wrong? Garbage in, garbage out. Require staff to separate legal mandates from discretionary choices. Measure the impact.
Thank you. That's your time. Emil Jackandar, come on down. Kelly McDonough and Jerry Giles.
Good evening. My name is Sam Ho, District 9, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. Thank you for your leadership. I know you care about this city and make the best decisions. We ask you to keep the promise. The promise is what makes America, America. We love countries that have law of the jungle. They make laws along the way, and they mess up qualities of life for people, and people left. I left there for 50 years. I never come back to that communist country. Today, let us honor that when people choose a single housing, they choose single housing. When they choose a community where their kids go to certain schools, they want to go to those schools. Let's not mess up that community. Let's not put density where it belongs to a place where there are works. So please honor that promise, help them to keep their promise, and we ask you to keep the promise that keeps single housing, single housing.
Next speaker.
I'm Chan Trehan. I have lived in San Jose for almost 43 years, and I like the neighborhood I live in. In fact, most of my neighbors have lived around us for almost 25, 30 years plus. So this proposal will permanently destroy that community feeling we have. If you make this decision, it's not something you can reverse. Once it happens, it's going to impact San Jose forever. Another question I have is, what problem are we solving? California population is going down. People are moving out. In fact, the net loss of population in California is 200,000, and these kind of decisions by the state is pushing more people out. They are moving to the state where this kind of junk is not thrown at them. And second thing is, even in San Jose, for the last 10 years or more, we are losing 0.3%.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, David Knoll, come on down, and Tom Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mahershi Patel, and I'm a resident of District 8. I'm speaking tonight in support of the increasing density to 32 dwelling units per acre in R1 zoned areas. My generation went to school here, worked hard, got our degrees, and became working professionals. Yet we're completely priced out of the very neighborhoods we grew up in. We're in a tough spot that we don't qualify for affordable housing, and we can't afford the standard market rate housing as well. Because previous generations bought when their home prices were 3 to 4 times lower and interest rates were increasingly lower, Longtime residents are understandably staying put. But without new housing options, there is simply no room for young families and working professionals like us to move in. This isn't just about housing, it's about the future of our community. When young families can't afford to live here, our public schools lose enrollment and that they desperately need to stay open. In the past year, we've seen multiple schools close.
Thank you, that's your time. Sandra Mikkonen, come on down, and Robert Mikkonen.
Hi, my name is Amol Jakadar. I'm an immigrant from India. I grew up in India in a city. I came to Chicago, lived in a city, lived in New York, lived in Philadelphia before moving here, loved it until we had a child. We moved to Willow Glen because we wanted room, we wanted backyard. My job was in San Francisco, still chose to live here and commute. What this proposal is doing is removing choice from people, and that is un-American inherently. People who like cities can live here. There is an apartment building across from City Hall that has 15 open apartments. Nobody's renting them. If you want to live in middle, there are areas like that. The planning commission should.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Kelly McDonough. I'm speaking today as a member of Concerned Corey Neighbors to urge you to reject the high-density mixed-use rezoning for North Winchester Boulevard. The foundational principle of transit-oriented development is pairing high-density housing with high-capacity frequent transit. This proposal misaligns with those standards. Direct service on this stretch relies on a single bus route, VTA 60, with buses running 20 minutes apart. Because Line 60 navigates major freeway choke points and airport terminals, it suffers from routine delays. There's no light rail, no heavy rail, no dedicated transit lane along this segment. Assuming future residents won't drive here is unrealistic. Without true rapid transit infrastructure, high-density rezoning will create car-dependent development, spilling traffic into parking overflow directly into our neighborhood. I support Michael Mulcahy's proposal to leave the forest businesses alone and to limit the Winchester sites to mixed-use neighborhood zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The city's proposed upzoning helps the city, helps corporations, helps developers, and helps billionaires. But this predatory proposal is at the expense of all working-class neighborhoods. Yes, upzoning raises desperately needed property tax revenue for the city and county, and it helps the tech bros by building housing for their employees. But this is at the expense of we the people, the majority, who you are supposed to be representing. Working class residents bought modest single-family homes in San Jose to escape the packed like sardine density of apartment living. Now you want to bring apartment living density to their neighborhoods. Based on 1,100 pages of letters written to the city regarding upzoning, the public is overwhelmingly opposed. This is your worst solution to the housing crisis yet. So I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Elva Wilson, Enrique Navarro, and Jean Hunt. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Dave Noel, District 9 resident, neighborhood leader, and president of Erickson Neighborhood Association. I urge you to adopt the following strategy for missing middle housing. First, conform residential neighborhood densities with current state laws. Second, add a minimum parking requirement for residential neighborhoods of one off-street parking space per unit as allowed by SB 9. And third, advocate at the state level to resolve construction defect liability laws that currently prevent building condos, which can provide the missing middle housing we need at scale. Here are some benefits. Matching state requirements will allow sharing best practices with neighboring cities, reducing staff time, and preserving capacity to address future state law changes. Locating missing middle housing and transit corridors will improve VMT, tree canopy, and service delivery while creating walkable neighborhoods. Finally, conforming to state law will prevent local government mistrust when residents become aware of the
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
This housing crisis is nothing compared to the number of new crises you will create if you indiscriminately start packing and stacking people in neighborhoods currently zoned for single-family homes. Do not pack and stack people without full realization that each dwelling and each individual require water resources, which we're already trying to conserve, energy, power, impact garbage and sewer systems. Each person deserves to count on San Jose's first responders, police, fire, ambulance, hospitals, all of which are already overtaxed and functioning below optimal staff levels. Traffic is impacted significantly, and there's a much longer list. It is negligent to pack and stack people in San Jose's single-family home neighborhoods. You will only be creating a variety of new crises.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Down with the upzone. The city's plan to upzone high-density housing in single-family neighborhoods is just bad. Do not kill the American dream. Working-class families that worked hard all their lives to achieve the American dream of owning a single-family home should not have that stripped away. This entire proposal only benefits rich developers, rich companies, and politicians who want to get rich from campaign contributions and kickbacks. We need our city representatives to fight for us and not special interest groups. Protect our rights to a decent standard of living and the pursuit of happiness. San Jose is already facing an infrastructure crisis with the need for electrical power, water, road repair, and parking. Adding more people to a neighborhood that was never designed or intended to accommodate that amount of people is just plain crazy.
Thank you. Next speaker, Greg Peralta, come on down, Doris Livesey, and CK.
Good evening. My name is Elva Wilson, a 36-year resident of D5, Peter Ortiz. Aggressively and dramatically increasing unmandated levels of density will have greater negative impacts in lower income East San Jose. We know it will be a fresh tool for predatory landlords to exploit vulnerable tenants by cramming even more renters into tiny cramped spaces to house people like cattle. Accepting this proposal is bad for all of San Jose, but it is systemic oppression for lower income neighborhoods. Please consider the negative unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Enrique Navarro with the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. To build housing and plan for growth in a responsible way, we shouldn't ignore transportation and parking consequences that come with increased density in low-density neighborhoods. When more homes are added to an existing neighborhood, there will be more vehicles, more trips, more vehicle miles traveled, and a greater competition for limited parking space. Those impacts need to be evaluated before density increases are approved and not after residents are already dealing with the consequences. That's one reason why we support concentrating growth in planned growth areas and mixed-use corridors where transportation and infrastructure planning can better keep pace with development. And housing affordability and supply is key, and we do not need to sacrifice parking and increase street congestion to accomplish either. We need to think about how people primarily get around, where they park, and whether the surrounding infrastructure can accommodate the additional demand. So please support the Mahan, Foley, Campos, Cohen, and Casey memo and the Candelas, Ortiz, Mulcahy memo, which address these concerns and which, if adopted.
Thank you. That's your time. Lynn Rapetsky, come on down. Maren Saderquist and Jessica Ho.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I am a 55-year resident in a single-family neighborhood. I'm from District 1. I'm president of the Murdoch Neighborhood Association, and I represent their opinions on this matter. I'm here to say I don't object to growth. We do need it, but it needs to be carefully considered. Ample parking definitely needs to be considered, as well as keeping trees. I'm a tree advocate. The state legislation already has SB 9, SB 310, and SB 79 to produce enough housing. Please leave the neighborhoods alone and focus on the numerous areas near existing transit, as people who buy there won't need cars. SB 330 says downsizing a property after it has been upzoned is legally restricted. In other words, please be careful.
Thank you. That's your time. Stephen Meyer, come on down, and Michael Gordon.
Good evening. My name is Greg. I'm with the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. I'm here asking you to support the Mahan, Foley, Campos, Cohen, and Casey memo. This memo strikes the right balance by meeting state housing mandates and avoids builder remedy. It adds parking, triggers environmental reviews above certain density thresholds, and allows light commercial uses for walkable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rebecca Selden, Stephanie Ligzey, and David Heindel. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jessica Ho, and I'm here to support planning staff's recommendations for a workable missing middle housing framework and the urban residential designation along Winchester, especially for the 826 North Winchester Boulevard project. As a millennial, many of my friends in San Jose still live with their parents. And I know a lot of these people have talked about how hard they work, but I think we work hard too, and things are different now. We can't buy homes the way that we used to. And now they're having children of their own, and they're stuck in the same homes they grew up with. That's 6 people, 1 bathroom, 3 bedrooms. Like, that is just not a hypothetical housing crisis. It's happening right now, and it is untenable. And just because some people don't get to eat all of the cake they want doesn't mean that the rest of us shouldn't be able to eat at all. Please support staff's recommendations and give San Jose the opportunity to build the homes that residents, not just now, but in the future, desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Lynn Rapetsky from District 6, and I'm here to urge the Council to reject the proposal for upzoning citywide. Our current guidelines and state laws already include opportunities to build for the missing middle, but on a smaller scale. And as we implement these missing middle guidelines, we need to evaluate their impact on parking, traffic, tree canopy, and the use of services before we jump into more dramatic changes. If the proposed guidelines are put into place, they're going to be difficult to reverse. And I really feel strongly that residents need to have the opportunity to give input regarding the developments that will have significant effects on their neighborhoods in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Maren Sederquist, President of Willow Glen Neighborhood Association. We are not against housing. We support making San Jose more affordable for future residents while respecting those who already call San Jose home. Because this proposal is discretionary, we should have data showing that this additional density will improve affordability, and residents should have a meaningful voice in decisions affecting their communities. California has already enacted significant new housing laws. Why not wait and see their impact before going further? We also need to understand the impacts on infrastructure, parking, livability, and tree canopy goals. I ask the Council to remove the proposed 8 to 32 dwelling units per acre increase for residential neighborhoods. Then pause, take a thoughtful look before making widespread changes that may conflict with the city's own transportation, public safety, and environmental goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Michael Gordon, the President of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and a District 10 resident. I think the public's concerns are clear, and I appreciate that the balanced approach, the memo from Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and the council members Campos, Cohen, and Casey, as it strikes the right balance. It meets the state housing mandates, avoids builder's remedy, addresses parking, triggers environmental review above certain density thresholds, and allows light commercial uses for walkable neighborhoods. Please support the memo and the Candelas, Ortiz, and Mulcahy memo. I think the public is demanding real transparency. They deserve more outreach, accessible online participation, and stakeholder engagement well ahead of major decisions like this one. Show the residents exactly what's affected on the map. Publish an interactive, address searchable map that shows exactly what.
Thank you, that's your time. Alan, go ahead, David. But Alan, Joni Murphy, Betsy Tanner, Pamela M., come on down.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm exhausted. I'm sure you are too. I thought I'd give you a quick summary of the letter I sent you. I thought I only was going to have 30 seconds. I urge you to approve the Mahan, et cetera memo, and certainly the Candelas memo, which I'd rather refer to it as his name was first. I'd ask you, though, to do one thing. Add 8 dwelling units per acre to the environmental review. We don't know if we don't consider the current conditions while we talk about upzoning, we're missing the boat. It's hard to respond to Mr. Burton's telephone call since many of the things that we have heard are different. I also urge you to defer this citywide rezoning matter. All you had to do is hear the hundreds of people today. It's not necessary under SB 79 as we see the situation. And also direct staff to study all fire risk areas. And I got another one, but I don't have time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I am part of Councilman Casey's district, and I appreciate that I have a chance to tell you that I am definitely opposed to the missing middle project. I think that that would destroy the single family dwelling. Our biggest asset, my biggest asset, is my home. You're asking to destroy a neighborhood and our homes. Councilman Casey, I actually have to say I haven't seen your memo with the others, so I can't really comment on it. But when you ran, you said you were going to put a lot of development downtown San Jose. Why? I'm not sure if that memo addressed that. So I would hope that you would put that. And you also, downtown, have the 2040 plan already in place. So aren't we going to run with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joyce, last name starts with an E. Go ahead and go up to the microphone. It looks like Kevin Golden, Winchester Corridor. Art Maurice and Kelly Erardi, come on down.
I urge you to push back to from the state and please represent our interests. There is a lot of properties here that aren't even full. They might be at 20% capacity. Adjacent, right next to 280 in Winchester, there's a really big building, and I wonder if it's only 20% filled and 80% vacant. Why don't you take all the buildings that exist and make sure they're at full capacity and make sure that at least 50% of the units are lower priced housing, and concentrate things near where transportation is. Every apartment needs to have 2 cars. I ain't, and my 30-year-old daughter is not going to get in one of your bike lanes down Stevens Creek.
Thank you. That's your time. Harry Neal, come on down. Antonio, Deborah Newcomb.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for listening to all of us. I know it's not easy with all of us here tonight, but on behalf of the VEP Community Association Indy 2, I urge you to reject this recommendation and send it back to the Planning Department. Council is being asked to make significant land use changes based in part on warnings about decertification, builder's remedy, and state enforcement. Those are serious consequences for sure, but the connection to the specific proposals need to be demonstrated and not simply asserted. Require staff to clearly separate what state law actually mandates from what represents discretionary policy choices. And if rejecting these density changes truly puts San Jose at risk of decertification, require staff to provide the specific legal basis and relevant precedent, along with a complete analysis of the impacts on infrastructure, displacement, affordable housing, and existing neighborhoods, along with meaningful alternatives. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, also Amy Tran, Tom Tran, Jack Lynn, and Ruth Callahan. Come on down.
Hey, Mayor, Councilman, Michael. First off, I'm Art Maurice from the Corey neighborhood, and I fully support Michael Mulcahy's recommendations. Why? Well, come on, he's a genius, right? We all know that. So San Jose, we're missing the middle, right? We have single family, we have tall buildings, but we're missing that middle, and the Winchester corridor has an opportunity to work with that. And we have several buildings where if you make it mixed-use neighborhood, we can build these middles, right? And have plenty of housing, which is a win for San Jose, it's a win for the Corey neighborhood, and it's a win for California. So please, stick with his recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Arroyo. I'm the Director of Entitlements for VCI, which is a minority-owned company that is under construction on 2 sites on Page Avenue in San Jose and has a couple more in the building permit process. We'd like to do more. We received early denial over a year ago at 826 North Winchester when Councilman Mulcahy and the balance of the council asked to study more reasonable densities. Staff spent a year doing that with extensive public outreach and concluded that the Winchester corridor is near transit, high grossing retail, near jobs. Staff studied and made a careful, logical recommendation that we support still. If you don't do it here, where are you going to do it? Where are you going to put the working people where they can live, work, play, and stay? I think this is it. I don't think they're evil, that they want to live in apartments.
That's your time. Thank you. Ves Jimenez, Matt, I can't read the last name, but it starts with an S, and Bob Valderrama. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you, staff, for your time and listening to us today. My name is Tom Tran. I'm the president of California Small Builders Association, representing home builders and contractors all across California. We support the Planning Commission's recommendation for missing middle housing. Please maintain the allowable density of 32 units an acre citywide to allow missing middle housing without adding new parking requirements. This could help us meet our housing needs by creating new starter homes for first-time home buyers. As you may know, San Jose has been ranked the most expensive city to live. So San Jose is actually making great progress on creating new pathways for homeownership with the recent ADU sale. As you may have heard, that's sold to a contractor. So that's our working class community that needs a house right here. They love to work here. Why can't they live here? This is finally the time to create housing for that. At the same time, we need a way to be a scalable model. And then we need transparency. It's important for homeowners. We respect the homeowners. Can San Jose publish an interactive?
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker, Alex Shore, come on down. Chris Sarba and Aurelia Sanchez.
Evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. I'm Solomon. I'm actually a Blossom Valley resident and working father. I want to raise my family here and buy a single family home that I can call, home. But for families like mine, that's increasingly become a bit harder to afford. It's why I support missing middle housing, things like townhomes, duplexes, starter homes. And while I understand that the change, it's going to be difficult for a lot of the existing neighbors, I also believe that we can work together to add housing while respecting the character of the communities. We want San Jose to be a place where anyone can put down roots, and I hope that we can find a path that works for existing residents and all families trying to find a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ves Jimenez. I grew up in Santa Clara County. My family and friends are still here, and I recently moved back from Central Valley. I originally moved away because owning a home in San Jose was out of reach. The commute was difficult, but at that time, moving away felt like my only realistic option. That's why I support the general plan updates and more missing middle housing. Please give working people and first-time buyers a path to home ownership. I hope San Jose becomes a place where people who grew up and work here can afford a home without moving or having to live with their family or sharing an apartment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I have Gary, Steve, and Luciana Garcia. After these three names, I'm going to call the online speakers. So I just want the people who are on Zoom to sort of wake up. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bob Valderrama. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for having a public hearing on this. I love San Jose. I grew up in District 8 and been a homeowner in District 9 for over 40 years. Single-family neighborhoods are not just part of the charm, the culture, and the character of San Jose. I would argue that these neighborhoods are San Jose. Okay? I urge you to oppose this high-density proposal, and just to remind you that most of the people that voiced their opinion today did not move to Austin or Nashville or Florida. They stayed here. They're faithful, they're taxpayers, property owners, and just want to leave San Jose, San Jose. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Sarbach, and there's good public policy, there's bad public policy, and then there's public policy gone wild. This is public policy gone wild. This should have never been brought to the people. The thing about filling the middle is, right now there's something in the middle. There's no hole, there's something there. If there was a hole, what you're talking about today probably makes some sense. But when there is no hole in the middle, and then the other expression that's used is upzoning. These are cutesy terms, but what we're really doing is just saying density. And what's density? That's where you build probably up, right? And you have to have services and stuff. But the real issue here with housing and stuff like that is the price of housing.
That's your time. Next speaker.
We're losing the housing battle in San Jose. We are way behind. The seeds of this housing crisis were sown over 50 years ago when San Jose became a city of mostly single-family homes reliant on driving. We went too far in one direction. Now we need a rebalancing so everyone can afford to live here. The only moral way we do this is denser neighborhoods. The only fair way to do it is along racial and class lines is multi-story housing throughout San Jose. And the best way to do that, emphasize walking, biking, and public transit without parking mandates. I love neighborhood commercial at the end of blocks in the Kamei Tordios memo. That's a wonderful idea, and I hope it's something we can pursue. Thank you for staff for your work on this issue. Thanks, Council, for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
By the way, just where is that high-speed rail? You know, it's got to be said, the state legislature in Sacramento is out of control. It's got to be said. It's out of control. Why have a planning department if we're taking zoning orders from Sacramento? So this proposal is crazy. Don't accept it. Don't approve it. Throw it out. Throw it out with the garbage, not the recycling stuff, so it comes back next year or then the year after. You all need to go on garbage night and drive through your neighborhoods and other neighborhoods and see the trouble people have even fitting their garbage cans on the street. A lot of people can't even park in front of their own houses, especially in a lot of the older areas. Think about that. That's right now. That's not with 32 units on this side, 32 units on that side, which is...
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. After this in-person speaker, I'm going to call Amy online, followed by Renee, George, Pam, and Kathy. So Amy, Renee, George, Pam, and Kathy, get ready. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Luciana Garcia, and I grew up here in San Jose in the East Side. And as someone who commutes 3 hours every day to San Francisco and still decide to live here, it's really disheartening to hear how many homeowners who I would one day would love to be don't want more housing to be built. I am commuting 3 hours a day to save up for what? If there is no housing, I will not be able to live here once I am able to afford a home. And as someone who grew up here, it's very disheartening if there is no more housing built, but responsibly along rapid transit, which is what I do, use the 66 bus and then the BART for an hour and 20 minutes one way. So please be responsible about how housing is built, but it needs to be built or else people that love San Jose will not get to live here. Thank you.
Amy?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Amy Cody, and I'm a resident of the Moreland West neighborhood in District 1. I support smart, responsible growth across our city, from our downtown to our neighborhoods. That said, I'm very concerned about the proposed general plan update and its unintended, irreversible consequences on our residential neighborhoods. West San Jose and other areas lack the robust transit infrastructure to support zero parking developments, and our working families and seniors depend on their vehicles. A lack of street space already forces my neighbors in duplexes, triplexes, and other small multifamily properties to park in their yards, across sidewalks, or far away, and to place garbage and recycling bins in bike lanes, creating safety hazards. Please support the mayor's memo. At the least, we need on-site parking requirements where possible and to ensure that total unit counts include ADUs. And finally, I agree with previous speakers that these major land use changes require more public outreach.
Renee?
The missing middle proposal gives the middle finger to single-family homeowners. Save our residential single-family homes and residential neighborhoods and vote no on this proposal. This plan threatens single-family homes because developers will buy and outbid potential home buyers only to convert them to single-family, only to convert them to the most allowable number of units on that parcel. The Planning Commission should be working for city residents and not developers. If council members have received political donations from developers, they should let it known before voting today. If council members actually support this, I'll take you on the ride along and show you what the future holds. I'll show you traffic cones, trash cans, and furniture that people use daily to save their parking spots. It occurs in San Jose, and this is going to start occurring everywhere else if you vote yes.
George, followed by Pam. George, if you're on your phone, it's *6 to unmute. Okay, moving on to Pam, followed by Kathy.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm urging you to vote no, along with almost all of the comments here today, as well as the 12 packets of comments online. What is being proposed will fundamentally change the neighborhoods of San Jose, and they're only enrich developers while decreasing the overall quality of life. I support responsible housing development in San Jose, but San Jose established neighborhoods are an important part of that. And I have lived here for over 40 years, and as a D9 resident who purchased a home in a single-family neighborhood years ago to raise my children, I did so with the expectation about the surrounding land use framework. I'm particularly concerned about policies that would allow greater density on individual lots throughout single-family neighbors without adequately considering the cumulative impact on neighborhood character, traffic, parking, infrastructure, privacy, trees, and especially the scale of possible buildings in relation to existing homes. There's a big difference between allowing new forms of homes and changing the fundamental zoning expectations.
Kathy, followed by Robert Reese. Kathy, it's *6 to unmute if you're on your phone.
I oppose this proposal. It would affect one's privacy would be impacted, crime will increase, the area will be noisier, it'll affect one's peace of mind, and it'll deteriorate the neighborhood. I agree that San Jose needs more housing, but please consider using empty tech or commercial buildings like what San Francisco's doing for apartments.
Okay, Robert, followed by Michael Wang.
Hello, my name is Robert Reese. I live in Evergreen. I support the memo by council members Candelas, Mulcahy, and Ortiz. I'd like to remind the council that when you embarked on the update to the general plan a year and a half ago, you explicitly, along with staff, said that the limitations would include excluding the high VMT areas. So it's sort of odd now, a year and a half later, to find out that there's a problem with excluding the VMT areas. Evergreen has a disproportionate amount of PD zoned lands and area plans like the Evergreen Village Square. So essentially what we're talking about doing is re-subdividing existing PDs. My particular circumstances, I live in a neighborhood with high fire risk, skinny streets, no sidewalks, limited ingress and egress. I'm already on a small lot. I also find it strange that the HCD would be saying that the 16 unit per acres is inadequate when they're allowing the west side cities to not.
Thank you. Michael Wang, followed by Pierluigi.
Hello, my name's Michael Wang. Newsflash, our neighborhoods are already being destroyed by housing prices. Our housing prices are also the product of years of careful planning. The phrase, the purpose of a system is what it does, comes to mind. As a recent college graduate, I still live with my parents. Our schools are closing down. Housing costs are through the roof. Does this sound like a system we want to keep or one we want to change? To everyone saying this won't activate builder's remedy, the amount of units built by the city are assessed midway through the housing cycle. This will help make enough buffer to make sure that we don't activate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierluigi, followed by Blair.
NPR recently reported no city is making the HCD housing numbers in the state of California, albeit for a few small rural areas. Next year, California will have a new governor, not running for president, and a new HCD director. HCD numbers are ridiculous and unattainable. The state auditor's report of HCD showed a lack of review matrices and sloppy data processes regarding suggestive versus mandatory language in their findings. A discretionary decision tonight regarding single-family neighborhoods would lose the trust of San Jose residents. Please drop this and stay with the current general plan that already accommodates hundreds of thousands increase in population and allows the countless new state laws to take their course, which are excessive and whose impact will be massive. Thank you to all the San Jose residents who came to their first city council meeting tonight, speaking without lobbyists. Public hearings are a best practice in the USA. Don't experiment, instead put it on the ballot.
Thank you. Blair, followed by Murray Glee.
Hi, Blair Beekman, living in San Diego the past 4 years. They've done some really great work with PATH. PATH is finding homes for low-income people. It's been a real success story that I know PATH works in San Jose that I hope we can be talking about how to be housing low-income people. I've been talking for years about mixed income ideas that don't necessarily have to work with, multifamily housing and the missing middle things. It can work for single family homes as well in neighborhoods. Sharing community wealth and income in neighborhoods, I think, is an important goal that we have to be better learning. And that was mentioned by one of the first public speakers today. Thank you for that. Good luck in addressing such issues. And good luck in working on tech accountability for our future neighborhood public safety as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray Glee, followed by Roland.
Hi, my name is Nita, and I just recently bought a home in District 3, and prior to this had been renting in Willow Glen. This was my first home purchase, and it cost me an arm and a leg, but was worth it because I love this city, and when I actually save up enough, I may even be able to start a family here. Please do not sacrifice city affordability and the future of the youth for parking. I do not want it to be this hard to afford living in San Jose. I worry about the affordability of the city for current and future generations. The best way to reduce the cost of rent and living is building more housing stock, and I would support this even if it would mean developing a high-rise right next to me. I want my family to live in a vibrant community of residents, both old and new, that can afford to live in San Jose. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland, followed by Dana Murphy.
Good evening. My name is Roland LeBrun. My family and I have lived near the Santa Teresa Light Rail Station for over 40 years. Please support the VTA request to rezone these 32 acres back to the original mixed-use housing zoning, which was moved to the other side of the Highway 87 to increase the value of Lou Wool's I-Star parcel by $100 million to finance his earthquake stadium near the airport. Next, I am strongly opposed to the demolition of 2 schools and 1 church near the VTA light rail to make room for affordable housing pursuant to SB 79. And finally, last but not least, Coyote Valley was zoned for 80,000, I repeat, 80,000 homes 30 years ago. Please consider rezoning sections of Coyote Valley to mixed-use open space. Thank you.
Dana, followed by Dan Cortez.
Hi, my name is Dana. I live in District 3 and recently bought my first home in Bonita Park. I want to live in a city that is vibrant and affordable, and that comes from plans like approving to increase density. Please build next to me. Please build around me. Please build up around this city. It costs me about everything to afford a home here, but I love living in San Jose. Please vote yes on the missing middle housing plan to raise the minimum to at least 32 dwelling units per acre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan, followed by Delma.
Good evening. Born and raised here in San Jose. I'm a 47-year resident of D6. We raised a good family here, bought a nice home here. I am here this evening to express my strong opposition to this high-density proposal in our neighborhoods. While I understand the need for affordable housing in our city, there is no such thing as affordable housing in Silicon Valley. It is a misnomer. I believe that these projects would have a detrimental impact on our community. This is not what I envisioned when I purchased our homes here. Furthermore, the type of housing developments being proposed is simply not in neighborhoods. Please rethink this. I urge you to reconsider this proposal. I believe that this proposal is simply not the right fit for our neighborhood, your neighborhood. This is not a well thought out plan. This is a blurred vision. I implore you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Delma, followed by Mansour.
Hi, good evening. This is Delma. I lived in District 5 for 27 years. I support allowing missing middle housing in all residential neighborhoods with densities of up to 32 units per acre. We urgently need more affordable homes. We should make better use of the infrastructure we already have. I also support making it easier for school districts and faith communities to build affordable housing on our land and oppose adding new parking requirements that make housing harder to build. At the same time, I also urge the council to take a careful approach to the growth of AI data centers and consider their impacts on water, electricity infrastructure, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions. We need strong enforceable standards and meaningful community input before allowing this growth to continue unchecked.
Thank you, Mansour, followed by Manuel. Mansour Nasser.
Yeah, higher density doesn't result in reduced prices. Look at London, New York, Singapore, Chicago, Rome, Madrid, Hong Kong, to name a few. The environmental analysis and final recommendations won't be available until December 2027. Why approve the framework now and study the consequences later? Please do not ruin a great city and call it progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel, followed by JR.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Manuel Salazar. I'm from SV at Home. I live in District 4. And I just want to call in today to support increasing residential neighborhood densities to 32 units per acre to support the development of missing middle housing. From the Tordillos and Kamei memo, we support increasing height limits for middle housing surrounding transit areas. And then from the Mayor's Brown Act memo, we support recommendations related to PQP lands. Also, we oppose adding new parking requirements to developments. I think there's enough parking to go around, and in certain districts, yes, we are overparked, but there's means of developing that still allow for the development of high-density housing in certain regions of the city. So that said, thank you for your time, and good luck with everyone else's comments.
Thank you. JR, followed by Teresa Doe.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking in support of Council Members Kamei and Tordillos' memo. Hold the line on no parking minimums. Don't undo what the city already got right. No more Winchester-style carve-outs for whoever shows up and is the loudest voice. I love the idea of corner shops and bodegas. Let's be clear about why I'm able to call in tonight. San Jose didn't restore remote public comment out of goodwill. State law forced the city's hand through SB 707 to bring equity back to public participation. For years, this chamber has been dominated by wealthy homeowners, as we're seeing tonight, from districts 6, 9, and 10, with the luxury of childcare, flexible jobs, and hours to sit here on a weekday. That isn't civic virtue, it's privilege. Meanwhile, the renters and working families hit hardest by this housing crisis are stuck at work, in traffic, or taking care of their kids. Pass the Kamei Tordillos memo and prioritize housing over parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Doe, followed by Tony.
Good evening, Mayor, and City Council members. I am a
Teresa, I'm going to remove your permission to speak. Go ahead and put your hand back up once you get your audio fixed. Tony, followed by Nathaniel.
Mayor and councilwoman or council, I beg you to please vote no on this. I've been in my home for 47 years in Willow Glen, District 9. I pray every time a house is sold on my block that they don't put a big gigantic thing, and to have 32 units next to me would just totally, I would leave. And that's what I think is going to happen, is you're going to have more and more people leave this, that have worked hard and been in their homes for a long time. There are buildings that are out there that have nothing in them. Use those for your high density. I totally believe that we need to have affordable housing, but I don't think it's going to happen even if you do the high density, because it's become ridiculous with the tech companies and the wages that people are making here. So please vote no.
Thank you. Nathaniel, followed by Sandy.
Good evening. My name is Nathaniel, and I've lived in Santa Clara County for most of my life. And I'm here in support of the missing middle housing proposal. And I just wanted to mention that I feel like that a lot of this public comment has come from like an echo chamber of existing homeowners. These are people who have a home and who are worried about how this is going to affect their neighborhood. And that's understandable. But I also wanted to mention that I feel that right now there are thousands of working families in the city who are severely burdened by housing costs, paying half their income in rent, doubling up with relatives, or leaving the region entirely. And missing middle housing is like one step in the right direction. So I just am asking for you guys to please vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy, followed by Gorman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
I request that you reject this missing middle proposal. Why? It just makes absolutely no sense at all. No parking space minimums by right development, up to 32 homes on a current single family lot, and the list goes on and on and on. I don't think anyone is objecting to more housing, but what we are objecting to is the increased density and the density in existing single-family neighborhoods. I ask that before a vote is taken this evening by council, you do two things and share that information with the auditorium and those online. A tally for the for and against written comments, and I sure hope you read them, and a tally for the for and against verbal testimonies tonight. Think about those numbers and the
Thank you. Gorman, followed by Kenneth.
Hello, City Council. I want you to remember you're on video. We can see you on your phones because you've probably lost interest of all these people giving their opinions. I've also been here since 1:30, and I am very passionate about rejecting this upzoning of our city. This is not a state requirement. This is you, this city, who want to take away the homes that we've paid for, that we've worked for. And if you listen to the vast majority of the people that are against it, are developers and real estate agents, because they're going to be making millions off of the backs of the people that made San Jose a desirable neighborhood to live in.
Okay, thank you. Kenneth, followed by George. Kenneth. Okay, I'm going to move on. George, followed by Jake. After Jake will be Serena. George. Okay, Jake, followed by Serena. And after Serena, we're back to Teresa.
Yeah, hi. When I heard about this upzoning, I thought it was honestly some Trump corrupt real estate developer written proposal, not our local city council and development planning board. I mean, I hear people say they want lower housing, more affordability. I totally understand that, but that's not what this is going to do. When you go to buy a house, you're a first-time buyer, it's going to get bought by a real estate developer. They're going to outbid you because they have more money than you, and then they're going to take it and they're going to build a bunch of houses on it, and they're going to sell it for millions of dollars. They're not buying them to lose money, they're buying them to make money. We're also one of the places that it's the most expensive to build as well. That's why home prices are super high as they are right now. So I definitely urge you guys, as somebody that's in real estate, to vote no. It's going to hurt the city, not help. It's going to kill our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Serena, followed by Teresa Doe.
Hello, my name is Serena Wu, and I recently bought a duplex with friends in District 3. I support increasing housing density in San Jose to at least 32 dwelling units per acre because it's clear to me from my experience in the current housing market how difficult it is to find affordable housing in San Jose. And our need for additional housing to meet our housing goals has been an issue for years already. Housing density does not increase overnight after rezoning. According to the city's general 4-year plan, the city needs 55 dwelling units per acre to break even in terms of providing the services the people living there get. So an increase to 32 dwelling units per acre is only part of what we need. I do not want a crumbling San Jose 30 years from now. We need action now to build towards a future that supports the generations to come. We need to vote yes on missing middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa. Teresa, there is something, your microphone isn't showing up at all, so I think you are still having audio problems. Caller 5140, please press *6 to unmute. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Great. Yeah, I think you guys need to reject this. It's not going to work.
You don't have enough laborers to do the work. The building materials are super expensive. And I want anyone to raise their hand there, including the city council, if they took mass transit to even get there today, where they have a great public transportation connect, they don't have it. So it's very important to not ruin the neighborhoods, people who have lived there for well over.
What? Oh, it's the same person who was in person. Thank you. Yeah, you can't go home and raise your hand again. John, followed by George. John? Okay, George, followed by Kenneth.
Can anybody hear me?
Okay, I took your permission away because you're having a really, really big feedback on your microphone. So try to fix your audio. We're going to go to Kenneth, followed by PM.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Kenneth Javier Rosales. I live in District 3. I support enabling the development of missing middle housing in all residential neighborhoods by increasing density to 32 units per acre. This will help create much needed, more affordable homes in San Jose, make smart, strategic use of our existing infrastructure, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by letting people live closer to where they work. I encourage the council to take this necessary step in keeping with the city's housing element commitment. I support removing barriers, including general plan amendments for school districts and faith communities that are zoned PQP to build affordable housing and other community-serving uses on their land. I oppose adding new parking requirements or limiting the parts of the city where middle housing could be built. We need it in every neighborhood. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. PM, followed by Chris.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to address the council. I was actually there in person for several hours today. However, I have young children and had to go and get them. Cannot take mass transit because that would have been impossible to pick them up at school and get where they need to be and soccer. And I'm sitting out here in the car waiting for my daughter to end her dance class. So in general, there's a big difference between allowing more housing and changing the underlying zoning expectations. And I don't know if any of you have driven down Bascom, but all the new apartments here, and there's a lot available, studios are starting at over $3,000. So I'm really not sure what's being proposed is going to make things affordable. It's just going to add new problems, and I think not solve what we're ultimately trying to get to here. So please, I fear that there's no going back if this passes, and I would like to see a no vote. I yield my time.
Thank you. Chris, followed by John.
Hi, I'd just like to speak in favor of the missing middle proposal and ask the council to vote yes. They echo a lot of other comments. I guess one, I'm not a developer, I'm a resident. And I think a lot of the comments sort of like to highlight that provides a lot, it goes a long ways to providing more housing, which is sorely needed. And basically, I think more housing supply will help bring down the cost of housing and make more housing available as needed across San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you, John, followed by Teresa. After Teresa, I'm going to close. No, Regina just put her hand up. After Regina, I'm going to close online comments. I'm going to call the last couple of names of in-person. Okay, John, go ahead.
Hi, this is John Hessler. I'm the Vice President of the Santa Teresa Foothills Neighborhood Association. We represent over 4,200 homes in the South San Jose area, and our board of directors is unanimously and strongly opposed to the missing middle proposal. We note that the missing middle proposal directly violates and undermines a key principle of the existing San Jose general plan, known as Major Strategy Number 3, which talks about keeping growth in identified growth areas and strictly limiting new residential development through neighborhood infill outside of those growth areas to, quote, preserve and enhance the quality of established neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa, let's try one more time, followed by Regina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. I'm a resident of District 6. I'm speaking on behalf of over 1,000 members of San Jose YIMBY. We appreciate the work you're doing to guide San Jose's future, and we're supportive of the direction staff has taken. However, we're concerned that reducing planned density and reinstating parking minimums in key neighborhoods will limit the city's ability to respond effectively to our housing crisis. These areas were selected because they have strong infrastructure, good transit access, and existing parking capacity. Adding new parking requirements or lowering density makes housing more expensive to build and reduces the number of homes we can create where they make the most sense. If we miss these opportunities, San Jose loses critical housing capacity. This affects people who keep our city running: firefighters, teachers, nurses, and other essential workers who already face long commutes. It affects families trying to stay near loved ones, seniors on fixed incomes who risk displacement, and the next generation of tech workers who may choose other regions if they cannot afford to live here. San Jose must build the housing needed for both today and tomorrow. Policies that...
Okay, thank you. Regina, after Regina will be Debbie, Deborah, and Ted in person. So Debbie, Deborah, and Ted, you can make your way down. Regina, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Regina Celestin Williams, and I'm the Executive Director of SV at Home and a District 3 resident. I'm really excited about the staff recommendations because we at SV at Home support increasing residential neighborhood densities to 32 units per acre. We want to support the development of more housing, especially neighborhood scale housing, which can create much needed affordable homes in San Jose. And we encourage council to really support building more housing in the city where people are looking for more affordability. From the Tordios and Kamei memo, we support increased height limits for middle housing surrounding transit areas. And from the Mayor's Brown Act memo, we support the recommendations related to PQP. We're very excited about those recommendations. And we oppose adding new parking requirements to developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I know it's been a long day. As a Corey neighborhood resident who championed against the 17-story proposal at 826 North Winchester, it's gratifying to see the turnout today from more San Jose residents who love the city and want to see a thoughtful housing plan. I strongly support the mixed-use neighborhood designation for the Winchester Boulevard corridor that is included in the recommendation from council members Mulcahy, Candelas, and Ortiz. It's sensible, it's reasonable, and smart. It's a realistic compromise. But I have an important ask. We must address transportation, traffic, and infrastructure before we move forward with a comprehensive housing plan. I know you're under pressure from the state, but I know we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to now announce that every single card has been called from inside and out. If you put in a card and did not hear your name, this is the time to line up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and the council members. I'm Debbie Kusner, and I have lived in San Jose for 47 years in the Corey neighborhood. Our city is has a vibrant downtown. It has vibrant neighborhoods. They are beautiful, and they are the life of San Jose. Please do not make our neighborhoods high-density parking lots on all of our neighborhood streets. The new apartments built recently in our area of South Winchester and Bascom are not affordable. You want to increase density, but we already have traffic problems and terrible congestion, and that has not been addressed, and we need the public transit to be adequate. Please work to use the unoccupied tech buildings and apartments in the city to increase the density.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That's what's going out the door here. That's in the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson. I think we've had some paid speakers here tonight that were supportive of this. And this area has not been affordable for more than 40 years. Also, I think it's a disgrace for what I'll call newbies to criticize people who've lived here for 50, 60 years. And they don't know the struggles that those people, including myself, went through to even get our homes 40 years ago. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I support the memo from Council Members Mulcahy, Candelas, and Ortiz. Rezoning the Winchester corridor as outlined in their memo is reasonable, whereas the staff recommendations were not. The staff recommendations contradict San Jose's goal of preserving the business tax base. Why weren't businesses in the affected zone consulted by the city during the staff recommendation process? Regarding 826 Winchester, the planning commissioner, who stated he visited the neighborhood, explained how that exploration caused him to understand 826 Winchester Boulevard should not be rezoned as the staff recommended. Come and see for yourself. The two legs of this L-shaped property, surrounded on exterior sides by one-story homes, with the leg connecting to Winchester being extremely narrow. The need for more housing doesn't justify trying to pack the staff recommended density level into Corey neighborhood. Those recommend.
That's your time. Next speaker. This is our final speaker.
Well, this has been a fun night. Good evening, Council. First of all, I want to thank you, staff, for the work that you've done. And I'd like to say, Mayor Mahan, if you could be a little bit more judicious with that gavel. I've heard a lot of clapping tonight. But I do want to speak in very, very strong support of the memo from Council Members Kamei and Tordios. The desperate need for housing in this city is the issue not only of the day, of the decade, of multiple decades. And we really need to be willing to take unpopular actions that are the right thing to do, because the reality is that this city is so unaffordable that people like me, I'm 24, college student, I cannot afford to live here if things keep getting worse. People like me are not a rarity. People my age and young families are rapidly leaving the city and the region for a lack of affordability. Please vote.
Thank you. Back to council.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Thank you to everyone who spoke. We still have a decent number of folks here in the chamber. Really impressed with everyone's wherewithal. It was good to hear so many diverse perspectives, both in person and online. I'm going to maybe make a few comments and ask a few broader questions to frame things up, and then turn to colleagues. You know, a number of residents have asked me over the last couple of weeks, why are we here? What are we doing? And I think the simplest answer, and Chris, I'm going to come to you in a second to talk a little more about this, is that we committed to a direction in our approved housing element. It's worth remembering, we had a housing element that was not in compliance. I think it took 3 tries, and while we were out of compliance, we had builder's remedy essentially imposed on the city, allowing developers to build housing, even on employment land, very haphazard development where we lost control entirely, which is a very bad place for the city to be. And as we came into compliance, we made a commitment to explore some of these more modest densities. Now, I think the community has asked a very reasonable question, which are a series of questions, which is, okay, there's been a lot of state law that has come down our way that has removed local control and created a lot of mandates. So you have SB 9, SB 79, AB 1123, and Chris, I think you said there have been about 450 bills, but those are some of the more consequential ones. And The question really is, in terms of what staff and the Planning Commission are sending to us, how different is it from what state law already requires, and where it's different, why, and really understanding that distinction that I think a number of people pointed to. Now, my understanding of SB 9 is that on most single-family lots in the city today, an owner, a property owner, can essentially develop 4 units. And given that most single-family lots are around 6,000 square feet, we're roughly RN 1/8. We're 8 parcels, 8 lots to the acre. 4 times 8 is effectively 32. So, Chris, could you comment, first of all, on how much of a change we're talking about, what state law currently allows a property owner to do, and what's the difference and why are we doing this? Can you just go back through that again?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And you have it, right? So in the prior in our current housing element, we'd committed to a missing middle program, and this actually dates back prior to the development of our housing element. If you'll recall, roughly 5+ years ago, there was a conversation around what was called at the time opportunity housing, right? And the council declined to move forward at that time with that proposal because SB 9 was coming into effect. And the thought was, well, let's see how SB 9 goes. And we can see what the implementation looks like and what the impact to our neighborhoods is. As a result, as we then moved into our housing element process and started to write the housing element, we got clear indication from HCD that they wanted to see a missing middle program pursued, and they were very direct about that. And they wanted to put performance standards around that and a timeline, which are all included in our housing element. So, we're about midway through this cycle. We need to start delivering on these programs. We've done a significant amount of work that's led to a lot of implementation, but this is one of the major factors, this and the urban village strategy. So as you approach this 4-year review, we wanted to be considerate of the current condition. We wanted to think about a solution that did help preserve the character of our single-family neighborhoods. When we wrote our general plan, a number of the speakers this evening have been absolutely correct, right? We prioritized high-intensity, high-density development along transit corridors and in growth areas. And part of the challenge is we've not seen all of that development occur because of economics and some of these other reasons. So, part of our approach is we know we need to provide a greater variety in the types of housing that the market can achieve that respects and preserves the character of our single-family neighborhoods. So we have a situation where we're looking at this program. We also have a number of state laws that have been implemented, and you're absolutely right on the density question. So under SB 9, there is the opportunity for 4 primary units in the context of 2 duplexes on one existing single-family lot. And so we felt like we could create a program in the city that sort of maintained or was parallel to what SB 9 would allow, but that we could design with the context of more local design standards and controls that would allow us to sort of help preserve that single-family neighborhood character. So that's the approach that we took. We believe that that's consistent with the spirit of P35 in the housing element, but sort of gets us the best of both worlds, but doesn't really extend much beyond what you can do under state law.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Can you just say that last part again? If you already today, in most residential neighborhoods, can buy a parcel and under state law convert it to redevelop it to 4 units, which we've seen a few examples of, but not a lot. My guess is that doesn't actually pencil in a lot of places. But if you can, that's effectively 32 units to the acre. So what's the difference? And what you're saying, there's an advantage to having this path rather than SB 9.
So we think there's an advantage from the city's perspective because it allows us to implement design standards that sort of are more respectful of the neighborhood character. I think the broader policy objective of allowing a local program is that there is probably more market desire to pursue this than some of the restrictions that exist under SB 9. So right now, there's a residency requirement, right? So somebody who owns the lot has to stay in residence for 2 years post-development, and that's been a significant barrier to a lot of the people that have explored SB 9 as an opportunity.
Okay. A couple other issues adjacent to that. I would like to better understand lot mergers and whether or not that is, you kind of referenced it quickly as a potential tool that council might want to explore. And I think for context for the public, this is the first time these recommendations are coming to the council. There's been a process. I'm going to talk about the process and public input in a moment as well. But this is the first time we're having this conversation about this set of recommendations that would come back to the council in over a year from now. So we are not at the end of the conversation. I want to be really clear about that. On lot mergers and ADUs, so how do ADUs count in the unit count, and what should we take from that, and what is the risk of lot mergers, or is that maybe a restriction the council might want to have in its toolkit?
So just to start with lot mergers, that is something that we have the ability to put standards in place. So we can, restrict the ability to merge lots. We can have restrictions around lot sizes as well, to say that you can only do this development on a certain size. That stops people from aggregating multiple.
So a big corporate developer can't come in, merge together, roll up 8 or 10 single-family homes and build some massive, rectangle in the middle. Okay, that seems important.
So now, as it relates to ADU law, and one of the challenges, again, by what we've seen both in single-family neighborhoods and with multifamily development is, ADU law tends to layer on top of local provisions. And people are using that in multiple different ways. And obviously, there's much less restrictions we can put in place on ADUs. Certainly they can build in reduced setbacks. They require no parking. The standards there are very different. So in theory, ADUs sit on top of whatever requirement we create in RN. I think, again, from our approach, is to design standards that encourage the market to deliver a type of development similar to the types of examples that we showed in the photographs. And what you'll note about those examples is they're utilizing the lot for the 4 units or the 3 units, and it reduces the opportunity to leverage ADU as an additional sort of capacity gain.
Okay, thanks. I think given the way the state interprets ADUs and the count, as in not counting them, though they do count toward our arena targets, so there seems to be quite a discrepancy here in how the state is counting ADUs. Yes, in one case, not in another. But I think that's part of the motivation for our group memo to say, let's look at a range. Let's look at 16 to 32. Our memo also does speak to parking requirements were allowed by state law. And the reality is, in much of the city, we are preempted by state law and not allowed to impose a parking requirement. And San Jose was actually a leader in removing parking requirements, but really, if you were here for that conversation, it was in the context largely of our downtown urban villages, near transit, multi-family, denser development, where I remember very distinctly, one of the big things we were pointing to, which I think still is very valid, is the notion of unbundled parking. If you have an office building next to an apartment or condo tower, you might be able to share the parking because people need to park at home at night in the apartment building and maybe park where they work. And so you could actually make more efficient use of unbundled parking in a place like downtown or an urban village. I think when you get out into Councilmember Ortiz's district, where I have walked many times and seen families coming home, people coming home from a second job, having to park 6 blocks from their home every night, to know that it is something that when you get out to the periphery of our city, you really need to be thinking about that impact on people's lives. I would say I know we have a number of very pro-housing folks who spoke, and I often find myself very aligned with that perspective. I do think that we shouldn't be overly ideologically rigid about the notion that we should never have any kind of parking requirement anywhere in the city. I think that's overly broad. So our memo says let's study that. I really appreciate the group memo pointing to density in high fire risk zones. I thought that was a really thoughtful inclusion. I do think we should be looking at lot mergers. So I think what our memo and I think colleagues' memos point to is some areas where we really ought to study the notion that we can be super dense in downtown and urban villages and then kind of have that go down as you go out and start to think about some of those other impacts. I will say I'm really proud of all the actions this council has taken to be extremely pro-housing. Removing increasing capacity in our planned growth areas, removing the construction tax, having the park fees, removing the unfunded inclusionary requirement, moving to ministerial approvals, getting rid of parking requirements. We have led so many times on saying yes to housing, but I do think that we need to really be thoughtful about how we manage change out in our neighborhoods. Though, as was pointed out, in many cases, state laws have already dictated a density level that you're not recommending we go beyond. I don't think the public really understands that, which gets to my last point, public input. Can you just share with us up to this point, as you went through the initial stage of the process with the Planning Commission and came here to the council for the first time with your recommendation, what kind of community engagement and public input you organized, and what we can expect over the next year as this continues to develop?
Yeah, sounds great. Let me hand over to Ruth to talk through our public outreach, and then maybe I'll circle back on what to expect.
Thank you, Mayor. So staff, in partnership with the Office of Racial and Social Equity and our community engagement consultant, kicked off our outreach strategy that we discussed with council and council approved last year. We began with a virtual webinar. We also employed different methods to reach out to people. So we had 4 in-person open houses across the city, really targeting communities that we don't often hear from. We had several leadership meetings, 6, I think it might be 7 actually. We had our town hall last week. 7 neighborhood meetings with the Office of Racial and Social Equity. We were able to host 3 focus groups. In addition, we had our task force meetings, which allowed for public comment. I think after the first meeting, public comment was taken before the task force sort of deliberated and gave us their feedback. We met with intergovernmental agencies, and also we sort of did our online sort of email blasts and our virtual open house. I will say through our 4 in-person houses, we did communicate with over 800 residents and people in the city. One of these open houses was at Viva Calle, so that's the one where we actually were able to talk to the most of the community. And we had roughly 400 participants in the virtual open house.
Thanks, Ruth. And then from this point forward, whatever direction we ultimately settle on here, you've got a process that runs more than a year, presumably, before we take a final vote on where we are. What does that community engagement look like?
Right, and there's a number of different opportunities for us to engage the community, both in the formal process as we launch our environmental process that has, very prescriptive elements, as well as sort of more of the community engagement and participation opportunities that we'll be looking to craft as we develop those standards so we can create regular touch points. We don't have all of those aspects fully fleshed out, but I think we're going to be looking for opportunities to engage with partner departments, to continue to sort of spread the opportunity to talk about this, as well as engaging with those groups that we've managed to reach through our process so far, to keep them, engaged in this and allow them to provide additional feedback as we go.
Okay, and sorry to put you on the spot with this, but does PBC have the capacity to manage all of that public engagement? Do we need to talk about what else as one team the administration might do to support a robust public engagement process over the next year?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think obviously we're going to look for those opportunities. With the city manager's office, we've had a great partnership with the Office of Racial and Social Equity on our outreach so far. And then, as I said, I think some of those other partner departments that are also consistently out with the community represent a great opportunity for us to partner and tag along to spread sort of more engagement and more information about what we're doing.
Yeah, I really don't want to be here a year from now and have people feel like they were not aware that we were having this conversation. So I just hope, Jennifer, the spirit of leveraging the whole capacity of the administration, that we'll find more ways to engage the public. I said that was my last point. Just very quickly though, Chris, I do want to know more about your conversations with HCD, the risk of decertification. I understand you said you just had a call with them. What is your sense of what essentially our obligations are to stay compliant, and what would avoid decertification and going back to builder's remedy, which I think we all want to avoid?
Yeah, so obviously, this is really staff level guidance. We reach out to HCD and work with them on a fairly regular basis around project issues and policy issues. So they do make themselves available when we need to talk through this. So I reached out end of last week, was on a call with one of the senior program managers with HCD on Monday, just because we wanted to discuss, this item coming forward to City Council, and just get a sense of how they might view, an alternate proposal based on some of the memos that we were seeing coming through from Council. Like I said, it's staff level guidance. It's certainly not a written opinion by HCD. I think there's a couple of important things that came from that conversation. So one, as they look at our Missing Middle program, really the focus is creating opportunities for diverse housing in high opportunity areas where they don't currently exist. There's a chart we used in, I think, our study session and in some of the other presentations we've done that really highlights that it really is a missing middle. There's a huge gap around these types of housing throughout the city. And so what they're looking for, and you saw the high opportunity map, is how do we create opportunities for that gap, right? That's the gap that ultimately we have. You had it there for a second. And it's really around, we don't have a ton of duplexes. It's really around those opportunities for 2 or 3 or 4 units. We're seeing more opportunity through some state law in the sort of, 10 to 20 and plus, and seeing some success there. But they really sort of focused on that high opportunity area piece. What they did say was, obviously as they're focused on it, they're looking at what's already allowed under state law. And while, SB 9 does allow up to 4, the focus in many sort of places has been on lot splits that allow 2 single family homes. So in their opinion, they didn't feel like a 16 units to the acre sort of program was substantially different from what we would expect to see under the current provisions of SB 9. So they felt like that, would be a concern. Now, whatever council's decision is today, and ultimately with implementation of a program, it doesn't mean that we're facing, the immediate repercussions of, decertification. There's a process associated with that that's baked into state law, into the government code. We would certainly have the opportunity to work with HCD to understand that. But I think it's important to understand that there is a risk. They're currently performing mid-cycle reviews with all of the cities that have, housing elements. We've just got a call from them in July to do a mid-cycle review. As was noted, most cities are not performing on the delivery of housing, on their RENA number, so they are really focused on program performance. And when you look at some of the challenges that other cities have had with, all the way to decertification, but also in just, non-compliance letters and some of the other challenges, it's really been around program implementation rather than holding them to the RENA number.
All right, thanks for that additional context from your conversations with HCD. I think that's helpful. Okay, I know the mics reset. I had Councilmember Cohen first, and then I did not keep track of the rest, but the mics reset about 2 hours into public comment. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Cohen next.
Just before we go forward, I just want to make a note that
Councilmember, I called on Councilmember Cohen. I'm sorry. He was first, but the mic's reset. I'm going to go to Councilmember Cohen first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, first of all, to staff for all the work that's gone into it up to this point. And thanks to all the members of the public who came out on all sides of this issue. It's not 2 sides. There's actually a lot in this proposal, a lot more than just one element, although I know a lot of the interest is on the missing middle element. There's a lot in this, and so I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is a much more comprehensive look at the general plan than just this one issue of missing middle in residential neighborhoods. But I know that there's a lot of well-placed fears when there's the potential to change zoning. And so I want to thank people who came out and expressed that and sat through this long discussion, long meeting. I know many have gone home probably to listen online, but I appreciate those who have stayed and want to listen to the rest of the conversation. I'm going to just start, first of all, just talking a little bit about the missing middle item, and then talk about a couple of other things. Although I want to point out, I know a couple of commenters talked about the focus on areas where we want higher density, and North San Jose is one. I represent North San Jose. My focus, regardless of how this moves forward, will continue to be on bringing developers into North San Jose to build high-density housing where we want high-density housing. And I'm excited about several projects that are under construction now and coming that are in much higher density places. That's where we're going to get a lot of our housing units, and will continue to be my focus. But I also want to point out that, rightfully so, our staff and myself are continued to focus on preserving commercial land in North San Jose and not rushing to convert commercial land into housing as well. We have a lot of land in North San Jose that's designated for housing, but our commercial land is really important to us, and we don't want to lose it. You know, there are concerns about what it looks like when people build this kind of a multi-unit or turn a property from one house into several. And I just want to say in my district there are already some examples of some sites where people have used SB 9 to subdivide and build 3 to 5 units, mostly 3 and 4 units on a single property. You can see them along Piedmont Road in a couple of places. Usually it's done where there's a dilapidated or a vacant parcel. Very rare that someone's going to, buy a $2.5 million house and then decide to tear it down. I mean, that's, economically, I don't know that it works, but a lot of this happens where there's something that needs to be replaced anyway. But you can see that these don't really change. This doesn't happen often enough to change the overall character of the neighborhoods that they're happening in. But I do appreciate your explanation as to why having our own procedure can actually allow us to implement better codes or requirements in the development, because if people use SB 9, we have no say over very little say over what those projects end up looking like. There are also neighborhoods in my district that are mostly single family, but have for 30 to 40 years have had duplexes and fourplexes in them. So you can walk those neighborhoods and see that mix. Sometimes you don't even know that some of the buildings are fourplexes versus the single family homes next door. So there are examples of neighborhoods where that mix is working. Having said that, we have 11 people on this council, and I suspect there's 11 opinions as to what the right outcome is. So you will see that in the memo that I was part of, along with Mayor Mahan and Councilmembers Foley, Casey, and Campos, that we are asking for staff to do the analysis of a range of densities so that we have an understanding as to what the analysis tells us, while we also are working with HCD and continuing to gather public input. So our item asks for continuing to review 16, 24, and 32 as potential numbers, and we'll obviously be having this conversation going forward. It's another 16 months at a minimum before we would be voting on some final outcome here. The other thing that was important to me, and I know I heard from a lot of members of the public, was this question of parking. Right now, and this is something that's kind of lost in this conversation. Right now, there's many homes in our city, because of the affordability issues, where multiple families are living in a single family home. That's pretty much the same outcome as a fourplex on a property with 4 families living in it. If you have a single family home with multiple families living in it, I would say it's preferable to have separate units for each of those families. So the result, though, in that case, and I know some districts like District 5 are particularly impacted, but all of our districts have it, is that there is not parking, and we end up with this parking problem where multiple families are living in single-family homes now. We have parking overflowing, we have issues on the streets. Based on that experience, I feel that it's important for us to, outside of the state-restricted areas, to create a parking standard. And my understanding, I think you've kind of said this before, is that those who are doing this now are typically including parking. Can you clarify this? But they're typically including parking because they want a sellable, marketable product when they're done.
That's correct. Yeah, the examples we've seen so far have included parking. And again, when we removed our parking minimums, part of that conversation was that the market would adjust to provide the appropriate parking. And, we've seen examples where that's gone both ways, but in instances like this, we've seen it always provide at least one.
Clearly, in the higher density projects, there's still some experimentation that's happening. But I think in these lower density sites, it's typical that they're wanting to provide at least one parking space for each unit that they're building already. So I'm going to try to craft out of all the memos, and I appreciate all of my colleagues on the council for all the work that they've done on various things, and I'm going to put together a motion combining a whole lot of stuff and leaving some openings for additional conversation on some of the things that I'm not clear on in other people's memos. First, moving the full group memo that I was part of, that includes the parking number, the range of exploration of the range of densities, PQP, and I'm going to make a quick comment about PQP while I'm on it, though. There's been some discussion about blanket rezoning of PQP properties. I think it's important for us to continue to have that message out there that in the long run there will be a certain amount of PQP properties that are necessary. As we hope that more affordability gets in place and more children come back into our communities, we shouldn't encourage the wholesale loss of PQP lands. And so I think a thoughtful process for each PQP conversion is important, but I think an expedited process to do that PQP conversion would be helpful to people who want to make that conversion. But there's a couple of items here on PQP. There's also a specific item in South San Jose, our item number 2 in our memo for the property at on Cottle Road in District 2. In the memo from Candelas, Mulcahy, and Ortiz, I'm going to, at this point, include item 1A-I1, which is the moderate fire severity zones, making sure that we are taking that into account in our plans, because I know that some of our districts in the hillsides particularly have that issue, and some of them don't have a lot of ways in or out of those neighborhoods, so it's important for us to take that into account. The 1B in that memo, include 1B in that memo. On 1C, I'm gonna probably ask Councilmember Mulcahy later to make some clarification. My motion at this point will ask that we don't rezone, as was recommended by the planning department, because my understanding from their explanation is that the MUN designation would actually potentially underutilize some properties on that place, but leaving it the way it is would allow site-by-site discussions about appropriate uses, but we can discuss that as we move forward. Include item D and E from the memo, and on F, while I support the idea, we will be included in the October 6th discussion from PBCE on the overall set of priorities of all the work that they've been asked to do. So we would include that, but it would go to the priority session on at that time. On the memo from Tordillos and Kamei, I did not have the benefit of being part of the Brown Act to understand number 1 as well as I should and get a full feel for the rationale and all the thought. So I'm leaving it out of the motion, but offering the opportunity for the members of that Brown Act or the members of the authors of that memo to provide context, and we'll consider that one independently. Include item number 2, changing the word develop to explore. Include number 3. And on number 4, include it with the caveat that I would like a better clarification of the definition of downtown. I'm a little concerned about how wide-ranging it could be and exactly what that means. So leaving it open for us to discuss the actual definition in the motion. And then item 5.1 would be included as part of our number, which number was that? Our number, our 1B.
C.
Oh, sorry, 1C. So basically it's the same thing, allowing the commercial and then including these restrictions on that commercial as part of 1C.
You would include the subpoint.
Include the subpoint as part of our 1C in our underlying memo. Second. So that's the motion that I'll put on the floor. Thank you. Oh yeah, sure.
On our memo, what did you say about D and E? 1D and E?
I included D and E. Yeah, as written.
Okay, I think that's a great basis for discussion. I appreciate that. Councilor Dewan, I know you had also, I think you got out of line there when we had the confusion a moment ago, so I'll let you go ahead and go next, and then I'm going to go through the order I have on my screen. But go ahead, Councilor Dewan.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Well, I support the San Jose goal of producing more housing and recognize the needs for additional housing option. My concern is that whether we build housing, it is where and how we add these density. I'm particularly concerned about the impact of the proposed implementation of P-35 and missing middle housing on established single-family neighborhood in District 7. P-35 called for expanding opportunity for small multifamily housing, generally 4 to 10 units. But the original policy contemplate strategic location, including major street, urban village area, transition area, and other location appropriate for additional density. I am concerned that the current 4-year review could take that concept much further by substantially increasing development capacity throughout residential neighborhood area. Before doing that, council should clearly establish whether this broader approach is actually necessary to accomplish the goal of P-35. A change from predominantly one home per parcel to the possibility of 4 to 10 units per parcel is not simply an increase of housing supply. It can fundamentally change the physical characters of the neighborhood. Speaking specifically to District 7, the city has designated area for substantial growth and redevelopment. I want the staff to explain why additional density needs to be broadly distributed across established residential neighborhood rather than concentrate on more growth along major corridor, transit, urban village, and other areas already planned for greater intensity. Different neighborhoods have different street width, infrastructure, transit access, and existing density. A citywide standard may not produce appropriate result in every single neighborhood. My memorandum proposed a 4 weeks delay on this item for staff to return with a clear to the lack of information and or misinformation causing our resident concerns such as increased traffic, parking congestion, overcrowding, property value, and change to the neighborhood characters. And I think that we need to make it even more transparency to reduce the amount of confusion, especially an overwhelming letter that was sent in from the public comments saying no, and the government should not interfere with the free market. Therefore, we need more time. So therefore, I move to have in substitution to approve my memorandums for 30 days setback to reset, to engage more with our constituent, to make sure we hear and understand what their concern. And at the end of the day, there's a very legit argument that our constituent vote us in to be their representation. And I ask for a second.
All right, do we have a second on the substitute? I'm not hearing any. I did hear a question for staff in there. Did you?
Yes, I do.
You want to ask that?
Ask the staff question on this. Why isn't the city concentrate more of the additional housing capacity in the existing growth area, like urban villages, major corridors, transit, before changing the development pattern of the established neighborhood?
So again, council member, and maybe I'll let the team answer this as well, but we continue to believe that growth in our growth areas and urban villages along transit corridors and major arterials is absolutely the right way to go. There's a considerable amount of housing capacity already contained in those areas, and we have I think it's over 26,000 units entitled throughout the city for various different types of housing development. I think what we're trying to achieve with this policy is a diversity of housing types, so really sort of address that gap where we don't have an opportunity for this. It is an increase in density. We would still consider this lower density than some of those other areas. We don't have opportunity for these types of development throughout the city where you can see, row houses or townhomes or small apartment blocks. So, we don't want to go back and reduce the density in any of those growth areas to allow for this type of development, right? So we're looking for other opportunities, and the sort of most practical alternative is to find a solution that's in keeping with the neighborhood character in our single-family districts and allow this, what some people refer to as gentle density throughout the city in a way that's sort of equitable.
If I could just add to Councilmember Jared Ferguson, Principal Planner. Something we haven't spent a ton of time talking about, but Chris mentioned in his presentation, a key point of what we were undergoing in this 4-year review was also part of our housing element to evaluate our urban village strategy. It was something mentioned in the letter from HCD that they were going to be monitoring, but how we could improve and speed up how we do our urban village plans, because it is still an emphasis that we do want to see continued housing production in those areas, but how do we speed up the completion of the plans for the 40-plus village that haven't been planned since 2011. So it is still a very key and important aspect of how we're going to produce housing, but this is an additional strategy to produce units above and beyond that.
Thank you for that explanation, but I understand that even though we estimated 26,000 housing toward the transit and the major corridors, but we haven't seen those fruition. Until we see the fruition, we can't put the cart before the horse. We have to take one step at a time. We see those fruition, then we can go, okay, we can take the next steps. And I think it's important that, again, I want to make sure that even though there's no one second my substitution, I want to make sure that the communication, the transparency to our residents out there continues as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember, and I appreciate your emphasis on public input, which is why I also asked some questions about how many town halls and other outreach opportunities have we had so far, and then over the next 16 months or so, what's the expectation for actually doing even more? Because we certainly don't want residents to come here a year from now and feel like they didn't have ample opportunity to really learn and engage and give input. All right, thank you, Councilmember. Let's go now to Councilmember Tordillos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone from the public who came out to speak today and provided comments online, even though there are, again, a diversity of opinions in the room today. And also want to thank members of the Planning Commission and planning staff who've been working on this for the better part of a year to get us to this point. As I was preparing for today's meeting, I saw a headline that I think really, for me, put the stakes of these sorts of decisions into context. I think some of the public commenters referenced it as well, and it was around the publication of the 2026 Silicon Valley Pain Index. And that report leads off with a pretty sobering statistic, which is that there was yet another study that identified San Jose as the least affordable city to purchase a home anywhere in the world. So I know throughout the public comment tonight there was a lot of talk about the American dream and what that means. And I personally don't think that we can sit up here and pretend as if the American dream is alive and well when home ownership is so out of reach for so many of our residents here in San Jose. And even amongst those who do manage to purchase homes, data from the American Community Survey shows that over a third of homeowners in San Jose are currently cost burdened, and the story is far worse for renters, with data showing that well over half of renters in our city are rent burdened. I've said it before and I'll say it again that in my limited time in this office, Addressing our housing affordability crisis is my #1 priority. And the fact is that we know that the root cause of that crisis is a severe lack of housing. At the same time, we know that the city continues to fall dramatically short of all of our housing goals. So far, with the most recent progress report, we're on track to meet about 1/3 of our RHNA obligation, fully acknowledging that other cities are also struggling in that department. But what that translates to is a shortfall of about 40,000 homes. And critically, this is not some recent trend that we can just attribute to the pandemic or to the current interest rate environment or to tariffs driving up the cost of materials. This is a trend that has held for many years, and we've missed our housing targets by a significant margin every single year since 2014. And to me, that means that we do need to look at new strategies. I want to acknowledge that many of the commenters here today did clarify that they're not opposed to all new housing. They just question if it needs to be happening in their neighborhoods. And I think folks have raised some very well-reasoned questions about why we can't just meet our housing goals, or whether we can't meet those goals by just focusing on construction in our urban villages and in downtown. But I think that our history in this domain has shown that the honest answer to that question is that no, we cannot. That focus on trying to funnel nearly all new housing growth in our city into a tiny sliver of our land has been the dominant strategy that we have pursued for housing growth since the adoption of our current general plan back in 2011. And I think if we are being honest with ourselves, that strategy has largely failed. And it is the most vulnerable residents in our community who have disproportionately borne the price of that failure. So to me, I think it's clear we need to be open to new approaches here. And I think as a city, we need to move past the notion that somehow we're going to meet all of the new housing need for a city of 1 million people on just without ever touching the 80 or 90% of land that is currently zoned to only allow single-family homes. Folks have rightfully questioned what this might mean in terms of changes to their neighborhood. My husband gave public comment, and he noted that we live in between a 6-plex and a 5-plex on a block that is about half single-family homes and half small apartment buildings. I don't think that I've personally seen in my experience the sorts of quality life concerns that some folks are concerned about, but change is scary. But I will just say that rejecting this proposal will not prevent our neighborhoods from changing. All it will do is further the trends that we are already seeing with growing homelessness, continued displacement of our most vulnerable residents. We will continue to see the strain on all of our teachers and our public workers and our police officers who can't afford to live in the cities that they serve, and we'll see the continuing impacts on families as young people are priced out of the city because they realize that they can't afford to raise children here. So I think it is important that we as a council move forward with this proposal on missing middle housing today. I did want to just touch on a couple of the things that I heard, because I think there's been a lot of confusion and misinformation around some of these proposals. We repeatedly heard people referencing 16-unit apartment buildings, 20-unit apartment buildings, people saying that this will make us denser than New York City. I just want to be absolutely crystal clear that that is not what this proposal is about. For the vast majority of the single-family lots in this city, this proposal will translate to a modest increase over what is already allowed under state law, as the mayor outlined, most likely 2 to 6 primary homes on most parcels throughout the city. And we have also heard that this proposal is extreme, that it is way out of alignment with what other major cities are doing to tackle our housing crisis. I don't think that that is borne out in the data that I've seen, and if anything, I think that the program that we're proposing here is actually much more modest than what some other cities are doing. A couple years ago, Washington State passed a law that legalized 6 units per single-family parcel in every single major city in the state. And here in California, San Diego already allows 7 units per single-family home parcel, which works out to about 30 to 50 dwelling units per acre, more than we're proposing here. Berkeley, as was mentioned, allows 70 dwelling units per acre, more than double what San Jose is evaluating. And Sacramento has no density cap at all on the missing middle programs in their residential zones, allowing 10 or more units on single-family lots. And finally, I just want to speak to this notion that this is not a required program. Staff has already spoke to the risk of decertification by HCD, and I agree that that is not something that would be immediate, but I do think it is a very real risk. The city made very clear commitments in our housing element that we would allow 4 to 10 units on parcels throughout the city. We provided additional metrics in terms of how many total additional residential units of capacity would be added, and I reached out to the housing accountability chief with HCD myself and said point blank, if the city tries to walk back its commitments here, if we don't move forward with this program, or if we try to downscope the program below what was committed in the housing element, Would that be grounds for decertification? And she said, quote, yes, should the city choose not to implement the housing element programs, HCD can review the inaction and revoke its finding of compliance. So I think that the potential ramifications here, we cannot pretend as if they are imaginary. Finally, since I know there were some questions about the memo from myself and Councilmember Kamei, I want to speak to a couple of those items. I think the one that we are most excited about, or I'm most excited about, I won't speak for my colleague, is the local density bonus program. And I think it's actually timely that we are hearing this item now because we just saw with item 10.2 a missing middle housing application that was actually leveraging state density bonus law. And with that application, we saw that they waived height limits. They waived requirements around lot coverage, they waived setbacks. They basically got to just ignore all of the local development standards that we as a city set. So the idea behind this program is that since legally the city cannot prevent builders from pursuing the state density bonus, but what we could do is provide an appealing local alternative density bonus program that actually does preserve local control. So that is the intent of what is recommended in our memo. We can set up an alternative local pathway that they can pursue that does require that applicants adhere to local development standards, things like building heights, setbacks, and open space requirements. And we can use that to provide an incentive for builders of missing middle programs to actually make sure that they're building missing middle projects that are a good fit for our community. And then just speaking again on the increased height limits that are proposed near downtown transit hubs, I'm fairly open-minded here. I would defer to staff in terms of what they evaluate as appropriate here. We have been primarily trying to target the kind of highest capacity transit nodes that are already in existing denser neighborhoods that have kind of well-connected pedestrianized grid networks, understanding that some of those peripheral downtown transit hubs are close to the freeway. Maybe there is not a clear walking path to actually get to the other side of the freeway. So we would just recommend that staff come back with some recommendations around the specific subset of downtown transit stations that they think would be appropriate for this kind of increased but still transitional height limit of 45 feet. So with, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm going to take those sound like friendly amendments, so I want to give you and Councilor Cohen an opportunity to maybe dialogue and see if that gets incorporated.
Absolutely. Yes, I was going to request a friendly amendment for the elements that were left out of the original motion, which I believe is item 1 and item 4.
Yeah, and 4 wasn't left out. I put it in, but I just wanted to make sure there's clarification. And I guess I can ask staff on this one. I mean, I don't want to wordsmith and try to decide what downtown means today, but you would interpret this to mean you would come back with a reasonable program that would allow some flexibility on where the boundaries are, where it would apply?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's, I mean, I already included that one. The other one, I just wanted to ask the question. So the advantage of this is a speed question. They could do it faster than they could with the state density bonus, or what's the, I guess I just was curious about what would lead somebody to choose the local versus the state density bonus?
I think a component of it could be speed. I think it could also be based on what other requirements staff would recommend including as criteria for pursuing the local path. I think we would need something if we're going to ask developers to kind of waive the ability to exceed local design standards. So maybe that means that we adjust the affordability thresholds to tap into the density bonus program. Maybe it means a faster guaranteed ministerial permit timeline. I just think that it would be valuable to have a local alternative so that we don't see all of these projects just tapping into state density bonus law to exceed any development standards that staff comes up with in partnership with our communities.
I think it's an intriguing idea. Let me just ask one question of staff on this one. You know, there's a lot of stuff being loaded on here. There's a lot of other stuff being loaded on. So just what is your feeling about what this does to the timeline of this, or your ability to create such a program while also doing all the other things that are being asked for here?
So we agree there's a lot of opportunity here, and I actually think, you know, there's a lot of really good work for us to do. Obviously, would love to be able to do it all as quickly as possible. So we're currently in the process of doing that analysis so we can come back on October 6th to have the conversation. I think part of that was waiting for this conversation so we could see what kind of gets added. Some of it gets sequenced in, right, and there's a sequential aspect. Some of it needs to be prioritized, and we'll have to make choices of some aspects ahead of others. So I think, you know, we'll need to hear how the conversation goes and then come back on October 6th with a sort of full analysis. But I mean, again, I think it would fit within that context, and you know, it's appropriate for us to look at it that way.
So I will accept it with the understanding, I think, that amongst the dozens of things we have asked over the years for this department to handle, we will be prioritizing all of those in October, and this will be part of that conversation. So that would be.
Yeah, fully expect that this should be prioritized alongside everything else on staff's hefty plate. The only other thing that we'll note, and we noted this in the memo as well, is that another housing element program that the city did commit to was evaluating expanding our local density bonus opportunities. So we think that this is actually aligned with existing work that staff has already tentatively committed to for 2027 in the housing element.
I gotta ask this. Sorry, I have to ask the seconder if she'll accept the.
So you're accepting it as a friendly amendment. I'm concerned about the scope that it's adding on to staff, and I just hate to add something to staff and then come back on October 2nd, 6th, and we all say, oh yeah, that's too much, and now we've taken it away. What's your I mean, if it says to be reviewed as a priority in October 6th, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to us. So again, we have to. There's let me pause for a second. There's obviously a finite capacity to how much work we can get done. You know, certainly within the next 16 months, we have plans in our work plan across the next 3 to 5 years. You know, really what we're looking at is not to sort of say none of this is good work. It's about how does it sequence and how does it fit together. And that's really the priority conversation that we'll be having in October. It's not to say, hey, throw all of this stuff out, we don't want to do it anymore. It's about, hey, we really need to do this work up front. So, you know, probably highest priority for us is the work that we will sort of get out of this conversation to move forward those programs in the existing housing element and prepare us for the next housing element, as well as anything that touches existing state laws that we're trying to implement. So we would fit it in within that context and then look at the rest of, you know, what's on the plate to make a best guess at how that then sequences after.
Oh, okay, I'll accept it in those terms, but it's very complicated, and for me to understand it, I'm having a hard time getting my head around what the implications are, what are the unintended consequences of it. So I think by October 6th, when it comes back, we'll be able to have more of a discussion about unintended consequences of it. But for now, I'll accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and Councilmember Tordias, you had the floor. Was that your last piece? Okay, great. So I'm going to turn now to, thank you, and I'll turn to Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to Chris and your staff for the work to date and also for the presentation this evening, as well as to my Brown Act group for the conversation, engagement, and policy debate that we had the last couple of weeks. And you know, I also want to take a brief moment to folks who are still here or listening online who came out and spoke on this item. You know, this is a major moment for policymaking in our city, and our impacts and our community's voice is important in helping us understand the impact of our decisions. And you know, there are a few areas that I want to speak to. And the first is, yes, state law has already taken a lot of land use authority from cities. However, there is a difference to what could be done to what is being proposed. As someone who earlier noted, I don't know if they're still here, there appears that we're quote unquote overdoing it. And you know, I'm going to be blunt. I believe that we're being asked to essentially take a shortcut, a one-size-fits-all approach that treats the entire city as if every neighborhood is the same. Not to mention proposed projects under this program are by right, aka little to no public comment. Again, from the staff recommendation, raising the density limit from 8 units per acre to 32 units per acre across roughly 85% of our residential land, you know, it's not thoughtful enough. This blanketing of the city with a single number and calling it progress, and while yes, it's under state law, developers can already get these densities, it's not our policy, it's state law. And so San Jose is not uniform. San Jose has different neighborhoods that sit near frequent transit, walkable commercial corridors, existing infrastructure. Other neighborhoods, not so much. And by choosing this blanket approach, I think we avoid the harder work of identifying which areas we can genuinely support more housing, sequencing the transit and infrastructure investments, and writing standards that respect different neighborhoods, context, things like egress, ingress, public safety response times, parking minimums, and development standards. Instead of doing the careful analysis, I think the proposal simply multiplies the density number by 4 and applies it citywide. I want to be clear that, this is not an opposition to housing. Several folks have said that. It's opposition to what appears to be careless housing policy and the unintended consequences that may create. And, I think we deserve a thoughtful approach that respects the differences between our neighborhoods and recognizes that once density rights are granted, they're extremely difficult. We can't take it back. We know the state law doesn't let us downzone. And so, when this comes back to us next December, our options are going to be limited based on the alternatives and the direction we provide staff today. So that's what makes this conversation that much more vital. I think there's an important point that I want to quickly touch on is, there's a power dynamic with HCD that it essentially forces our hand to make decisions, that are can perceive to be against our residents and the will of our residents, the people who, for us on the dais, who voted us in. And so, I don't buy this. I believe we have the right to implement a program as we see fit. And so when it comes to housing affordability and spurring development, I've seen our council take a balanced approach to not only taking every option available to us to make a difference, but doing so in a way that doesn't compromise our city's fiscal sustainability and the quality of life for our residents. In March 2025, this council unanimously adopted direction to the administration to explore densifying outside of our growth areas where the market dictated, excluding high VMT areas. High VMT areas have been identified as part of our city that lack reliable transit options with limited routes for again, getting in and out of those areas. We have deemed these areas red on a map for a reason. And again, a couple months later, in June 2025, staff returned with a memo mirroring the language that was proposed in the scope of work for the general plan 4-year review, and I quote, "Staff will include in the analysis City Council direction from the March budget message to expand growth areas to where there is current market demand for housing and employment uses, except in areas with immitigable VMT impacts." This direction was approved unanimously by this council. And yet the recommendations before us takes us to a different path, applying uniform density across the city than the more targeted approach. And I understand the concerns as explained by staff. I get it. But it's very disheartening to be here and not have this flagged or not have the concerns of potential decertification as a threat beforehand and or, at the 11th hour getting a phone call from HCD essentially saying, hey, you're going to be decertified. And yes, it's not overnight, and yes, it's a series of lack of implementation of what we said we were going to do through the housing element. But it just does not sit well with me, and I appreciate Councilmember Cohen's motion and the ability to try to get something, but I just wanted to express my frustration. And in the spirit of collaboration, I may offer up a few more comments, but I look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues before I do so. Thanks.
Thanks, Council Member. All right, let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking city staff, the Planning Commission, for all your work that has gone into this 4-year review. I want to begin just with one of the additions in our memo that I believe is particularly important. If we're serious about meeting our housing goals, then we also need to look at our own processes and identify where we may be creating unnecessary barriers or delays for projects. Right now, applicants have only one opportunity each year to advance a general plan amendment. If they miss that window, it can mean waiting another year while continuing to carry land, financing, and pre-development costs. For some projects, that additional time and expense can make the difference between whether a viable project moves forward or whether it doesn't. Our recommendation, which was accepted into Councilmember Cohen's motion, creates an additional general plan amendment cycle for residential, commercial, and public quasi-public sites, giving us another opportunity to move projects forward without changing any of the underlying review or approval requirements. I also want to say, even though it's not really my district, I do support the VMT and VMT-based protections in our memo. Given SB 79 and SB 9, majority of my district is already on the road to being extremely dense. So this vote doesn't really impact my area that much. But I think sometimes we get individuals who get really bogged into dogmatic policy. I call them policy wonks. And things look good on paper. However, when we actually move forward with development, they don't actually make sense. I think the Fay in downtown San Jose was a good example. People do not want housing without parking, and especially in areas like East San Jose, where they're spread out, and we don't have the best transportation system already developed. It makes things difficult, especially for working class people who rely on their cars. And so while the addition of potential parking in the overall motion was included, it won't necessarily impact my district given the level of transportation that exists there. I think it's good because as we look at our city sprawling out and expanding, these developments are going to need parking because people won't, in city of San Jose, people will not go into apartments or condos that don't provide spaces for their cars. This isn't New York and it's not Chicago. And so we need to make sure that as we make our land use decisions, we reflect that. I understand that we do need to create additional housing capacity citywide, but I do struggle with the idea that on one hand, we recognize that higher densities make the most sense in areas with strong transit infrastructure and good access to jobs and services, while on the other hand, we could apply essentially the same density increases to neighborhoods where residents have fewer transportation options, experience more traffic, and may already have to drive further to meet their everyday needs. We can reconcile these two goals and make sure we're thinking about the infrastructure needed to support density where we're actually creating it. I'm also generally supportive of providing more flexibility in our public, quasi-public lands. There's a balance to strike between preserving these important community spaces and giving schools, faith institutions, and other property owners more opportunities for housing, childcare, recreation, and community serving uses. And with that, I do have a couple questions for staff. First, I'd like to better understand how long we have to decide on density and whether we'll have more definitive guidance on exactly how high our dwelling units per acre needs to be. How soon do we need to make a final decision on residential neighborhood density to remain compliant with the housing element?
Thanks, Councilmember. So this was mentioned by Councilmember Tordillos as well. There are some both timeline and metrics associated with the program. So there are specific milestones we're supposed to meet. And so we're already a little bit behind some of those milestones in terms of when we would have these land use decisions done. So I think as long as we're continuing to show progress and show work that we're going forward with these things, we can stay compliant. But if we continue to delay, that's when we would get into a situation where they might look unfavorably on us. So there's not a hard deadline, but there are deadlines that we've committed to that we've not fully kept up with so far.
So not hard deadlines. So can you give me an example?
Sorry, there are specific deadlines in terms of months of when we would make decisions in the housing element under P35. It has a specific month and date, I believe. December of 2026 was when the first milestone was.
So technically, we do have some months.
Yeah, and then there's October of 2026 was when we're supposed to have design standards approved, and under our current timeline, we're suggesting December of 27 of when we'd have those approved. So we're already a little bit behind, and so that's why continuing to make progress is important. Have some decisions made in terms of what direction we're heading.
But in reality, we wouldn't be the only city behind. There's plenty of cities that aren't necessarily in good standing with HCD.
So it's important, as Chris was mentioning, is that we continue to show progress on those programs. Those are the types of things that they are enforcing on in terms of what commitments we made in terms of decisions and policy programs. I think where there are things outside of our control with the actual housing production under the RHNA, that's not necessarily where they're choosing to enforce, because they understand that that those are things outside of our control. But where we can implement programs and are not making progress, that's where we could really run into an issue, and where they're really monitoring us closely.
Okay. Second, I'd like to understand what our neighboring cities are doing. I understand Berkeley is doing, I think it was 70. But what is Sunnyvale doing? What is Cupertino doing? What are cities doing in Santa Clara County? I mean, the city of San Jose is not going to solve the housing crisis for the county or for Northern California. So, and we shouldn't be expected to do so. And so what are other cities doing? Are other cities already taking these votes on how dense, or are we rushing? We don't need to be the first city to vote on this.
So I can't speak to specific smaller cities in Santa Clara County in terms of this type of missing middle programs. We'd have to look at their housing elements more closely. I know in terms of the larger cities in the Bay Area and elsewhere in the state, these are programs that are typical in their housing elements. We were just talking to Oakland, the city of Oakland, the other day, and they also have a similar program and are currently working on general plan updates and looking at increased density in their single family.
So they're looking at it. They're not voting on it yet. How far away? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. Are we like the first city in Santa Clara County doing this? Why can't we have a conversation and stop and realize, actually where we're at?
So they'll be bringing forward those changes in the coming months to their city council.
So coming months, okay.
Yeah.
So then we are moving at a fast rate. So how are we more susceptible to being referred, other than we got council members calling HCD on us? Other than that, how are we more susceptible to HCD and us being non-compliant in comparison to these other municipalities?
Obviously, wouldn't want to speak too much for HCD, but what I will say, council member, is when you take the statewide housing element program, the vast majority of units added through all of the housing elements reside in the largest cities in the state, right? And as such, we've seen non-compliance letters or actions taken against, San Diego with their ADU law. There's been interventions around LA on some of their permitting questions and their applications. San Francisco had an unprecedented intervention by HCD on some of their processes. So we do draw more attention by nature that we are the third largest city in the state, and we have, a considerable amount of statewide capacity resides in the big cities.
I still would have liked to have, as we took this vote, to get an understanding of what our neighboring cities would have done. I think that's important for us as a council to do so, especially as we are thinking about votes that may change essentially who our city is, the culture of our city. I am a renter. I have lived in apartments. I know what that's like. I grew up in a single family home, but in my district, people are already living like this. I want to be brutally honest with everybody. I grew up in a single family home, but there was 3 families that lived there. In East San Jose, we have no parking because that's the reality. So at the end of the day, the vote today doesn't impact my district. I just want to make sure that if we're taking an important vote like this, we're doing so with all the information we need and crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And I feel like we are rushing, and I feel like there is a heightened level of hastiness that's being pushed on this council, and I don't appreciate that. I feel like part of this council is forcing the other part of the council to make this vote. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going, and we will turn now to Councilmember Kameh.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of the people who came out to give us your thoughts. We've had a lot of emails, a lot of information, a lot of letters. There's been quite a bit of engagement, so thank you so much. I want to thank the department for all of the work that you've done. I especially want to thank Jared Ferguson, who, we've been sort of having him on speed dial, and Director Burton as well, in terms of answering questions and doing a lot of work on this. So thank you very much. I want to thank my colleagues. I think we all worked really hard on our memos and tried to move something that was manageable and to move forward in our process here. Now, I want to talk about a little bit on the, what are we doing here today and what it is and what it isn't. Because I've heard a lot of different understandings of what we are today doing. We aren't rezoning anything. We aren't adopting any changes in the general plan or making an amendment. Nobody will be able to leave here today or tomorrow and apply to build anything under any of the land use policies that we are discussing. So this is to give direction. We're discussing the parameters of future policy. So this is part of a very long process, and there was a slide today that shows where we are in that process. It's going to be for the adoption and defining the outer boundaries of environmental study so that whatever action the council ultimately takes, we have a sufficient study of what those impacts are. The environmental impact is like tailoring a garment. You could always reduce it and remove fabric, but you can't add to it. Similarly, we can't enact regulations whose impacts we haven't studied. So this will give sort of the landscape of what the body of study is going to be, so that when we do get the information, we will make an informed decision on what those impacts are. There will be additional points in time for the council and the public to further define each of these policies as we move forward to eventually do a general plan amendment at the end of 2027, and for the adoption and implementation of ordinances and policy. So today is a very important day. It's a very key check-in between the beginning of this discussion and what will happen locally in the future. So, I wanted to say a little bit about the density bonus law, and I'm going to kind of simplify the, what we were considering in point 1 on our memo with Councilmember Tordillos. What it really is that at this point in time, an applicant could get, in some of the larger lots, up to 5 units, right? And if they have these 5 units on an existing parcel, they could deed restrict one and use the state's density bonus law to toss out all of the height, all of the setback, and other standards. Our item number 1 really proposes a pathway that should be preferable to state law so that we would have local control. Right? So we want to make it more desirable. So the idea is really to explore our own density bonus law instead of having them trigger, once you get to 5, we had an example today of more than 5. So, I think that is certainly worth considering, and I'm glad that it was made a part of the friendly amendment. I just wanted to clarify to make sure that Councilmember Cohen, you had added item number 2 to develop written health and safety standards on projects. That was included. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that.
Explore.
Yes, that's fine. I do appreciate that many of the residents mentioned the fundamental changes to the quality of life of our American dream, and I understand that. I too worked very, very hard, struggled very, very much to be able to afford a single-family home. I know how it changes. It does change the character. But what we're trying to do today is really to study what is going to happen in those areas. So I look forward to the resulting information that will come to us, and look forward to being able to continue the conversation.
Thanks, Councilmember. I think maybe just to quickly combine the points from Councilmembers Ortiz and Kamei back to back there, in order to not rush to prematurely close the door and limit our optionality, as Councilmember Ortiz conveyed, I think Councilmember Kamei's point that we're setting a direction for staff study is important. I think Councilmember Candelas and others have all pointed to this. I think the question right now that we have to settle on today is what's within the scope of what staff is going to go study. It's not a final decision, but leaving it out tonight basically precludes us. It's not guaranteed we couldn't all decide to pull the handbrake and add something in, but it gets a lot harder to add new concepts later. And it's not fair to staff, and it puts us off track. So tonight is the night to be, and that's why I appreciate, we've got 3 different memos, a lot of different recs. I think Councilor Cohen did an admirable job of trying to put as many pieces in. We're not done. I still see a lot of hands. But lest anyone think that we were rushing to a conclusion, I would say read the memos from all the council members, which are adding a lot of scope to what staff is studying for the very point that we don't want to settle or zero in today on one answer. We're giving a lot of optionality and a range intentionally here. And there may be more added as we go on, though I know we have some limits to Chris's team's capacity. All right, let me turn now to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by appreciating the members of our community who have participated in the general plan review process for the past year. For those who have shared their diverse opinions here today, I thank you. I am also grateful to the planning commissioners who have spent many hours during the general plan task force meetings listening carefully to public input and putting together thoughtful recommendations for council. And of course, I want to thank planning staff for their significant and difficult work to help the city meet the housing needs of our community and comply with complex and challenging state mandates. Finally, I want to thank my colleagues in the General Plan Brown Act group that I've been working with, and in the spirit of compromise, we have prepared prudent recommendations, which I'll speak to briefly. None of us on council are oblivious to the public comments that we've received in our inbox, that we've heard tonight, nor are we ignorant about the housing crisis and its impacts on hundreds of thousands of our neighbors. But the hard truth is that our obligation to comply with state law is real, and as we've heard, there are severe consequences if we do not make that good faith effort to meet state mandates. HCD has provided clear guidance to our staff about their expectations around the housing element, and if we do not implement Housing Element Program P35, which allows small multifamily housing citywide, and if our housing element is decertified, we risk loss of local control, a return of the builder's remedy, and loss of eligibility for hundreds of millions of dollars in state grants for transportation, infrastructure, and affordable housing. But that's not the only reason that we on council have to make these tough decisions. And I want to share a personal story of an experience that I had yesterday that left me reflecting on the vote before us today. Because yesterday at Southside Community Center, we hosted a wildfire preparedness town hall. And on my way in, I noticed a young man who was arriving with a suitcase. But instead of walking inside the building, he stayed outside, sitting on a bench. An hour passed, and as I walked back to my car, I noticed he was still sitting on that bench. I went home, and I continued thinking about this person who was about my age, who had no safe home to spend their night, who most likely spent the evening outside, because that's the reality that we are facing, where too many older adults, families with children, and youth aging out of foster care are at risk of homelessness in our city, or they're already experiencing this. And as a city, as a council, but most importantly, as a community, I hope that we can reset our North Star and framing for this general plan conversation. Because we have not built enough housing for decades. Costs have increased so much that most of the housing in San Jose is not affordable to hundreds of thousands of people who struggle every single day to make rent, or People like me who feel like they will never be able to buy a house in their hometown. I'm 32 and I live at home with my parents. This is why I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues to find ways to provide more affordable and accessible housing in my district, District 2. The Southside Community Center is what I want to speak to as an opportunity for us to explore public-private partnership that would bring new housing, including affordable homes, along with a new community center. By proactively amending the general plan, the city can subsequently go through an extensive public process to identify a development partner, design a new community center and public amenities, and provide much needed community facilities and housing. And as the property owner, the city would retain all land use and planning discretion on the Southside Community Center piece that is included on the motion on the floor. Council members Kamei and Tordillos remind us in their memo that this action today is not the final approval of any changes. It is the framework for necessary environmental review, and there will be many more opportunities, as we've heard, for the community to provide input on development standards and implementation. So I look forward to supporting the motion and continuing the conversation over the next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. Let me turn now to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I was debating whether to say anything because it's been said by many of my colleagues and much more eloquently than I can say it. But first, I want to thank the staff for their presentation, and particularly Ruth and Jared for presenting at the joint town hall we had with D2 and D10 last week? But thank you for that. I did sit in on the final Planning Commission meeting where the Planning Commission voted to move this forward, and I found it a very interesting but confusing and complicated conversation. This is not an easy topic, and I come from a real estate world. So to go through all of the recommendations, to listen to the Planning Commission, and I know there's some Planning Commissioners in the room. Thank you so much for your time on the task force, and then as a Planning Commissioner as well. I really appreciate that. This is really difficult. Thank you also for all the public comments, both emails that I received over the last couple of weeks and today. And while I didn't respond to everybody, I did listen and read all of them because I wanted to see where you were coming from. And frankly, I live in one of those neighborhoods that is going to be quote-unquote upzoned, and that's of concern to me because I'm going to have to look at my neighbors after we vote and after we approve density, and they're going to be really disappointed at me on how I vote. I also want to say that this is the last time I will be voting on the general plan. When this comes to us, them, in December of 2027, I won't be here. I term out at the end of December, and so this decision that they will be making, I may be standing in the audience coming in and saying, you're ruining my neighborhood. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. I want to challenge you all to continue. The engagement so far has been really important, and I want to challenge you to continue to be involved, continue to pay attention to the issue as it goes forward, because as it's been explained, this is the starting point. This isn't the end. We are giving direction for staff to look at a variety of densities, but no decision is being made. The decision on design standards, 3 stories high. I've heard a lot of comments about 3-story high. No parking. That was really important for me that we added in the parking because I was on council when we removed parking, minimum parking as a requirement. We thought it would right-size itself, and it did and it didn't. But in the neighborhoods, I really felt we needed to bring back the minimum requirements, and staff will take a look at that and bring it in. But your input is really important from all sides because truthfully, all of us up here have listened to what you have to say. To my council members Candelas and Ortiz, I hear your frustration, and I don't disagree with it. This feels that this is a very complicated decision with a lot of repercussions, but you will have a year plus to still craft it and come back with the right thing for the city of San Jose and for your communities. I know there's some pressure to create a boundary with vehicle miles traveled and a barrier where development won't occur. I would caution you not to. That feels a little bit like redlining to me. And in the old days, redlining was bad. It's where you drew a circle around an area in a city and said, we're not going to give people who live in that area housing. And so I would just caution you as you're thinking about that, think about the unintended consequences and how that's going to play out with the greater community. And I realize I'm lecturing, but this is the last time I get to lecture. And that's just the way it's going to be right now. So again, please, community, stay engaged. It's important that we truly preserve the character of our neighborhoods too, because you're living, you're buying, or you're renting in our communities. You're sending your kids to schools in those communities for a reason, because you feel connected to it. You feel safe there. Your family may be there. So we need to make sure that we protect the dynamic and the feelings of the communities. And that doesn't mean I'm against density or development. Development is really important. We actually absolutely must build, but we haven't seen the effects of SB 79 yet, and we have a lot of vacant schools that could be in that pathway of development for SB 79, where we're going to get some high rises and we won't even have an authority or an ability to do anything about it. I'm concerned about that because I had a couple schools close in my district. I would, to staff, when you come back with the design guidelines and future memos, could you please use language that I or a fifth grader could understand? It would really be helpful for me to be able to explain it to others. I think a school board member actually mentioned that, and she's right. The simpler you make it for us, the easier it is. I think that is about it, but Councilmember Cohen, I have a question for you regarding the south side, or actually staff. You mentioned something about the fire station being retained as PQP. So do we need to include that in the motion that the fire station be retained in PQP?
Yes.
Okay. Then Councilmember Cohen, will you include that?
Yeah, I did ask, and I got the answer before that we didn't have to, that they would understand that, but if it makes it clear, we'll go ahead and just make sure that that's in the motion too.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, I know we're going to hear from Councilmember Mulcahy, and thank you for negotiating all of the issues in your area, which frankly I haven't paid much attention to because it's your council district. But that's that. I think what you've heard is the council really does listen to what you have to say. We're concerned about development and a carte blanche change of zoning from residential to higher density across the city. There's a place for development. It's not a place in all of our neighborhoods just to have a citywide zoning change. With that, thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate your reflections. Let's turn now to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Foley, you can add me to the same list as Ortiz and Candelas as being frustrated with things. And we were in the same Brown Act together. Who knew? So, hey, I want to thank the city staff. You guys have a very difficult job balancing not only all the public comment and how to process that, but certainly the 11 of us and all of our teams. So thank you for hanging in there. And I want to recognize the planning commissioners who sat as the 4-year review board and all the neighbors who've taken time to engage today, tonight, and all the weeks leading up to this meeting. So I want to start with the items in District 6, because District 6 is, out of the entire review process leading up to this session, is the only district where there were targeted changes made, specifically for the opportunity for additional residential capacity. And this included both the Alameda and Winchester Boulevard. So I want to talk about Winchester for a moment. This has been on our agenda a lot over the last year, and I don't think that there's a more involved neighborhood than the Corey neighborhood in this. And I just want to paint a little picture. This is not, your single family neighborhood, not wanting encroachment into it. This is a neighborhood that sits directly astride Valley Fair Mall, which, as we know, is our biggest mall, one of the top producers in the world, price per foot. And they have growth capacity that remains. They also have Santana Row just adjacent to that. So this is not just a neighborhood that is pushing back on high-rise resi. This is one that is already dealing with real everyday issues. And Valley Fair now charges for parking. So these are real issues for this community, and I want to make sure that we're not just thinking about that little burb, and just kind of pushing off housing. This is an affected, impacted neighborhood. So we've heard from our neighbors from San Jose, or from City of Santa Clara too. That's right across the street of Winchester. And, we've heard from their council member and mayor who have weighed in on their concerns on this. It's worth noting too that the Planning Commission took 5 votes specifically on trying to piece together something for the Winchester corridor and couldn't come to an agreement on it. And it's late, and at first when I heard it, I thought it was distasteful. Now I'm laughing about it, but I think he meant it tongue-in-cheek. But after the last meeting, the chair of the Planning Commission said to, I think, the staff, give Councilmember Mulcahy our love, knowing that we were going to have this difficult challenge to deal with. So, which is why I'm proud to bring forward a compromise proposal that gets us residential development and at the same time protects neighborhood serving retail that is sort of from the heading corner of Winchester down to Forest, which is essentially the door of Valley Fair. So as we work our way from heading on the north, we've got some residential opportunities as we work our way down to existing commercial, active, successful retail now that serves that community. So that's really what we're trying to accomplish, and I would really appreciate you considering a friendly amendment to your motion that's on the floor.
And your request is to include your entire recommendation.
It would be
as written.
1C on the Domingo Candelas Mulcahy Ortiz memo.
Okay. My preference was to defer to the work you had done in the community, but I had heard staff with a little bit of concern about the appropriate densities, and so I'll just ask Chris one more time, and then I'll.
Yeah, happy to talk to it. I think, and I do really appreciate Councilmember Mulcahy's approach in trying to sort of be thoughtful about how to approach this very specific part of the recommendation. I think, initially staff had been looking at this following the proposal for the 17-story development on the particular site, trying to find an appropriate compromise. And the conversation at that time was, look, this is a, fairly significant thoroughfare, on the approach to Valley Fair and Santana Row. There's an opportunity here to see redevelopment for housing. Now, the way that we've considered conversion of commercial sites throughout the city, which is different to sort of how we're talking about kind of other density conversations in this recommendation, is typically in the past we've pushed for higher densities on commercial sites. And part of the reason for that, there's a couple of trade-offs. So one, we're trying to create opportunity for balanced growth throughout San Jose that provides the sort of services, amenities, and retail opportunities to support our residents. And when we convert that, it comes at a cost, both a sort of amenities and services cost, as well as an actual fiscal cost to the city. It was mentioned earlier by Councilmember Kamei about the sort of density levels and the fiscal impact of land use. So typically, we're always looking at pushing those densities on commercial conversions, and I think that's part of our hesitation when we think about the sort of long-range approach, is that if we're going to come down on that density into those lower ranges, you know, should we just leave it as commercial and just sort of wait for the long-term opportunity? Now, the trade-off is that, you know, there is a nearer-term opportunity to see redevelopment and create opportunity for housing units. So, I mean, that's really the sort of policy consideration for council to kind of give us the direction on.
And I would say, and add to that, that there are two of these properties that we're really encouraging. You know, what we're placing on it now encourages development now. They're two blighted sites that have been just sitting there. And so they are, you know, challenges for the neighborhoods as well.
Okay, I mean, I guess I don't hear, I think we're applying, this is applied to such a small set of properties that it's, you know, while it might go against some of the instincts that I have and that staff has about density, you know, given the work that you've done, I'm okay with accepting it as a friendly amendment on the motion.
Great, thank you very much. So I do want to talk about a couple of other things. I think it's important to highlight. West San Carlos, this is item 1D, which has already been picked up, but I just want to sort of highlight it. So I'm supportive of staff's effort to evaluate how mixed-use commercial designations throughout the city are working, where they may not be, and identifying options for future uses. And while conversion to commercial may make sense in some areas, the West San Carlos corridor is well positioned to pursue more new residential development. Right now, we have 1,500 units recently delivered, under construction, and/or submitted. When we lost the corner, if you remember last year, Race and West San Carlos, to a new Chick-fil-A, I made a commitment to those against that use to identify more residential opportunities. This is part of that. The corridor is in transition. Despite the new construction, which is sort of more down towards downtown, San Carlos has countless aging, vacant, and blighted buildings. It is littered with unwanted commercial activities and code violations, and has the third highest concentration of graffiti among major corridors in the entire city. Exploring the conversion of some of the remaining mixed-use commercial sites to residential would align with our goals of creating additional residential capacity in our urban villages and along our major boulevards. And I want to thank Councilmember Cohen for pulling that into the motion. So on residential density, I'm still really having a difficult time reconciling the rationale or defense of the proposed increase from 8 to 32 dwelling units per acre, effectively going from 1 to 4 units on a lot, in a blanket approach over the entire city. I think that's sort of been the common theme, the blanket approach. It doesn't even account for ADUs, junior ADUs, state density bonus, or the 450-something state laws around housing. And I think with those ADUs, junior ADUs, I mean, I think that math can get us up to 32 units per acre in practice. So much of the disagreement, and certainly I think why our Brown Act couldn't come together with 5 signatures, is really on this very item, stems from the variety of interpretations, and I know I'm treading on comments from earlier, but from HCD. And my read is that our commitment was to evaluate opportunities for 4 to 10 housing in locations throughout the city, including areas adjacent to urban villages and residential areas along major streets. The intent was to support missing middle housing near urban villages, creating transition between our residential neighborhoods and major thoroughfares. I don't believe the commitment was intended to require a one-size-fits-all approach. If it was, why even call out urban villages and major streets to begin with? Couldn't the phrase "throughout the city" just as likely refer to being equitable, making sure we get density across the city and not unfairly concentrated? I'd have expected an approach that placed value on the uniqueness and diversity of our neighborhoods as well as differences in access to reliable transit and major roadways. We should concentrate more density around urban villages and apply more modest increases in primarily residential neighborhoods. We should be more meticulous, considering all the variables and the realities on the ground. In my view, this is a more thoughtful and responsible way to approach city planning. This would allow us to create the residential capacity we need while recognizing that not every lot in every neighborhood is the same. And to even consider such an important decision, we must have greater clarity on the framework of our decision. While my colleagues and I, in our memo, pointed to our support of the mayor, vice mayor, and the others' memo regarding, to environmentally clear a range of options, it still gives me pause because of the range of interpretations of P35, the city's promise to HCD. And I'll just finish here. We can't make decisions based on threats from a state agency that has not yet given us an answer. Well, some of us, an answer will actually be acceptable to me. We have no real opinion from our city attorney. Speculation by city staff has created rumor and innuendo, and people around this building have been playing land use attorney for the last couple of weeks. That kind of gunslinging only gets us in trouble. There's just too much at stake. I went last hoping that there would be a magic answer to where we go here. And I appreciate all of my colleagues, suggesting that this is only the beginning of this conversation. And I just really hope that we get the information we need, the community gets the information it deserves, and we can come to a solution on this in December of '27. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Appreciate your comments. It may give you some solace that were we to come back and ultimately agree, I'm sure not everyone would like this, but were we to go with 16 plus ADUs and not allow for the combination of lots, you would effectively be defaulting to SB 9, which is what we have today. So it does preserve a range that allows a status quo approach. But other options as well. Let me turn to Councilor Candelas.
First, I appreciate everybody, chiming in and giving their perspective. It's appreciated. And ditto, Councilmember Mulcahy, on your talking points. And we talked a lot as we were coming up with our group memos. And Mayor, to your point earlier about now being the opportunity for input. And it being critical to offering the guidance to staff in order to see a program that best addresses the concerns that we've outlined. And with that, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion. And shout out to the City Attorney's Office for helping our office craft this language with regards to the environmental review in your memo with amend and replace. It's 1B, amend and replace E1 to direct staff to environmental review, increasing the densities from 16, 24, and 32, and return to the council with these options, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to be specific in exploring, as part of this environmental review, to study and explore guardrails for high VMT areas, including ingress, egress, public safety impacts to emergency response times associated with police and fire, public transit options as it relates to mobility, parking minimums, and development design standards. And this is all language that I've ran through the City Attorney's Office that would help us get an extra, review as part of the environmental process that they're going to be engaging in to be able to flush that out, given the impact to these areas. And I would hope you would accept this as a friendly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. I will tell you, and I have my hand up because I just wanted to say some things that have been triggered by this conversation since I went first.
I wanted to go in front of you on purpose.
No, I wanted you to, but I'm just saying that because I have some of the same concerns that you have that led you to your memo. It's not like I didn't. I mean, so I appreciate that there's a way to study these impacts without upfront eliminating them from where we can make changes. I think that was the point. And so I was actually going to ask in my comments if there was a way to be more granular, so I appreciate what you're recommending.
Great, thanks.
Sorry, is that okay with the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, great. And you've got that language clear with the city attorney, and we'll share it with the clerk. Thanks, Councilmember. Okay. Did you have more, or was that concluded your remarks? Thank you. Let me go to Councilmember Casey.
Well, I'll be brief. Mulcahy and Domingo stole a lot of my thunder. I appreciate Councilmember Cohen for incorporating the VMT language. I know even in our Brown Act, we had conversations about that. The challenge for me is I'm nearing half a century in my district, and I remember looking over my backyard and seeing orchards, and now it's a housing tract. So I understand change is inevitable. My concern is that we're not doing this in a thoughtful way, and I think Mulcahy had mentioned that. I think we're in a negotiation with HCD, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to just yield to their authority and essentially negotiate against ourselves. So I'm supportive of us aggressively negotiating for the lowest density in areas where it doesn't make sense. I ran on density where it makes sense in downtown and in transportation corridors. Density does not make sense in D10. So ultimately, I'm open to our memos, but when the rubber hits the road, I will not support density in D10. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let me go back did you ever hear
I just
up
put
again?
my light on because I assumed you were saying my name. So
yes, Councilmember Cohen.
The system doesn't, anyway, thank you. I just want to start by just saying, look, many of us in the city are lucky in terms of the timing of when we were able to buy homes in our city. I just tell the story. I bought my home 27 years ago. I was young. I was in my 20s. I was able to buy a home in my 20s. That home my value has appreciated by a factor of 6 over 27 years. Now, is that an expectation that should happen? I don't believe so. And I will say that I sometimes feel sheepish about this whole thing, that people now can't do what I did, right? And am I willing to say that some things that we do in our neighborhood will force my home value to depreciate a little bit so that others will have more opportunity? I think that's reasonable. I've gained and I've been able to benefit from this community and the problems that we're trying to deal with as a community. So I'm just going to say that up front. I think it's important to point that out and just say it pains me that others can't have what I have, and we're fortunate to do what I did at the time that I was able to do it. But a lot of things can be true at once. One size fits all is not always the best, but we shouldn't say that there are areas of the city where we can't provide opportunity for people to be able to live there. The whole idea of this policy is that we should be offering opportunity for people to find places anywhere in the city if they want a certain school district, if they want certain services, we provide opportunity. And so both those things are sort of counter to each other. One size fits all is not always the best, but we also can't paint the broad brush of saying certain areas are going to be off limits. And I appreciate the comments that Vice Mayor made about if you do that, you're kind of keeping in place policies that have gotten us into this problem in the first place. Character of cities and neighborhoods necessarily changes over time, right? I mean, the fact that this was the way it was 40 years ago when people bought their homes doesn't mean it's the way it's going to be now, as Councilmember Casey just pointed out, right? I mean, there were orchards, then there's homes, now there's going to be some density, and things are changing, and we should be able to work on that. But one of the things that have been occurring to me during this conversation is, I've been pushing back on the one-size-fits-all from a state standpoint, from our state legislators. This idea that every city should have the same set of rules. We shouldn't necessarily accept that one size can fit all in our city, and it's difficult to ask how can we be more granular in this decision making. And I agree with Councilmember Candelas and your basic premise that we should be more granular. I don't necessarily agree that that the VMT was the right approach because it basically shuts down huge swaths of our city from having the opportunity. That's the challenge here, and I just wanted to say that. So I mean, it's a challenge then put on the planning department going forward to think about this granularity, what makes sense, how can we be more focused without shutting it down anywhere. I don't know the answer to that. But, you know, even when we study 1632, 1624, 32, are there some places where 16 makes sense and some places where 32 makes sense? I know it's a lot of work to sort of decide neighborhood by neighborhood what makes sense, but we shouldn't necessarily be shutting off that conversation, I think. I do appreciate the memo from Tordios Kamei, and when I read it, I thought this sounds like a good idea, but I just needed a little more explanation on it. The idea that we can bring back some local control over design standards and what gets built is important. And I will say, this is a big fight across the state. I am the chair of the Resolutions Committee for the League of the Cities of the State of California. This September at our conference, there is a resolution being brought forward to the General Assembly of the League that I will be evaluating as chair, as part of the committee will be evaluating, asking for a working group to figure out how to develop a potential state constitutional amendment to bring back local control of land use for cities. Because this is the push that cities are pushing back on the state. This conversation is going to be had at the state level. So this is not easy, and I do, you know, while I appreciate some of the intent of some of the state laws, they have continued to pile on, and it's made our lives difficult. So I just want to say, you know, I made a motion, I support some of the underlying ideas here, but it was never totally comfortable to me that we were doing this broad brush. So I just wanted to say that here and sort of leave that out there as a thought as we move forward in the next 16 months before it comes back to council. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. I appreciate that and all the friendly amendments that you accepted along with the Vice Mayor. Councilor Casey.
Yeah, sorry for extending the conversation. I just want to push back a bit on this notion that density anywhere leads to affordability. I don't know that that necessarily bears out in reality. I think David Noel has a good point in terms of condo defect. If we build a ton of condos, smaller units, you know, affordable by design, that will lead to affordability. But a multi-unit in Los Gatos, for example, is still very expensive. A multi-unit in Almaden is still going to be very expensive. It's not going to be affordable. So I just want to push back on this idea that density naturally leads to affordability, because I don't think that's necessarily true.
All right. And I suspect this is going to be a very engaging, ongoing conversation for this council over the coming years. But let me turn now to Councilmember Tordias.
And I would push back against that notion. You know, the city has actually looked at this. They did a feasibility study on missing middle housing in 2021, and across the board they found that 4 to 8 unit projects would be cheaper than the lower density projects that they studied. This can also be seen in data on actual missing middle programs that have been developed in other cities. There have been studies of 4,000 missing middle homes built in Seattle over the past 20 years, and they consistently showed that higher density projects had lower prices than lower density projects.
Oh boy, here we go. All right. We're going to need to do a study session on this specific topic. All right, Councilor Casey.
So as you need to do in every debate is define the terms. So a blanket statement of more density leads to cheaper development, that's just not true. Are you talking about 100 unit density versus a duplex? I don't know that that actually bears out. So I would push back. I think that's a gut feeling. I'd look at the study and I'd assure you that there's issues with it. There's no way you can tell me. You look at Vancouver, you look at, like I mentioned, Los Gatos, you look at Hong Kong, look at international cities, the demand for housing in certain areas is so high. And it's supply and demand, I get it, but there's enough of a demand where we can't outstrip the demand with the supply at the moment in certain areas, in San Jose in particular. So I push back on your pushback.
All right. I think at that point, we're going to pause and take a vote. Thank you all. It was a great discussion. I appreciate all the really thoughtful memos and recommendations. Thank you, Councilor Cohen, for managing the motion there. And staff, thank you for all of your work. And thank you to the members of the community who hung in there all the way to, what time is it? We're at 10:30. Impressive. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Tony, let's vote.
Still have one.
Got a holdout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, motion passes 8-3. with Dewan, Candelas, and Casey voting no.
All right. Okay. Thank you all. We are on to open forum. And this is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have comment
Yes.
cards? Okay.
I have Ernestina, if you're still here, Bri, Howell, Rich, Ted Scarlett, and I don't know what the Pine on Lucchese. I don't know what that means, but those are the ones I have in person. If nobody's coming down, I'm going to go ahead and go to Brian, followed by Blair online.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I watched the whole thing. I'm really glad that we do this because I was able to go through about 500 coins and do my laundry and listen to it. But I have to say this, that all of you worked very hard. I mean, I'd have agreed with everything, but I have to take back what I've said a couple times where nobody reads emails. That I have been wrong about that and proven wrong today on several occasions, and I apologize for that. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Blair. Remember, these are for topics not on the agenda.
Right. Blair Beekman, hi. I got quite a learning lesson today. Thank you. Hopefully I can talk about it, rules and open government, tomorrow. Thanks that you have Zoom available again, by the way. It's important, the city of Oakland is, they're developing a full community process to address the future of how to leave Flock, that they can look for another ALPR vendor as a full community process. They're taking, another 12 to 16 months to do that they've already started. I think San Jose and San Diego definitely can be doing the same sort of things. You guys kind of owe it. You obviously put in way too much surveillance tech under the Liccardo administration. I hope you're learning important lessons that minimal amounts of tech can do the same amount of public safety work. And those are important lessons to learn. Good luck on leaving Flock and finding a new ALPR vendor that we practice peace.
Rich Morency.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So this is in regards to stinking noodle to food trucks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know why it's echoing, but anyways, we are here talking about your moving every 15 minutes.
Are you done?
No, so you guys have a law that we have to move our food truck every 15 minutes, and it's pretty much impossible because it takes 15 minutes just to get the food truck started. And yeah, so that's what we're here for.
Okay. Thank you. Call in user 2. *6 to unmute.
Hi, I'd like to address the situation at the corner of Speak and Lucchese. There's been a pile of debris that is impeding traffic. I've contacted the city numerous times. I've contacted the vice mayor numerous times and her staff, and this pile just keeps growing bigger and bigger with more trash, and it needs to be removed. It's in a red zone. It's actually an emergency zone for emergency vehicles. It's painted red. And there's no reason that it can't be removed. I realize they may pile stuff back after it's removed, but it shouldn't stay there till it's dried out as a fire hazard. It needs to be moved, and it's almost caused me to rear end people because when they go to make a right-hand turn, they brake because there's debris in the way. It shouldn't be that way. And there's no way it should take this long to have it removed. I've called DOT, I've called Pam Foley's office, and no one is
Thank you. Sheila?
I own property on Menker Avenue in San Jose, and at the corner of Menker and the entrance to the 280 freeway is a huge parking lot that would be perfect for another Sobrato huge building, and I don't understand why there's nothing being done about it. It's empty, and that's a perfect space for advancing the goal of affordable housing. I mean, it's not going to be affordable in Los Gatos, whatever you build. I agree. So, I mean, I don't know whose district that's in. I don't know. But what I do know is that particular corner is open, whether it's owned by the church or whether it's, I don't know. But I'm going to ask every person who knows about Menker and the entrance to the 280 freeway to investigate that as a resource.
Thank you. Milo?
Hi. So I have a thought experiment. I think it might illuminate the conversation tonight. Imagine you have two really nice toys, Lego toys. They're right next to each other. They happen to be in Los Gatos. One of the toys is made of a bunch of pieces. You knock it down, and with the pieces, you build 4 smaller toys. Do you think each one of these toys, they're still really nice. They're still in Los Gatos. Do you think each one of these 4 smaller toys is going to sell for the same amount as the one really nice toy right next to it that wasn't knocked to pieces?
This sounds like it's on the same topic we already talked about earlier. This doesn't sound like a new topic. Bryce?
Hello, this
Go
is
ahead.
Bryce. Hi. Okay, so my name is Bryce. I own and operate a gourmet mobile food truck together with my mother. The current rule that states a food truck must move every 15 minutes does not match with reality. It takes 20 minutes to get set up to perform duties. I'm asking council to delete or amend this rule so I may continue to perform my duties and support my family. I have received countless citations and infractions, which truly boggles my mind because I am an active member in my community who works with many youth groups, churches, and nonprofits. And I'm just asking that we can either revise the rules that have to do with mobile vending. I'm willing to come back next Tuesday, and as long as it takes, because we pay all of our fees, we have every permit possible, and I love staying part of the community, and I want to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to council. I need somebody to adjourn.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We're adjourned. Have a great night.